Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Sorry for our delay with starting here, guys. Had a couple mishaps before the show. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki, back there. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Got a big-ish panel tonight, so for the sake of a smooth stream, we've got a lot to get through. We've boosted the read and TTS triggers. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us, and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Guys, we only have 3 more shows left until we go on break also, so get them in if you want, and be sure to tune in. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships too. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch. Shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM me there or send an email, brian@whatever.com. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Holy shit, this is long-winded. Okay, check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time is the 10,000 labia plasties a year in the United States. So yeah, I'll talk you out of it. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Got a sponsor for today. This episode of the Whatever podcast is sponsored by our friends over at the X5 podcast. If you're a fan of comedy, music, content creators, and TV personalities, you should definitely give their show a watch. They've had some very interesting guests on and put on a great show. They recently had Chris Hansen on and interviewed him, so be sure to check out that episode. You can find X5 episodes on YouTube and other social media platforms by searching X5 Podcast or by clicking the link in the description. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to the X5 Podcast and let them know whatever sent you. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and where you're from. Go ahead.
My name is Savannah. I am 25, about to be 26, and I am a model, clothing designer, and I guess influencer?
Guess influencer?
I guess.
You guess influencer?
Maybe.
Okay.
Some would call it that.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Velv. I'm 25 and I'm in tech sales.
All right. Where are you from?
Boston.
Boston. Okay. And did you say where you're from?
I don't think so. Los Angeles.
LA. Got it. What about you?
My name is Ashley. I am a nurse, model, and DJ, and I'm from El Paso, Texas, and I'm 26 years old.
All right. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Athena. I go to school in Pomona. I'm an architecture major and I'm 19.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm 23. I'm a nurse and I'm from Oxnard.
Are you an RN?
I'm an LVN.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hi, my name is Mia.
Into the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Mia. I'm 21. I am from LA and I'm also an OnlyFans girl.
Okay, welcome.
I'm comedian Jeff Dye. I'm from Seattle, Washington originally, but now I live in Los Angeles, and I'm 40 years old. I was making sure no one judged me. I looked at all their eyes.
No, look, yeah,
This is
good.
Yeah,
this is good.
Yeah, they were really nice.
All right,
about it.
cool. So we're gonna go around the table once more. So, what is everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem?
What's that one?
If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Okay. I am currently single. The longest relationship I've been in was 2.5 years.
Okay.
I'm not single. I just actually got a boyfriend. We became official. Thanks. And my longest relationship, probably 2.5 years.
Okay. Did you say how long you've been single? Sorry, I missed that part.
Oh, how long?
Yeah, how long you've been single?
I think it's been like a year.
1
Yeah,
year?
probably a year.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I totally forgot. We have Andrew Wilson. I'm sorry, Andrew. We have Andrew Wilson on the line. Andrew is joining us via call-in. This is one of our first times doing like a call-in, just audio. We did one with video. Andrew, sorry about that. Will you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, one of the fastest growing debate channels on the internet, and regular to the Whatever podcast. Thank you guys all for having me here.
Thank you for joining us via call-in. Appreciate it.
Kind of feels like he's our boss or something, no? Like he's on
Like it's a
call.
conference
Yeah,
call.
like,
It's
Andrew, did you get the numbers from
So is
last
it just
week?
the TVs talking to you? Is
Yeah,
that how
it
it
feels
looks
like
on your
that.
end? The TV's just like speaking to all of you?
He's from
Pretty
corporate.
much. Pretty much. Yeah. You're like
That's
our,
great.
Yeah.
It's just like I can just chime in and go, be silent. I have spoken.
Exactly. There you go. There you go. So, relationship status.
I'm taken, and the longest relationship I've been in was like 2.5 years.
Okay.
Taken. What is that, married?
No, like, boyfriend and
Relationship.
girlfriend.
Boyfriend. You're in a relationship.
How long have you been in the relationship for?
Oh, it's like 3 months, so it's still
3
fresh.
months.
Super
Okay.
taken.
6 months is the longest one, and I've been single for 6 months.
So you're currently single. You've been single for 6 months. 6
Yeah.
months longest. Okay. What about you?
I'm currently single. I've been single for like 3 months. And my longest relationship, like 3 years.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
What about you?
And I am currently single. I believe my last relationship was over a year ago, and my longest was 3.5 years.
So you've been single for 1 year.
Yes.
Okay, longest 3 years. All right, Jeff. What about you?
I am a single guy, ladies.
His DMs are open.
Yeah, I'm single. I've been single for about a few years, 2+ years, and I'm embarrassed to say my longest relationship just because I've had relationships that have been years, but it's always like off and on, and some shit happens, and then like we get back. I'm one of those guys, so it's like years. But if we're being honest, like consistent, steady months is probably my longest relationship. Red flag. I know.
A little bit.
Huh?
So longest was like 2 to 3 months.
Probably, yeah. I mean, and then I'm being generous.
Did you ever have a girlfriend?
Yeah, they were like my girlfriend for like 3 months, and then I would
Okay.
do some bullshit, or they would do some bullshit, or I would get all like I'm in a
Okay.
relationship and break up for like a week, and then be like, I love you, you know that whole off and on shit.
Yeah,
So you're talking.
okay.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, we all have flaws.
That's true.
Unreal.
And Andrew, what about you?
And be honest, Andrew.
So I've been married for over 10 years. I don't remember the exact amount of time that I've been with my wife, but it's been for a long, long time.
Okay.
More than 10.
Yeah, more than 10. Yep.
Nice. Cool. Oh, we got
Donated $200.
Nice.
Chat, would you rather get a massage from a gay man or surgery from a female doctor? Serious surgery. So basically, would you rather get a massage or die?
Funny joke.
A massage sounds pretty great. I'm not gonna lie.
chat. That is the question for the chat.
Oh.
Good question.
If the chat, you guys want to answer that? I don't know if we pull the chat up. Chat, which one? Which one do you prefer?
They liked your joke. The chat's into it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Who would?
What about you, buddy?
What would I do?
Yeah.
I think I'd take the massage.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
yeah.
taking the massage.
He's not having sex with me. He's just massaging me.
Yeah,
I
there
would
you
just
go.
close my eyes and go, all right, this guy's probably not enjoying it the way I fear that he is.
I feel like I'm going to kick the bucket on this one, guys.
No, you wouldn't.
I think I would.
Really?
Okay.
I think I would just have to dive into my faith and kick the bucket on this one.
It's just a massage.
Just a massage. Just a massage.
But if he touches my privates, I'm gonna be upset. You know.
Yeah.
guys don't
I
want
don't
happy
get those
Crossing the
massages.
line.
No, not from him.
Oh. I don't know. What if he offers a happy ending?
I'd say no, thank you. Let's have a professional massage here. That changes the question.
Professional relationship. All right. So for those of you who are single, what does that actually look like? So you said you've been single for 1 year, and we'll go around the table asking those of you who are single. Are you currently talking to anybody? Any men, women in the picture?
Yes.
Yes.
Multiple?
Yeah. Just one.
Just a guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his name and address?
That's personal.
And social security number.
Give me everything on this guy.
Mother's maiden name. So how long have you been seeing him?
Well, we've been friends for like, am I too far? We've been friends for like, probably like 2 years now, but we started talking like seriously probably like a month ago or two.
Okay. Okay. And are you guys exclusive? Are you dating other people or?
Exclusive right now.
Exclusive.
That's a
Okay.
boyfriend.
Oh.
Not really.
Exclusive. It's the whole
What
definition
is
of boyfriend.
what
isn't
is
it?
what does not really mean?
I mean, I don't know.
You just
is
haven't
it-
said boyfriend yet?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Fair
Okay. All right.
We're just taking things how it goes.
I like that.
So you're single also. How does that look?
I go on dates. I have a favorite, and then there's like the other guys that are like they're farther away, you know. Yeah.
So you have a roster, kind of?
I wouldn't call it a roster because they're dates, you know.
They're
They're not like hookups.
Oh.
but you are hooking up with your main guy or
I don't want to
whatever.
answer that.
You don't want to answer that? Why is that?
I'm worried about my digital footprint.
You're okay. So
What is digital footprint? Worried about digital footprint?
Yeah,
Like,
what are
if
you,
I-
in NFTs or something?
If I like wanted a job and then they search up my name and then I'm over here talking about a bunch of gross stuff.
gross
Oh.
stuff. Well,
right.
let me ask you a
Have you
couple
like
questions.
watched this podcast before?
I don't think
She
bosses-
requested, to be clear, I want to make it
Oh.
very clear to the viewers. She requested to be on. She DM'd us. So there's, okay.
I don't think your boss is going to care if you have sex.
I was gonna say, are you like applying to be a nun and like you can't have any previous history of sex, or like is
You
it
do
just-
realize this is a dating and relationship podcast where we talk about dating and what topics were you anticipating? Were you talking like collateralized
I know
debt?
what
Hold
it's-
on.
Oh.
Collateralized debt obligations? Like what did you anticipate we were going to talk about on the?
Sorry for interrupting.
It's fine.
I mean, there's like opinions that I have, and
Okay.
I said in advance that I wouldn't, and you guys were like, cool.
Well, it wasn't. You didn't precisely lay out what was and what wasn't.
We'll
I
see if
was
I get
Told
more
this was a
comfortable.
sports podcast.
I thought this was a job interview.
I'll feel it out.
Well, I'll just, okay, so you provided some pre-show notes to us, so I'm assuming the pre-show notes that you provided are fair game. So you said you have many crazy dating stories, like you dated influencers and billionaires.
Nice.
You're very opinionated. You can argue, but kind of have a unique stance. You think women I don't think women should work. That's what you said. Is that correct? Okay. You said you dated influencers and billionaires. Any influencers that you can reveal?
I think they wouldn't like that.
Can you tell us the
Not
genre?
super
Like
crazy.
TikTok,
Fitness.
fitness?
Instagram.
And you said you dated billionaires, as
One,
in plural.
Singular, sorry.
Okay, you use the plural in your messages here. So you dated a singular billionaire. Can you tell us what realm of industry he's in?
Real estate.
Real estate. How old is he?
30.
A 30-year-old billionaire. Okay, and he's in real estate. And you're 19? How old were you when you dated him?
18 is gross.
Why? Well, he was what, 29, and you were 18, right? You were an adult.
Yeah.
Why would that be gross?
I mean, my prefrontal cortex isn't developed.
So do you think women shouldn't vote at 18 then?
No.
So you can make political decisions that could lead to war, but you don't have the mental faculties to engage in consensual sex with another adult?
It's not really about that. I can form opinions about things that I read, but relationships are like in politics. Like I can read the news and understand that, but relationships are a lot more complicated.
So you can vote to elect a representative that would send people to war to die. You can buy a firearm. You can join the military, but you don't feel like you can engage in a consensual romantic or sexual relationship with another adult?
You interrupted me.
No, hold on. I'm the host of the podcast, therefore there's a higher conversational burden on me. So yes, I have a little more leeway to interrupt. Go ahead with your point.
I just meant because I was going to tell you my point.
Go ahead.
Interpersonal relationships are like a completely different realm. It's not just processing simple information and then making an informed decision. It's like, how do I explain it? I can't really explain it, but like I think it's totally different.
You can't explain your position?
You feel like he took advantage of you because he was older?
I'm not saying necessarily he did. I'm just saying I won't know how I feel about it until I'm older. It's feelings. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's feelings.
You
Politics
called it gross.
Shouldn't involve feelings. It does sometimes, but it really shouldn't if you're voting for the right people. But I mean, in relationship, there's feelings. You know, like you can be manipulated.
Could I just ask, like, outside of the politics of it, like, why do you think it's gross? Was it gross because the age gap? Was it gross because he did things? You don't have to specify, but like, what was gross because?
Or was it gross because you dated a billionaire? What was in it for you?
I just think in general that like I mean, I was like a high schooler, you know.
So you were in high school.
I was like naive. Like I didn't know. Like he could have been hurting me and I wouldn't have known.
Sounds like zero accountability to me, but
I just personally think it's kind of weird, like being 25, almost like 26. I personally wouldn't date an 18-year-old because there's a very big maturity gap. So like that could be a reason. So I think like in that way it's a little weird because I personally wouldn't date someone a lot younger than me. Just because like thinking back when I was 18, like I was not developed at all. Like I didn't know a lot of things that I do now.
I mean, men and women are very different.
That's
so
true. But
In what way are you gonna? In what way? Tell me what way.
What way we're
in terms
different?
of age. In terms of age for you.
Well, in terms of what they're generally attracted to, women in general tend to date up, even if it's 1, 2, or 3 years.
Right.
And we see this is evidenced by, for example, marriage statistics. Women typically will marry someone. I don't know what the exact average is, but typically the average age of marriage for women is younger than it is for men. Andrew, do you have anything for this?
Yeah, so you're kind of talking about.
Sorry. Hold on.
Boneman
Sorry, Andrew.
538 donated $200. Gross BC may have to hashtag #MeToo_victim those biles.
Okay, Boneman53. Okay, Boneman.
What does that mean?
Appreciate
I don't
it.
understand.
I have something about that though. It's like, so you were saying like you wouldn't, you remember what you were like, and you're thinking back like, well, it doesn't seem like.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to date a young chick because we don't have interests that are the same. I don't even know what a lot of young women
It's
are
just
talking
very, like,
about
they're
most
very
of the time.
immature.
Yeah, I don't like it. However, I would imagine that a billionaire's motive of dating her is probably physical. Right?
Probably.
He's not looking to engage with her about the thing like finance or technology or any of those things. Why is his motive gross to date her, but her motive to be with a billionaire is was he super hot? I mean, was this guy like what was the right? So your motive might have also been physical, but also you're bragging that he's a billionaire now, even though you found that it was gross then. So you guys just had a nice little trade there. That's all that was. I don't think it's gross. I don't think he's a piece of shit for wanting to date a young chick.
I think that everything that you said is correct, but I think it's still completely valid for her to look back on that and find it to be gross.
Yeah.
It's completely valid. It can be all those things that you just said and still for her to.
And
feel
I didn't judge her for it. I just said, why is it gross? I asked why.
Andrew,
But when you say valid, what do you mean by valid? Like just how she feels about it? She can feel valid
just
about
asked
it.
her
Or
why
can
I
she
used
feel
the word
valid
Hold on,
anything?
please let him talk.
Yeah, can't
Sorry.
she feel valid about anything? Like what does that mean? It's totally a meaningless statement.
No, if she's looking back at it, and I know there's like a source of like intimidation here. She's probably the youngest person here right now.
Well, hold on. Oh, what?
It's a little bit of an intimidation. I think we went around the table and you immediately started harping on the young girl who said that she was uncomfortable with the billionaire.
Well,
And
hold on.
know
I
you
don't
said
like.
so.
I do not like your. The way you are painting this interaction here. I started with her. I asked
Yeah.
her what her status is.
And
You
you're like,
two are in
"Acceptable."
relationships. I'm going around asking people to delve further into their.
I think his feelings are valid.
I totally agree.
I think everyone's.
I think you're so right. There's some disagreement. You're so allowed.
Andrew,
to feel
did you
that
want to
way.
continue with?
Yeah, let me. Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you meant when you said it's valid. So if everything he says about this is true, you say, but you're just talking about her feelings in general, right? So how she feels, you think that's going to be valid regardless of what the fact of the matter is?
Totally. I think there's a if someone is feeling a certain way, I think they're totally, if she's looking back at it and she's like, you know what, that was really gross, that made me feel really uncomfortable. It probably did feel gross and uncomfortable. Is that the situation at hand objectively? Who knows? But if that's how she feels personally, that's how she views the situation.
That's why we asked why.
And you ask why.
Yeah,
And
just said, why do you feel
1000%.
gross? It
There's
wasn't a
nothing
judgment
wrong.
at all.
There's nothing wrong with you questioning it, and there's nothing wrong with her answering it. But I think that's it.
I feel like
Yeah, but you could see where the confusion would come in if we're trying to get to the fact of the matter. And instead of the fact of the matter, you kind of chime in with, what about her feelings, though? Well, we're just trying to get to the fact of the matter.
What about her feelings?
That's why I asked you specifically what you meant by valid.
Yeah.
And what you meant by valid was how she feels, right?
Where do I look when he's talking? Like, where is he?
Go straight up.
Like you can hear me, so like answer the question.
Look to the
You
heavens.
told me what like
Look to the
valid
heavens.
meant, and like valid just meant like feelings, right?
can I talk?
Go ahead. Yeah, it's your thing. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
talk
to
for
speak on your
yourself.
behalf.
Also, I'm going to talk to her the same way whether she's 18 or 19.
And
or
you
what.
should.
Well, but you suggested maybe we shouldn't because she's a young girl.
Never once said that.
You said that
Never
you targeted in
once-
on her because she's the youngest.
Okay, let me say,
I
can
definitely
talk?
do. There is.
But I don't care what fucking age she is. I'm just
It's not
gonna.
because of age.
Yeah.
No, but I think
Talking
there
to
is a
her?
level of vulnerability that I think she has that most of us probably don't at the table, and you guys know that. Come on.
I feel like a lot of words are being put in my mouth from both sides, but I also agree with both sides, and I also think that
It's gonna be a long show, folks.
with this conversation, like I think like after hashing through it with you, like I do kind of change my opinion a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I do kind of change my opinion a little bit after hearing your guys's. But I think that first of all, I didn't say uncomfortable, and so yeah, I think that's all I have to say actually.
Okay. All right. So you were dating a billionaire. How did you meet him? Was it a dating app?
Tinder.
Tinder. Okay.
A billionaire was on Tinder.
I know what. Yeah, it was crazy.
How do you
it
know
was
he
so
was
weird.
a billionaire? Did he have a Wikipedia page?
He had a literal row of mansions that his entire family lived in separate houses on.
Oh, he's got family wealth. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't. He never.
Oh, so he's like a trust fund kid.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
billionaires.
Wait. So okay.
And real estate.
So okay, and you met on Tinder. You were 18. He was 29 at the time.
30 and then 31.
Oh, okay. I see. And so how long were you seeing him for?
6 months.
6 months. Okay. And given that he was a billionaire, did you kind of reap any benefits from that in terms of, was he kind of like a sugar daddy? Was it a sugar daddy thing kind of?
No, I never got any money, but it would just be fun stuff. Like I'd be like, you know, it'd be fun right now. Air hockey. Immediately, air hockey table. Just like wherever I am at the moment is now there.
Isn't it, it's kind of amazing to me, like an 18-year-old girl is dating a billionaire. Like that's good for you. Just
Can we
that's,
go back to the air hockey thing real quick? But did you just say that your motivation was what was really cool about it was anywhere you could go, there would just be air hockey there for you?
No, I just think that's one of the interesting things. That wasn't the main draw. It wasn't. I'm not like that air hockey focused, but
That's a great sound.
I'm just saying as far as perks go, that it wasn't like all perks. That wasn't why I was there. But as far as perks go,
Were you living with him?
No.
Okay. Would he take you on trips? Would you guys vacation together?
he like did not talk to anyone or go anywhere. We went on like local trips though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing. Yeah.
So you could have just been essentially dating an average dude. Like it was the same exact, your lifestyle didn't change in any way because you were dating a billionaire.
I think
Maybe
it-
his
I
house
think
was
it-
nice. I don't know.
I was just like, getting what I want on request is like so fun.
Wait, what?
Getting what I want on request is so fun.
Like, what are some examples of that?
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
Well, first of all, air hockey.
Air
table.
hockey.
Air hockey, yep.
Sad.
I
Did
really
they
liked
just like? Did
alcohol
they
at
just
the
carry
time.
around an air hockey table for you? Or?
No, I was just using that as an example.
Okay.
But like, I liked alcohol at the time. I could get that. Also, that's kind of weird that I was 18 and this dude's just like giving me as much liquor as I want.
Were you asking for?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's
Okay.
super weird. I'm just saying it's a little bit weird.
I certainly wouldn't advise men over 21 buying alcohol for.
It is illegal actually, so it's a little bit weird.
Yes.
I
I
think
feel
it's
like this
gross.
doesn't require billions of dollars, though. What are the billion
just-
dollar perks that you were getting?
Him being a billionaire sounds like it was totally secondary.
It was like one.
it didn't even.
It was like 1 billion. It wasn't like a million billion, you know?
That's still a lot.
That's still a lot of
more
a lot of money.
Dang.
Yeah, it was like, it'd be like $7,000 hotel room.
You know-
or like a Bentley, and I'm allowed to drive it really fast.
Wait, so okay, you're 18, you dated a billionaire. How do you go from dating a billionaire to dating a broke college guy? Like, there's no
Oh
going
my
back.
God.
I don't
No,
think
my
you can go
standards
back.
Are so high, it's really great for me. I actually cut off like so many people. Like no one's allowed to be mean to me now.
Wait, hold on. So after dating the billionaire, just so I'm clear, after dating the billionaire, now your standards are elevated to what?
It's not really about money.
Just the treatment, I guess?
But I mean, sometimes it's about money. If it was like, it's kind of like if you were to think of it entirely transactionally, there's like different aspects. There's attractiveness, there's like your ability to have sex, there's your personality, and then there's money, you know? So it's like you have to have a certain number of some of those stats. You don't have to have all of them.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think it was valuable enough that like she gets to say she dated a billionaire. That's obviously a big thing, right, for someone.
Is that a flex?
Not, I mean,
Is it a
girls
flex?
talk
I don't
about
know.
it all the time. We're
I
talking
wasn't
about it on this podcast, so that's some sort of worth to that.
I wasn't trying to flex. You more just asked me a question, and I was like, this is interesting, so I answered with that.
I think I'm
No,
not
I
judging
wasn't-
for it.
I wasn't saying you were trying to flex, but I don't know if it's a flex. Like, I one time dated a billionaire who I no longer see, and I also think it was gross. That's probably not like.
No, I think that you asked her, do you have anything interesting that you've done? And then she said, well, I dated a billionaire. And then how wasn't? She goes, well, looking back, it was gross.
I like that you're like, are you her lawyer or something? Like, are you
No.
her advocate? Hello?
No, I was just invested a lot
She
of
can
time
agree
in
with me.
this.
No, that's fine. So you also said that you actually going around the table on this really quick. Who here considers themselves a feminist? And we can delve into that a little later on in the show. But just going around the table, who's a feminist?
What exactly does like feminist mean? Like what exactly is like a feminist?
What
That's something a
exactly?
feminist would say.
No, it's a genuine question.
I think
That was
So
your
we
first
would say a good descriptor for this might be a push for an egalitarian society between men and women where both are seen as equals. That would be kind of a general state, the most generous that I could give for a definition of feminism.
I just think everyone should be treated equally. So I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's probably feminism.
Okay.
I guess.
No,
No, what?
No, she's not a feminist.
I wouldn't say I consider myself feminism. I think my train of thought kind of really ended during the second wave, and I think that we've kind of digressed into something that I can't really comprehend. I think in a lot of ways, I think I have a radical sense of feminism when it comes to like men becoming women, and I'm very sacred of I don't believe in birthing mothers. I believe in women being mothers, and if you're a trans woman, you are a trans woman. You're not a woman.
Well, in your
that
pre-show
sense.
notes to us, you stated you were a radical feminist.
Yeah.
Oh,
So are you not a feminist? Are you a feminist?
So I think, like I said, in terms when it comes to
Oh, sorry. We'll,
Kinky Sprinkler donated $200. My sprinkler goes like this.
I have a sprinkler like this.
And comes back like this.
it's good. It's good.
I have that same
That's
sprinkler.
good. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, I think in a very traditional sense, I think there's a lot of values of radical feminism that I agree with, that is aligned with. I don't agree with. Probably call me a TERF. Totally fine with that. OnlyFans, I'm very sex work. I'm not comfortable by. So yeah, in those ways, yeah, definitely radical feminism. But in the way feminism is described nowadays, I'm not. I can't appeal to it. No.
Well, what is the way it's described in modernity that you are so resistant to?
Man, I think a lot of femininity is lost in modern day feminism. I think there's a push for. There was a push in the second wave for equality, that women should be able to work if they wanted to. They should be able to own house and have their own credit card if they wanted to. What we have now is that women are kind of expected to almost behave like men, and that's just where I just don't feel comfortable, because the reality is that women, we will never be like men, and we should never aspire to be like men. And I think that's kind of where everything's being pushed with feminism. We're not equals. There are in ways that men are better, and there are ways in which women are better, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong.
So if I were to ask you about policy and say, well, what kind of policies are you talking about that you're actually resistant to? Because it sounds like what you're talking about are the effects of already pre-existing feminist policy, which has led to this current state.
Yeah.
So if that's true, then wouldn't you be resistant to the first and second wave feminism, which led through policy to the current state that you now resist?
That's a really good question. It's a very good point. I mean, how did we get here if it weren't for the first and second wave? You know, we can always argue that the sexual evolution completely, so sorry.
You're fine.
I think that you can totally argue that a sexual evolution completely dismantled like what it is to be a woman, and it radicalized a lot of things for us. So it's such a good question. You can.
So what's the
right.
answer?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know what the answer is? So you don't think that the thing that you're the most resistant to right now, which clearly led from the policies that you just got done saying you supported, isn't a thing which now you should maybe push back against and say, well, those policies clearly led to outcomes that I don't like?
Yeah, you're completely right. It's one of those situations where you look at it and you go, the first and second wave you're so passionate about, how did it get here? That's all that I can really think about, and I don't know all the answers. But I'm completely aware of where it's led us.
Can we call you maybe a feminist in recovery?
I think some people have joked that I am, yes.
Yeah, well, good for you. At least you're thinking about the fact that being a feminist in modernity must be, or the things that you have an issue with must have come from the policies previously. So I'm glad to see that you're, in your mind at least, pushing back against that.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Okay. So going around the table, just are you a feminist?
Oh, no, I want to be a housewife.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, feminist. Okay.
No. I feel like men should provide.
Men should provide. Okay.
I'm right in the middle. I grew up with a mom that was a welder, and I also grew up just completely being independent, but I as well think that there is certain things, like you said, that men are better at and perhaps are best fit for. But at the end of the day, I think instead of choosing equality of men and women, I think it's equality of humans, and that's what I see. I don't think that it's necessarily that one man is better than the woman, nor should solely men provide. I think just humans should provide for themselves. And if it's in a relationship or any other dynamics, so be it. But I think we need to think of everything as humans, especially with all the transitions.
How many, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just said just including all the transitions that are being made, especially with sexuality and sexual identification. I think at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And with that being said, equality is the goal at the end of the day. We all want to go somewhere. We all want to be somewhere, if it's heaven or hell, whatever it may be. Equality.
Yeah, when you say that we're all humans, I mean, that's obviously true that we're all human beings, but wouldn't you say that human beings still are broken into categories for a reason? Like female is a category, male is a category, and those categories are necessary for us to even have conversations where we can break down what the human experience and the ontological nature of humanity is, right?
Absolutely. I think we obviously are in those categories for that set net reason of, either providing more children, providing something of sorts. For men, it's more so that seed and all that such. I think at the end of the day, the way that I look at things is because of the advantages and the changes that we've made in present day, that regardless of having a partner or not, or having a relationship or family to even depend on, one should still be independent of themselves and be able to rely on themselves and try to prosper as best as they possibly can. I don't think it's necessarily men over women, women over men, none of that crap. I think it's really just a fight of insecurity.
But if humanity is broken and down into these categories like male and female, which it clearly is, the reason that they're broken down is because there's a different nature to both of those. There's a different nature to males than there are to females, right? They're not interchangeable widgets. You would agree that that's true, wouldn't you?
Completely.
Yeah, so if they're not, then when we have these conversations, just kind of saying something like, well, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, doesn't really mean anything, because we really have to narrow in on what these different categories are so that we can have a discussion about what their preferences are and how they relate to each other. I mean, do you agree with that?
I do agree. I'm just simply stating my position, just what I've seen and what I've grown up with, and that's all it really was. It wasn't necessarily coming down to that cross of we are human beings. I'm just stating the obvious, and I'm also stating that I fall along both lines.
Okay.
Jeff, what about you? Are you a feminist?
No, not at all. I love women a lot. I'm very pro-women. I grew up in a house full of women. I've got 3 sisters, a mom. I'm a very pro-woman.
Okay, pro-woman.
Anti-feminist ideologies. A lot of rage in there. A lot of revenge pursuit. A lot of simple ideas. Kind of like what he said, like, at the end of the day, we're all people, which is beautiful. And that's all you meant, which is what you meant. Oh, we got somebody.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Grid One, thank you, man. Good to
we
see
are
you.
at a point men pretending to be women are voted better women than real women, and feminists cheer them on. Feminism has failed you. How can the patriarchy help you today?
Wow.
Isn't it kind of dope for the patriarchy, though, that men are better at being women than women?
Wow.
Right? That's like men are women
What,
of the
like
year.
in sport? Yeah.
Definitely in sports.
Better at
That's all we got.
Sports, yeah.
Destroying
We're big.
you guys in women's
Hey,
sports.
we're just bigger than you. That's it. It's
know.
unfair.
I think I
know.
might even be able to become an Olympic gold
Oh, for
medalist
sure you
if I
would.
start
Yeah.
competing
You'd be
against-
cheating.
And you would be Woman of the Year, and you'd be cheered on, and Bud Light would love you.
What I was saying, though, is that
Dope. Sign me up. Get me
Yeah.
my sponsorship. I actually did a sponsorship with Budweiser like 10 years
They
ago.
knew you were transitioning.
In a minute. Or it's been a minute, rather. What's up?
well, I don't think people, words don't matter anymore, which is very flustering to me. So someone will say, like, I'm a radical feminist, but I think this, and you go, well, then you're not the thing. You're using a thing that you aren't. And so people say, oh, well, I'm a Muslim, but don't pretend like you know what Muslims are. Here's what I am when I say I'm a Muslim. It's like, well, they have a book, and you're not subscribing to the things that are in the book that make us believe a thing is what it's labeled. So I think a lot of this happens where it's like, I'm very pro-women, and I love them, and I want them to be protected, and I want them to be hurt, and I want them to be treated good by everyone and not hassled. But I also don't think men are pieces of trash for, walking down the same side of the street as them, like late in New York or something, like making them nervous. Like, there's just so many things that I think we lost sight of, like what we call things.
There's a lot of victim mentality.
It's
I think
annoying.
That's what you're saying.
Just be the thing you say you are, and don't if you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I totally understand. I totally agree, 100%. I think that we are kind of at a time now where there's a label for everything. So people are very quick to say it's hard to have nuanced opinions because they don't have any label. So when you do say, like, for example, like I said, like I have a lot of radical feminism beliefs, especially with, like we were discussing with modern femininity, like 100% I do. But then it's like, well, what category is that? It's like how do you characterize nuanced opinions?
Because we're trying to figure things out. So when you say
you
that
would
you're
say,
in a
you say
group,
that nuance is a category, right?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
You would say nuance is a category, wouldn't you?
1,000%. I
Well,
wish
Well,
there
then that's
was.
how you would categorize a nuanced opinion, as being nuanced. So
Then we
if you're
should probably start
saying though
saying
that
that.
you have a nuanced opinion, you should tell us what the nuance is in the opinion, and then we could agree with it or disagree with it.
I think
say
that's.
something?
I think that's exactly what I did. Go ahead.
I think that we get so caught up with like this one person and what they're doing to this specific thing. It's like, I really don't care about women's sports that much. I don't care at all. And if that makes them happy, that makes them happy. If people want to say different words than I say, that's fine. If I hate the words they say, I can just not hang out with them.
Wait,
Right.
so hold on. What about women's? You said you don't care about women's sports.
Yeah, so I don't care if there's trans people in women's sports. If they're happy, I don't care.
So you don't care about the biological females and women that they're competing against?
If they care, that's cool for them, and they can advocate for themselves.
And they do.
But, like, I'm just like, I don't need to be part of any of that conversation. And I think a lot of people
Butler
that
donated
Hold on
$200
just a sec, but we'll let you
to the
we'll get your
feminist
point
in the
in.
back. A side effect of feminism is genital warts. You could put a mirror up to your snatch on a Monday and count 7 warts. Tuesday 12, Thursday 33,
Every show, Jay
Friday
Butler.
23, Saturday
Good
78.
to see you, man. So I just some context. Some context for you guys. Jay Butler, every single show, he's a urologist in Nevada, Las Vegas. So he sees a lot of peen. And he every show he sends a chat about herpes.
I love that. Thank
That's
you.
his shtick. That's his thing, guys. If you're in what's the county called? It's in Vegas. What's it called? What's the county called?
I don't know.
It's shit. Anybody in the chat? What's the county for Vegas?
Chat, please.
Anybody?
For him, please.
It's Clark County, I think. Is it Clark County or is it? I'm trying to think of it.
Clark. Yeah, Clark County.
If you're in Clark County, Jay Butler, just search urologist Jay Butler. Imagine if that's actually his. Okay. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
But things exist outside of your interest, just
Wait.
because you don't care about female sports.
Henderson, was it Henderson? Clark County? Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead with your point.
I do agree with. What were you saying earlier? You were saying, yeah, there's labels aren't specific enough, labels aren't helpful.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
when he's calling me a feminist, that's a really broad thing.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Word. Well,
Yeah, but that's why we're asking a series of inquiries so that we can narrow down
Right.
the thing, so we can figure out what you believe, so we don't straw man what you believe.
Right. Categories are important.
Responding in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay?
Word.
okay. Well, so the reason I went around the table on this is because, so you consider yourself a feminist, correct? So you said that you don't think women should work. Now, I'd like you to perhaps go into that, why you think that, what do you mean by that? But on the surface, it strikes me as something that's a bit antithetical to the aims and goals of feminism. So do you care to elaborate on you thinking women should not work?
That's a little bit, yeah, that's also like not very nuanced. It's more like women should obviously be able to work, but I don't think they should have to. I don't think it's like, I think it's on a personal level. I think that I shouldn't have to work and I don't want to work. But what the camera guy was saying about, I'm sorry, what the camera guy was saying about the definition, like I believe in that definition, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that like traditional values are bad. I just think everyone should be able to choose, you know? And feminism is being able to choose to do that.
So feminism is the being able to have the choice of, as a woman, being able to work, but also not, like,
Well, that's
Yeah.
second.
men don't, you do realize men don't have that choice? Like, men don't have the option of, like, the fallback of, okay, I'm just going to find a wealthy woman to take care of me.
Right, and they shouldn't. They're providers.
They could?
Men are providers.
Do you
Right.
think
Like a
comparing-
radical feminist over here.
There's
Well, then what do we get for all the
It's
providers?
insane.
They don't know what's so insane.
Huh?
Because we're talking about feminism.
Yeah.
And then you guys are saying things that aren't feminist at all. So that's just puzzling, is all.
Well, I already explained what of my beliefs would be categorized as radical feminism. We already went through that. I don't know if you were present.
I
I
was
think you were
present.
waiting for your next like comedian joke to
No,
pull
I
out.
haven't been trying to be
But
funny
what
at
I'm
all.
trying
I've been
to
talking to you
say-
like grown-ups.
No, yeah, I know 80 and I'm like trying to like talk to you.
Okay,
you know
well,
what I
that's,
mean?
I mean, that's a bit insulting to call
No,
him
I
80.
haven't-
excuse me, he's 40.
Yeah, I'm 40.
40, your experience, like I went through it with radical feminism. Like what?
So you
what
don't want
parts?
us to use your stupidity against you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't.
Because, well, I mean, that's actually the position. The position would be, if you're calling him old and experienced, you're saying that he's just too smart for you and you can't hold a conversation with him. Is that what you're
1000%.
actually trying to say?
Yes,
let's
that has to be.
I didn't feel like I was being insulting. I was just talking.
I don't think you were being insulting either.
Oh, you don't feel like you were insulted, or you don't?
Oh, I don't feel like I was being insulting and
I
asking
don't
about
think
these
I don't
things.
think you were
Just-
being insulted.
I'm curious.
He's like
what-
one of the
you're
most
being
polite
insulted.
male
Curious what you
guests we've
think.
had.
Just
I know you guys are loving each other. I see it.
Wait,
I do
what?
find Brian
You
to be
guys-
great, but I was saying
What?
that I'm going to ask you questions on the things you guys ask. That's all. I
1000%.
don't want you to think I'm attacking you.
Yeah, but you're like 80.
Yeah,
Right?
I know.
So how
I guess
dare you
my
ask
age
a
just
question?
came into
You're
it
like
already.
80,
Has
and you might
Social
make them
Security
look
kicked
foolish
in?
Not
by
yet.
using your own worldview against
could
them. That
use
would
it.
be insane.
But that's not fair to like
It's a little mean.
references. I don't see how his age is kind of relevant here. And he looks like he's early 30s.
Doing pretty good for 40, I
He's a
think.
young- he's a
all
good-looking
LA,
guy.
LA,
that's
very
Because
like
he hasn't had any girlfriends.
it's
right. No kids.
That's what's kept you young.
Kids are one of the greatest things in the world, but they do age you like a president. My friend just had a kid, and he looks like shit. It's only been 2 years, and I was like, "What happened?" He goes, "Kids don't let me sleep." And I go,
There you
"Oh."
go.
But no, but besides the way I look or me being old, I was just suggesting that he went around and said, "Who's a feminist and who's not?" And he's asking follow-up questions about feminism, and I'm not hearing anything that's feminist. Actually, in fact, wildly conservative values. So in my mind, I said, "This is insane," because what I'm hearing doesn't fit into a category of what we're talking. Is all I'm saying.
well, we didn't get into where I would think that radical feminism would be like included in conversation. We can totally go down that route, but you're the moderator, and
Well,
I would never
I'm more
dictate a
curious in getting a
conversation.
better understanding of. I don't think women should work.
You were talking about how women have a fallback all the time, but men don't have a fallback. They're
Correct.
forced to work. Women kind of need a fallback, like, because I mean that's like why I think women should be able to work, but why I think they like shouldn't have to is because like if you're a woman and if you're married to someone, even if you're married forever, if that person hits you one day and they're providing for you, and then you have to get away from them, you don't have that providing anymore. You need to get away, and now what do you have? Nothing.
Well, when you say that women shouldn't have to work, right, you would agree that right now women don't have to work, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, you agree that women right now shouldn't or don't have to work. So what you're really doing is putting in the mandate that you would prefer that they have the option to work.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to clarify this. So your position is that your preference is that if women want to work, they should be able to.
Like I would say,
Okay.
like for my own lifestyle, like I would prefer something like what you're talking about. But I don't think that everyone else should be forced to do what I want to do.
I would prefer to just do whatever I want all the time and have another grown-up pay for all my things.
You get
we
it.
would all love that.
Yes.
That's insane because like that's not real. I mean, some people have that luxury, but it's pretty tough.
I think
So well, here's the follow-up is, do you think anyone should have to work? Or just that
No.
women shouldn't have to work?
I don't think, I mean, ideally, like something like the way that we're working, like everyone's working like a 5-hour work week, and we've been doing that for so long, even though the development of
wish it was
technology
only
has
5
made it
hours.
so that the same amount of work that was done in a week like 200 years ago can now be done by like that with a robot. So we should all be hanging out, but it doesn't work like that. So I should get to hang out.
That doesn't really answer the question. That's your preference for what like your utopian society would be. But what I'm asking is, should anybody have to work, or should only women not have to work?
Well, someone has to work.
Aha.
There
Not
it is.
me.
Yeah, as long as it's someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, that
Got
makes
it.
sense.
Did you have anything more on that, Andrew? Or
Yeah, so just kind of push in a little bit,
I
you
love
realize
this guy.
that basically what you're advocating for there is complete and total selfishness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's honest. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you
she's
for the-
honest. I mean, I can't take it anywhere from there. Right? I mean, you say yes, I'm selfish. Okay, I can at least deal with that.
All right, she's honest. That's
I mean,
good.
for instance, my brother, he
Yeah.
was telling me he is like very, very smart. He is like he has a really successful career. He's getting internships. He's a data scientist. He was like, I never want my wife to work. Like that feels wrong to me. Like I would never do that to her.
Okay.
You know? So it's like
Never do
if
that
anyone's
to
mad
her.
at me for
Okay.
not working, they just don't have to date me. But also, I'm kind of passionate about what I do, so I'll probably end up working if I like it.
Okay. It's just not really a feminist position. And feminism typically espouses gender equality.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a particularly strong feminist position to demand equality in the broader.
It's actually like kind of conservative.
Yeah.
Like the
It's
way that
tradcon.
Yeah.
It's super traditional. Like I want to be a stay at home, not have to work, and have a provider male.
I want that for me, but that doesn't have to be everyone. I think that everyone should get to choose their life.
Well, yeah, but
Sure.
I mean, everyone should choose their life.
I think
I just the sentence like women shouldn't have to work makes it sound like you're talking about women and not just you.
They
Is
shouldn't
all.
have to.
Oh.
They can if they
Shouldn't.
want.
So wait, women shouldn't have to work. So how? Let's say a woman chooses to also not get involved romantically with a man.
Then she has to work.
Then she has to work. Okay.
That's on her.
All right.
Like I don't know what's more feminist than people should be able to have all their rights, to have the right to do what they want to do, you know?
But
Like you can be equal and not be the same, you know?
But it occurs to me that aside from feminists wanting to secure women's rights in the form of actual legal rights, which they have, and there's total equality on that front, perhaps with you accept.
Not really.
Well, okay, we can get into that, but I mean the only right that I can. Well, okay, actually, before I make my statement, so I was talking like women have equal rights under law. You said you disagree. How do you disagree?
No, Oh yeah.
You said not
well,
really.
First of all, abortion, obviously.
Anything else? I'm going to respond to the abortion thing, but anything else?
Men can have abortions.
Right. I was about to say men don't have any reproductive rights at all. So actually, you can make the argument that if we were to hold on. If we were to just actually completely outlaw abortion, like bear in mind, Roe v. Wade just kicked it back to the states, so you can still get an abortion in California if you're so inclined. If we were to just nationally total outright ban of abortion, that would actually be equality between men and women. So it's not clear to me. Now, I'm not making a statement about abortion. I'm just saying when it comes to comparison of rights, men have no reproductive rights, ergo, it's not an inequality between the genders that women perhaps are starting to lose some of their reproductive rights.
Oh, I would love to talk about that.
Well, men can't get abortion, so
No, they can't.
Can I?
All right.
You have complete bodily autonomy. Like,
but it's
anything
not.
you do,
It's
your
not
body's
okay.
allowed.
But it's not an evidence of a women losing abortion rights is not evidence of. Excuse me. Something's in my eye. Of inequality.
And you also have bodily autonomy.
I mean,
the
it's
argument
list
is
off
over
more
the body
ways
of
if you
another being
want.
who's not you.
I mean, it's
Sure.
not really inequality because you get.
Business Jack 2023 donated $200. Maybe Vel should talk about cheating on all her boyfriends. Also, her TikTok says she was a sex worker.
That's my ex-boyfriend, Business Jack. That's my
Are you guys on good
ex-boyfriend.
terms?
Sounds
Hell
not.
no.
Sounds like.
Hi, John.
Oh, Business Jack's a fake name.
That's
What's
his
the
name for
audio set to,
everything.
Nick? Oh,
Cheated
it's good.
on all of her
And I would
ex-members.
totally.
Is that true? Do you care to? I mean, we won't.
Which
linger on
part?
it.
I'm such an open book.
Well, just yes or no. Are you a S worker and then?
Yes. Not presently.
Not presently. And then
Obviously. But when I was
asserts
younger, yes.
allegedly that you've cheated on all your ex-boyfriends.
I'm not sharing all my boyfriends now.
Okay. You wanted to come in, and then we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Well,
well,
hang on, if you don't mind.
go ahead.
You said not all, right? I thought that was an interesting disclaimer. Does that mean most?
No.
Okay.
No.
All
Okay.
right. Go ahead.
Well, basically, my point is that you were saying that it's not it's not like basically you guys can't get abortions, right? So it's like that isn't like equality, but it's also like, why is someone else in charge of what I'm doing with my body? I'm like an individual person. Like, why do I have to listen to what you're saying about what I want to do for myself?
Well, I'm not
like, why does that affect
sure.
you?
So I mean, I'm not
Not
particularly
like you exactly.
Right. I mean, I'm not particularly inclined, at least at this moment, to get into an abortion debate. But
We don't have to.
But
I think
the point
those are
I
fun.
was trying to make was I said the statement that under law men and women are equal, and she said, well, what about abortion rights?
Right.
But I don't think that, again, it's not evidence of inequality between
not.
men and women, because men don't have any corresponding
Right.
reproductive rights.
Right.
So if men had the option of, for example, if men could, and I assume most women would not be willing to make that trade of, well, if we just completely green light abortion, like you can, it's just totally legalized, but men can also opt to have you abort the baby. I'm assuming most women would not make that trade.
I mean, yeah, obviously, because it's your body.
So in any case, so did you want to tell us the other ways in which?
Well, like I'm having trouble thinking of a lot of reasons right now, but if you like,
You said you had other
get
reasons.
I forgot that you said legal. Most of it's not legal, or it's the failure to protect those laws. That's most of what it is, and I'd consider that legal. But also, if you look at a broader scale, like everywhere else in the world, there's so many examples that I can go through if you want. But I
mean, I don't know the political happenings of Ethiopia at this exact moment. I'm talking chiefly, I think, when I'm talking about feminism, I'm talking about Western countries. So I don't know. I'm not really privy to the going-ons of, I don't know, some small population country in Africa, for example. But I can talk about, broadly speaking, Western countries.
Well, like I said, most of it is just failure to uphold the law, and then I can give
Which
you
law?
reasons, such as like.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry, like healthcare. There's
Healthcare.
statistics about women being treated wrongly, or like
Wrong.
not getting the kind of treatment they need, more so than men. Stuff like that.
Isn't it the case that women actually use healthcare more? My understanding is women are much more likely to go to the doctor, do preventative testings and screenings.
Yeah, women live longer by men by at least 5 years.
Well, that's irrelevant. That's a choice.
But you said women get treated. What evidence do you have that women get treated? I forgot your exact words. Get treated worse in a healthcare setting? Sorry, hold on.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Men do not
good
have
point,
body
Grid 1.
autonomy, but women do. Men have been conscripted into military service and lost limbs and their
It's a very good point.
Men also can go to prison for no payment of shield support.
Yep.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, that last
War
point.
is a big one.
The war is a very good one. All men in this country don't have bodily autonomy because every single man in this country has to register
You have to at 18 years
for the
old.
selective service.
Correct.
When it comes to the last one, we have totally done away with debtors' prisons, with the sole exception of child support payments. You can go to prison for that
Facts.
if you don't pay. But we've acknowledged and recognized that debtors' prisons are unjust and immoral and unethical. Yet in this sole thing, and something like 90+% of child support payments are from men to women, so that's obviously a gendered issue. But sorry, you were going to go ahead. Thank you, Grid 1, by the way.
Yeah, Gordon.
That is a good point.
I don't believe in war or prison either.
You don't need to. You
You don't believe in prison?
What do you mean you don't believe in prison?
I mean, prison is in the U.S., but yeah, I think that everyone should be rehabilitated and not necessarily released into the public, but everyone should be rehabilitated
Well, if you don't release them into the public, where would they be?
in a rehabilitation center.
So prison.
Right,
It's like
would,
prison.
would there be bars in that rehabilitation center, which they spent most of their time behind?
I haven't worked out all the details about bars, but I mean,
Metal
the
bars,
concept of prison is
alcohol
just weird.
serving bars.
Well, no, I think it's weird for you to say that you want them to go to rehabilitation centers where they're segregated from the general population. I would like to know how you plan on doing that without, imprisoning them against their will.
Let me rephrase my original statement. I don't believe in prison how we have prison.
Yeah, I understand that. You actually already said that. That's why I'm diving into how you believe we should have prison.
Like, look at I forget which country it is actually, so don't look. But there's like a lot of prisons that do that have nice conditions. Like, people get abused in prison, and no one, even abusers, should be abused.
I have something about this.
Yeah, but I mean, you're probably referencing some of the Nordic nations, which put a lot of emphasis on rehabilitation for these kind of smaller demographics, which they can do. And they've had some limited success with that. But when you're talking, especially here in the United States, I'd like to know how you would move towards a more rehabilitation-centered prison environment when you know that you have to segregate off violent criminals from the general population. How do you plan on doing that without imprisoning them? That makes no sense to me.
Well, things like no private prison, starting with that, no prison for profit, that's insane that exists. Like, that's slave labor. Stop slave labor. Slave labor, we'll start with that. And then
but you know what federal prison is, right?
What do you mean?
Federal prison.
Federal prison, which is under the purview of the state, federal.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Do you think that the conditions in federal prisons are better than the private prisons? Because in many cases they're not. So just moving from private ownership to public ownership, that's still going to have the same types of conditions that you're talking about.
Jeff, did you?
I was just gonna say, like, I think this is another one of those things where it's like the words don't mean the words. So it's like, I don't believe in prison, but I do think they should be confined somewhere where. So it's like you're just using. It's kind of the same word. And then another thing is, like, it's so complicated, the punishment system. If someone were to assault and maybe hurt or do anything to a woman in my life, or my sisters or my niece or something, now I've got to ask myself, do I want that person rehabilitated or do I want them punished? And these might be called punishment facilities. Some people are beyond. There's kind of there's addiction. There's a lot of things that go into when people hurt things and do things.
Mental illnesses,
right?
Like.
When they're not. This is very tough. I've been to jail and I've also worked in jails, and these aren't sweet.
They're not.
This is not. We're not talking about like, oh, come on, give everyone a chance, and they just screwed up, and they're being treated this because of their race. There's bad people among us who have done some bad things. Is all I'm saying. So it's like, it's not just like you can't just blanketly go, oh, they're being treated bad. It's like, yeah, they did. A lot of them did bad things. They're in a bad place. They're there to be punished.
7 Deadly Simps donated $200.
Thank you, man.
Ladies, Brian has a thing for
God,
short women, B, Asian women, C, large labia. Raise your hand if you're any of the above. Also, 777 decillion 777
thank you,
777
Anybody gonna raise their
I guess
hand?
I'm out, Brian.
Shit.
He didn't say 80-year-old white guys.
777
Never say never.
777
Thank you, 777.
That's pretty funny.
Appreciate it, man.
That's a troll for sure, I think.
777
We're not done yet.
Oh my God, it's not. Hold on, there's another one that's about to come in. We have official. I'll just read it. Official Brandon Collins, thank you for the 100. Brian should moderate a presidential debate. Andrew is an awesome debater. Jeff is hilarious. AF, love you all. Hope you have a blessed episode. And to quote OF girls, link in bio, hashtag Christ is King.
Nice.
Did you see that episode? Did you see that last episode? We have Grid 1
Motorsports donated $200.
Oh, hey, thank you for tuning in, man. Appreciate it.
I have to go, but leave you with this. The girl with the weird prison opinions needs to learn more before speaking, as I am sure she is not as dumb as she seems, just supremely ill-informed. Be better.
Grid 1.
Do you want to respond to Grid 1?
I mean, I kind of agree a little bit. I didn't know the exact topics of conversation, so I can't whip out a bunch of rapid fire statistics on you right now, and I think I would sound a lot more eloquent if I did.
Thank you, Grid 1.
But we haven't really whipped out any statistics on you either. Right now, we're just still in the forming of the opinion and trying to figure out if it even makes coherent sense. So we're not hitting you with stats, you're not hitting us with stats. Right now, we're just trying to figure out basic questions like, if you want to segregate X amount of the public away from the rest of the public, how do you do that without imprisoning them? That seems like a question which doesn't need statistics to answer.
Yeah, I mean, I started answering it, and then you got hung up on the first thing I said, and then I couldn't go through the whole list. but I can
Okay,
keep going
go-
through the list.
Wait, so the whole list when it comes to what?
What would I do if I had like supreme overlord power?
Oh, was that the question?
I mean, it seems
Wait,
like
into
it
the
is.
mic, into the mic.
Sorry, it seems like it is.
Was that I?
What's the
well,
question?
I think no.
I'll
so
answer
We
it.
were
what,
talking about prison.
Yeah.
Well, I thought
Before that,
no. So the thing we were talking about before was
we ended up here.
I was asking you. So okay, we were talking about feminism, and you said that women, or I said something about, well, we're equal under the law in terms of our rights, men and women's rights, and then you said you object to that, and I don't exactly remember how we meandered to prison, but.
We were talking about abortion, and then people can go to jail
Yeah.
for not even paying child support. We talked about war.
Oh,
So the
okay.
comment was
Okay.
about all
Oh
that,
my-
and then so then it kind of came into her
Right.
saying, well, I don't agree
Okay.
with war, or I don't agree with jail. And we go, well, what would you do with jail if you didn't agree with jail?
Let's not linger too long on the
Sorry.
whole prison
Yeah, I know,
thing,
that was
but-
a long, I just...
But so it sounds like you object
I don't
to.
believe in debtor's prison. That's what's important for the conversation.
But it sounds like you don't like prison in general.
I don't like how it is now. I mean,
I mean, I can certainly agree with you that there are certainly, for example, the rate at which inmates might be assaulted by other inmates or by even guards. There's certainly ways that we can better reform and the prison system. I don't think that there should be people being physically assaulted and murdered in prison. So certainly there's
not perfect.
reforms, and I agree with you that we, to some degree, we should be rehabilitating. But it sounds like you object entirely to the concept of a what's the term? Retributive justice system.
I think only certain people should be like rehabilitated.
Rehabilitated,
Yeah.
I agree. Some people should be
I
punished.
like there's certain people that absolutely deserve prison, and there's absolutely people that are literally horrible human beings, and there are some people that actually just need help. Like, and there's a lot of people who can change their life around, but I don't think there are certain things where like the prison system is a little. Can I cuss?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like there are certain people that like deserve to be in prison, and there's certain fucked up people, but I think some people deserve rehabilitation. Sorry.
Oh no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
But yeah, I don't know. I think
Well-
like prison as a whole is like it could be fucked up, but I think some people
Right.
kind of do deserve that.
Well, and
Well,
so good.
people's first offense is that it mostly is rehabilitation, which is the focus.
Right.
So it's usually very light sentences, going through Drug and Alcohol Anonymous, things
Right.
like this, generally for people's first crimes. It's usually people who are habitual criminals
Or there's
that
a
you
third
see.
strike law in California, so yeah.
That would be a habitual criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, I was just saying, so I mean, if you're a habitual criminal, obviously those are the people you want to segregate off from the rest of society, right?
Right. I mean, and also when it comes to prison, there's a whole bunch of reasons. A lot of people push like, oh, it should be purely, we should purely try to rehabilitate. But there's a whole bunch of, first off, if there's somebody who's dangerous, get them off the street. They're in prison. They can know they don't have the capacity to continue causing harm. That's one of the things. It's also deterrent. Okay, if I just can get a slap on the wrist, or get some fine,
They're gonna keep doing it.
they're perhaps crime is more likely to occur. Also, justice. If there's a victim, this whole idea that prison shouldn't be a punishment. I do think that one of the valid arguments for prison being a punishment. Again, I don't think that once you're in prison, that's your punishment, your loss of freedom. I don't think you should be like subject to like insane abuse in the prison. You shouldn't, like, they should try to protect you, that you are basically their, they have a duty to essentially keep you safe within the prison system. But one of the big things is, for example, let's say that you kill somebody's son, or one of the big reasons for imprisoning people and justice is so that this is like kind of getting whatever. We have delegated revenge to the state, because in a coherent society, you can't just like, if somebody fucks with you, like, we can't have this sort of vigilante justice system where maybe you've got somebody innocent and now you've got like some fucking family vendetta. So one of the big reasons for prison and for punishment is so that we don't descend into vigilante justice. Because if somebody murdered you're whatever, and there was no justice system, you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to murder their entire family.
Right.
And then they're going to murder and then it's just, then you get into this escalating domino effect. So
that happened for thousands of years.
Yeah, and so the
People
justice
would kill someone's
yes.
wife, and they say, "I'm going to kill your son," and then and it just never ends.
So
like gangs are dumb.
So
I
part
was
of
just gonna say that's how.
so part of the
basically
social
gangs happen.
part of the social contract is we've delegated justice and force and revenge essentially to the state, so that you don't see vigilante justice.
And I don't want them treated good.
I just kind of feel like you're arguing to something that I already said. Like I already said that I rephrased it. You know, like I just don't believe that it should be the way it is now. In the ways where I don't think that the laws are being upheld properly.
Well, I think you're walking back your position because your initial statement sounded a lot to me like you wanted to do away with prison.
Yeah, it was like, I don't believe in prison. There's no nuance in 5 words that I could convey to you, you know? And then we looked into it and like...
You said the way we do it now.
Well, you should be a bit more precise in your words, because if you say you don't believe in prison, if you don't believe in people being incarcerated, I mean, that kind of begs us to want to challenge that statement a bit.
Yeah.
I think it would serve you better to be more precise in your statements, because if you just say some just like kind of almost outlandish statement.
It triggered me. I was like, wait, what? You don't believe in jail? But we asked follow-up questions.
So do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe it should be the way it is now, is how I rephrased it.
I think
Okay, all right, we're going to move on.
Yeah, please, Mike.
Well, can I, if we're moving on, can I
Oh, did you have one more thing, Andrew?
Yeah, just real quick. So the gal who was dating the billionaire, can you raise your hand real quick?
Oh, here we go.
So I can see you. Okay, great. I just did a cursory check. I actually can't find any 30-year-old billionaire real estate moguls, according to Forbes. Not a single one.
But he said he was.
Do you want pictures?
What's that?
Do you want like proof pictures?
Yeah, let's see what he looks like. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That's it.
Well,
I wouldn't do that.
not on camera.
Like dox him, no, but I'll show you guys like the things
Does
that
he
I was
have a
talking
Wikipedia?
about.
Every billionaire has a Wikipedia, even if it's a few sentences.
Yeah, there's
long.
only 30 right now.
Could have been hoodwinked.
Is he Saudi
Maybe he's just
Arabian?
real rich, is what
Hold
she
on,
meant.
Is he Middle Eastern?
He's not a Saudi prince, if that's what you're
It's
alluding
like
to.
family money, so it might be under.
Is he
his
Middle
dad's
Eastern?
name. I'm gonna look up his dad's name.
Because Middle East, Saudi Arabians.
Don't dox
Are you coming back? Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm just handling something up on the phone.
You're handling something? Okay. LVN.
I think he was just real rich, is what you meant. It's all right.
no,
rich.
I'm not
he's
taking it back.
maybe-
Well, there's
Well, it's okay.
his race car.
Wait, what?
He's got a race car? All right, cool,
Oh,
nice.
that's on Google though, so let me give you some real stuff.
Does he have a Wikipedia?
No.
I don't think the Wikipedia is like.
Okay, hold on.
No,
let's just
but I do.
let's regather the conversation here. So you think
Especially
women
with
and
them.
men are not equal under law? How? Please, into the microphone. Go ahead.
I mean, I told you already. It's just the enforcement of the law.
Enforcement of what law?
I don't have any on the top of my head. Do you want me to keep brainstorming?
Well, I mean, if
I think 90% of it is. I think more than 90% of it is like social and not in the law. So I think that's irrelevant, anyways. But also, there's abortion, and then also, which you guys don't want to argue about. And I don't really want to argue about either. And then the enforcement of the law is just like a small part of that.
I mean, couldn't you actually make the argument that men are disadvantaged under law? For example, men are much more likely to be to get prosecuted of crimes. When they are prosecuted of crimes, they're much more likely to serve longer sentences when
very
compared
true.
to women who commit the exact same crimes in the exact same jurisdictions under the exact same circumstances with the exact same criminal history. Or, for example, it's sometimes hard to have the exact same criminal history, but so, I mean, couldn't you actually make a very compelling argument that there's actually quite a bit of discrimination against men?
Yes.
Yes, you could.
Yes.
Sure.
But I think it was your position that women are disadvantaged in this system. So I'm just trying to
Well, what do you mean by this? You mean just legally?
I suppose, yeah.
I mean, I think abortion like trumps all of that. And I want to ask you who you think created the patriarchy.
Who?
Like, I'm just wondering.
Yo, this is just.
I can't
I'm
make my
getting a
point unless I
migraine.
know.
Good Lord, Jesus
We
Christ!
can talk
what
to
do you
you
mean?
can talk to
exactly
someone
is
else
the
if you
patriarchy?
want.
I'm fine to talk about the patriarchy, but
Can we, like, there's
think-
just
I
so
think, like,
much.
they want-
There's so many people here.
What is
Right?
patriarchy?
I think they want to hear someone else.
The founder of the patriarchy. Like, God, come on.
okay, so hold on. Look. We're gonna get through her stuff. You'll get. I know it's hard to not have attention.
I know
for,
it's so
for 30 minutes.
Yeah. You don't want to talk about prison. You don't want to talk about abortion. You're
I'll
mad
talk
that
about
you
any
can't talk
of
about the
these things,
patriarchy.
but you guys are totally just fixating on.
Wasn't it literally the question was, how long have you been single and are you?
Like, how did we get
and
into
are you
fucking
talking to
prison?
somebody? That was
No,
literally the
we've
first-
moved on to who's a feminist.
Yes,
After
a
that.
feminist.
but hold
and
on.
who's not a feminist.
That was
That was
literally
That's
it.
yes, but this is the nature of fucking conversation.
Yeah, we got
Like-
prison. It's like, come
But it
on,
really
move
was
it
just
along.
how long
Here.
if you are talking to someone.
Yeah.
Yo. Look.
Okay.
This
yo.
isn't your show.
No, it's
I'm
not.
going to dictate the pace of the conversation.
Clearly.
Yeah, clearly. You
Oh my
requested to
God,
be
you're
on the
such a
show.
brat.
He's the
Why don't you calm
moderator.
down?
Andrew, I love you. Come on.
So
Stop being a brat.
I'm
Like
not being
all
I'm
he's
not being a
doing
little
is the
brat. I'm not gonna
conversation
be a brat. I just
evolves.
don't wanna
So
talk about
as it
prison
evolves, he's
reform
just
right
keeping
now
it
for
on
30
pace.
minutes.
Stop being a
Sorry.
brat.
okay,
Don't. Unless you guys want to.
I don't want to.
we've already moved.
I don't think you want
You've
to
already
either.
hold on. You've already extended this conversation, which you don't want to have by having to be extra about it. I've already been trying for the last 30 seconds to make an attempt to meander away, but because of your moaning and whinging and whining,
know,
we are still
finally.
talking about it now. So please allow me to
go.
direct the conversation.
Let's go,
And if
King.
you have quarrels with the conversation, you can just sit there and you can wait and whine, and eventually you will get the attention you so desperately desire.
Thank
so,
you.
okay. I think to finalize our point on this, it sounded like to me to kind of put a cherry on the fucking top of the fucking thing.
Prison reform.
It sounds to me like you want equality societally, but you want tradition romantically. That's where I think I'm getting at. Insofar as that tradition stands to benefit you, where said tradition does not stand to benefit you or women, you will not, or you will prefer not to adhere to that specific tradition. So, for example, you want a guy to take care of everything, it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
I have a question. Will you take your husband's last name?
It depends.
On what?
I'm telling you, I would prefer if everything was taken care of. But if I meet someone that I really, really like and they don't have any fucking money, okay. If I like them, I'll work. If I like them, but I'm just saying, ideally for me, that's what I would prefer.
Let's say you did find that guy that would take care of everything. Will you take your husband's last name?
Sure.
Oh yeah. My God, this girl cannot give a straight answer. You just literally 30 seconds ago you said it depends, and now you just said sure. I don't know where to trust. I don't know what your position is on any given thing, because every single time we've asked you a clarifying question, you always walk back your position or you change your answer, and it's just like your words mean nothing.
You asked
your
me a
words
different
literally
question.
mean nothing.
The first question you
Jesus
asked
Christ.
is, will you take your husband's last name? And my answer is depends. And then you were like, depends on what? And I gave you an ideal. And you said, if the ideal happened, and I said, sure. That's the depending part. I don't understand why that's hard to get.
But it wasn't just this one instance, like every single time. Oh, I don't believe in prisons. Hold on, actually, wait, no. It's this specific thing, and it's very confusing. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't know why we would be here if not to learn from each other. I mean, that's what we're here for, right?
No, I'm here to argue with everybody. I'm very firm in my positions and my beliefs. This isn't a Steven Crowder change my mind. Like, no, I'm firm in my beliefs. Let's argue.
I mean, I'm 19. I don't know everything about the world,
Okay,
so I'm
all
here,
right.
you know what I mean? I'm here to talk, and I can
That's
I
fine.
can change
That's
my
fine.
opinion without backing
That's fine. What?
That's
That's fair.
Huh?
What do you mean that's fine? That's fair that she's 19?
It means we understand what she said.
No, you said that's fine. Do you think that's a fair point, valid, that she's 19?
The fair point
What do you
is
mean?
that
It's not a fair point that she's 19. She is, in fact, 19.
No,
It's not-
I'm
what-
asking you a question. I'm not trying to
What?
argue. Chill. Hey,
I mean,
listen.
it's a fair point that
I'm
she's
asking a
19 and she still
question.
has a lot to learn in
I'm
the
just
world.
asking. Do you think it's a fair point? I'm not trying.
Go ahead with your point.
Chill out. Come on.
I'm
King.
chill. Go ahead.
Hit it, Kalani. Come on. She's asked. She said, I'm 19 years old. Do you think that's a valid point? Like for all her contradictions.
It's not just a valid point.
It's
It's
fact.
It's
It is
actually
fact.
fact. So I'm failing to understand
Right.
your
Aren't
question.
you dating a 19-year-old?
What?
How old are you?
No.
What? Well, hold on. What are you fucking talking about?
You're not dating a 19-year-old?
What?
No.
What? When did I say that?
One of your last few podcasts.
I don't reveal my private relationship information, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Because she's like 19, growing
I feel
up.
like you have a real
What?
issue with her being too young. You've mentioned it multiple times.
What?
Whereas we're just talking to her like a grown-up. You're the one that's brought up her
Like
age
a
multiple, and my
grown-up.
age, for to be fair. You seem to have a real problem with the ages, as opposed to us. We're just asking her opinions,
Yeah.
and she's telling her opinions in back. And we have never cared if she's 18
Yeah.
or if I'm 80. It has nothing to do with anything. In fact, I like the answer that I don't know yet. You know, I'm open to be changed in my
That's fine.
position because I
you've
am a
argued
19.
every single point, so I'm
What's that?
surprised that you like her
They
answer.
kinda
all of a
don't
sudden.
I don't like her answers.
Conversation, really.
What they don't
No,
like is that I
I
changed my
don't
opinion.
see her
but it's
as
like,
good or bad. I'm just talking to her.
I think-
But you seem to have an issue.
said every point that she's made is bad or
It's
illogical or
bad.
contradictory.
There was
Which
like a
I'm not disagreeing. A lot of
conversation.
her points I am kind of like, but do you think her being 19 years old has something to do with it? It's all I'm asking.
I mean, yeah, but it's
well,
just
then
a
what would your
conversation.
excuse be for having all the wrong answers?
that was a good one.
Roasted.
Who, me?
Yep.
Wait, what-
you.
Yeah.
I disagree. I don't think I do.
I didn't hear what you
Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't think she does. So now can we move the conversation on?
1000%.
I'm never gonna
This
go.
girl
Well,
complains
she's
about
19. I'm
the
gonna dismiss everything. I'm
conversation
just listening
and
to her
totally
talk
derails
and
the
asking her
conversation for
questions.
fucking.
Okay, let's get back to prison
totally.
reform for the last 30 minutes. Let's go.
I do. How old are you? Because I'd like to know what
I'm 34.
what age like,
Dating, how old?
I don't. First off, I don't reveal my
Okay.
private relationship information. What was your question?
At what age did you decide that you had your set of answers and you were done?
We're always
There is
learning.
no, we're always learning.
But
There's
you seem
no
like
age.
you just said that you were set in your opinion.
I mean, there is
That comes with time
like if
and-
you really want to get into it scientifically, there is a point in time where your brain stops developing, and there is a point where
Oh.
like
Bro, I'm
What
being
point is
I'm
that?
being
What-
hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Scientific.
You just meant, like, he's
scientifically,
willing
what
to
is that
defend his
point when
position.
Your brain stops developing.
He's not just gonna throw
Well-
things out there and go, well, I don't. He's saying
Sorry,
I have
didn't-
strong
we all are.
positions. and
I didn't
yeah.
hear Andrew. I'm sorry.
he just asked what age. What did you say?
What did you say, Andrew?
Yeah. Are you? Is this the your brain stops developing at 25 years old argument?
Yeah.
No, there's a certain age for men and women. It's very different.
Yeah. What is that age?
You can still learn.
It's still 25.
I mean, yeah, you can still learn.
Well,
but
what do you think, Andrew? I mean, they
Well, your brain
they
never
claim
stops
25,
developing.
right? So what do you think? They say
Your
the
brain
frontal
never
lobe,
stops
right?
developing.
Your
ever.
brain stops growing, but that doesn't mean you don't learn things.
Right,
I'm
but
not
the
the same
frontal,
guy.
the frontal, they said they
I know, but why bring it up?
claim the
I'm not-
frontal lobe decision making is at 25. This is what scientists
Nope.
say. Let's
No,
not
That's not
not
true.
what
There's
scientists
people
say.
who make. Nope, it's not. It's not true. Some of them develop at least the part of the brain that you're talking about much earlier than 25. Some even after that. You're just
Right,
talking
but
about
that
an average,
doesn't
not a
stop people
stop.
from
not-
learning.
it's
Right,
still
right,
not a
right. They
stop
said
point,
the
by
average
way.
age. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not the same guy I was a year ago. Well, I'm definitely not the same guy I was 10 years ago. We're always evolving and changing. But also,
That's what
I wouldn't
conversations are
dismiss.
for.
Yeah, exactly. That's all we're doing. I can't believe I'm explaining this to you.
All right. Here, let me get
the
through
point?
my notes on this. Holy
Talking.
fuck. So you also said one time I dated a guy who was definitely doing crime.
What?
And accidentally made him flee the country / be detained for a couple months, but like he's good at crime, so I don't want to rat him out publicly on the media unless I change some details.
You want to hear about that?
So you were dating a guy who definitely was doing crime. Do you care to specify which crime?
I'm not sure which one, but I know it's happening. I was like, I like left while he was asleep, and then I lost one of my socks, so I go digging in the couch, and there's just a bunch of fucking iPhones, and then I pick them up, and they're like new ass iPhones, and then so I pick one up, and it's just full. That's a little bit Snoopy of me.
That is typical billionaire behavior. Just a lot of iPhones laying around. Guys got it like that, you know.
I'll show you the what's it called, air hockey table. Anyways.
See it.
Just because I feel like you guys don't believe me.
I believe
but
you.
I'll show you.
Anyway, I think it's too specific to not be real. You know, who would think of air hockey tables being delivered on demand?
Yeah, that's a different guy than the crime guy. The crime guy is also, yeah, he's cool. But so I looked at the iPhone, and it's just a bunch of notifications of apps I've never heard of, and they're all in French. And then I'm looking at this guy's Instagram, and I'm like, oh, private jet.
Into the mic.
Sorry. I'm looking at his Instagram, I'm like, oh, private jet, like all this crazy shit. And then I'm like, so what do you do? And he was like, ice cream. So then I went and hung out with him with my other friend, and then we were going back to a hotel after like the club, and then he left his wallet at the club. So he was like, you guys go ahead, I'll meet you there. So
Are you arriving at the point?
Well, I actually wanted to hear about it, so I'm telling you the story.
But there's all this like extraneous kind of unimportant details.
Well, have you noticed
like,
that's how she talks, and you've just been harping on her?
Okay, cool. So, you said he was definitely doing crime.
Where's the crime?
What is? Just tell us what the crime is.
I don't know,
Still
but I know
yourself?
it's happening.
Like,
I'm like
drug dealing?
100%.
So it's a crime to have multiple cell phones and
Might have just had it.
And there was
possibly speak
ice
a different
cream.
language.
There was
money.
ice
No,
cream
I'm not
involved.
done. I'm not done with the. There's more details.
Okay.
So he was just being
okay,
sus.
Here, let me say this. We think. Okay, my friend who met him, and I went through all this with. She had a friend who did the same crime, and then she was like, it is that because no, listen to the end of the story. That's when all the fun stuff happens. So we get back and we're like, he's not coming back. So we order like $500 of room service, and then he was like, I don't know why you did that, but okay.
That's
when he
a
gets there.
crime.
And then we go to the lobby to go get the food, and I'm drunk. So I just go.
Also crime. You're 18.
I just go, I know he's doing crime, to the concierge. And then at 7 a.m. the next day, a suited man walks up to our hotel room and knocks on the door. And
just
then,
to interrupt the story briefly, you ratted him out?
on accident, I was drunk. I didn't think they would like check.
Wait, you ratted him out and then they told people?
Well, yeah, because, okay, listen. So we think it's credit card fraud. So then they know our room number because we got room service. And then the next day, I'm trying to valet my car, and I'm like, oh, he'll pay for it. And then so I'm like, and they're like, what's the room number and the, I think that was for me. What's the room number and the name? And then I said the name, and he was like, that's just not the name. And I was like, no, it is. That's who's in that room. And then they were like, oh, fraud. And then he just disappeared off the face of the earth for 2 months. Like no social media, like social media deleted. Like I checked on someone else's phone to make sure he didn't just block me. And now he's back and mad.
Crimes.
Word.
That was a great story.
I especially like the part where you snitched on him.
I was drunk. I wouldn't have done it if I thought that it would matter. But yeah.
Well, I mean, drunk snitching, still snitching, right?
It was not my I agree. That was a bad thing for me to do.
And she's soberly talking about it on socials and in public. I think that's interesting.
You asked.
Last thing for you. You said, God damn it, I have some funny threesome stories, but I would have to leave out the good parts.
Yeah. Yes.
You have 3. How old are you?
We've done a lot since.
How many-
You don't know how old she is? You're the age person. Why'd you just ask how old are you?
Well, I was kind of like making you have threesomes and you're 19. Well,
Yep.
just asking. I mean,
She's full body autonomy.
she is full body on autonomy. You had 3. You have multiple threesomes or
How many threesomes?
2.
2?
Yeah.
Multiply it by 3.
Oh, wait, no.
Andrew.
Huh?
3. I
Multiply
forgot about
It's getting higher.
Oh, wait, no.
Stop.
Hold on. Go ahead.
No, I'm joking.
Wait, so more than...
No, 3.
3 and 3.
Doing the math here. Okay. All right. So, okay. All
How when
right.
there's 3 people, you gotta
Three
like,
th-
count.
Three. Was it 2 dudes in each? Or
No,
like two chicks?
ladies.
2 ladies and 1 dude?
Yeah.
Should we, like non-binary maybe? I don't know.
No, it's dudes.
Always dudes. He, she pronouns.
And
He, sorry, he, him
Yep.
pronouns.
Get it
my bad.
right.
Standard hetero behavior.
Good shit. Okay. All right, moving on. Jeez.
No,
You done with me?
billionaires
Oh my
and
God.
crime lords and
Bill-
threesomes, and you're worried that we're asking too
She
many
lives
hard
fast. She lives fast, Andrew.
Well, I just feel like someone
Too many
else
hard
would like to
questions.
talk maybe, or like I thought the chat was done with me like an hour ago.
Your
you know?
podcast gold, baby.
Podcast gold. Yeah, so that's crazy though. Billionaires. That's kind of like life on easy mode a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Where's all the women billionaires? Oh, right. They got it all from their divorced
I have
husbands.
thought that
That's right.
some of my
1000%.
darkest thoughts that I don't usually say out loud are like, you know, like we like, whether you feel badly about him or not, like, you know, you go Elon Musk. You know, guys like me love Elon Musk, right? I love Jordan Peterson. I love Sam Harris. I love like a lot of intellectual minds. I love Rumi. Where's all the female Elon Musks? Where's all the it's like all the girls I know and who I love and value and respect. They can't shut the fuck up about Taylor Swift. Like that's your Sam Harris. But Beyonce?
Who's Sam
That's your
Color
best. Right, these are your
Color
best female heroes.
I completely agree. I think Candace Owens is really paving the way for a
She's
lot
great.
of women. She's great. There should
There's
be more.
good women.
I
There's
love
some
her.
good women.
There's
I love
women.
good
I
women.
think you're a little limiting on your circle of who you listen to, but
Socially.
But I agree. I feel like there needs to be a lot more
I don't know
females
one-
I'm with you. There's not nearly enough intellectual or at least pseudo intellectuals that can speak on things. I agree.
I actually have a theory on this, Jeff. And Andrew, you might be familiar with this. It's the greater male variability. Is it a hypothesis or theory? I don't know. But essentially, so my understanding is men and women's intelligence, I guess is it the average or the median, is the same. However, if you look at the extremes, there's a lot more like really stupid men, but there's also like a lot more really like
I've seen
genius
this.
IQ men.
I've seen this.
So women
Yeah,
on.
so let me give the clarification.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
So this is a hypothesis, the variability hypothesis. The greater male variability hypothesis posits that the males show greater inter-individual variability than females do in both physical and psychological characteristics, including intellectual abilities.
Yeah.
Andrew, forgive me. I don't know a lot about your background, but what's your hypothesis on that hypothesis? Why do you think that is? Seriously, I don't think like why would that be a thing? Because women are just as smart as us. I'm just always going, why don't we ever?
Well, how do you know that?
What is that?
That women are just as smart as us.
Well, there's no evidence that their brains are different than ours. As far as like our
Well,
bodies
it is.
are,
They
we're a
have
little
smaller-
bigger and
they-
stronger, but their
well,
brains are the same.
Well, I was
Their
also
brains
going
are
to say, what
smaller
do you
than men's
base
brains.
off of? Like, what is smart to you? Like, what?
So, well, just so you know, I just want to correct a couple things, right? So,
Go ahead.
you're actually incorrect about that. Women have smaller brains than men do. Now, that doesn't mean
Physically.
that they're less intelligent, but I
Right.
am saying that there are physiological differences.
Right.
But when you're asking, are men and women the same when it comes to intelligence? On average, yes. But
That's what I meant.
Brian's kind of alluding to is at the fringes on both ends, you're going to find that when you get up to the upper levels, that there's way more intelligent men at the higher levels than there are women. And this is the same thing for strength. This is basically the same thing across the board.
I was asking if you had a theory of why do you think that happens, or why that is.
It's just the biological standard. So I think that that's probably necessary from probably your purview. If you're a Sam Harris guy, I'm guessing you believe in evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there would probably be an evolutionary explanation for this, which would push that men are the protectors, and they also need to have leadership abilities and organization abilities and things like this
So that makes
in
them
order
smart.
to protect the greater society. So
don't think
probably
that
at the
makes
upper
you
echelons,
smarter.
they would need to have this as an evolved characteristic.
Yeah, I don't know. And when I was saying that we have the same brains, all I meant is like in studies they'll give tests to males and females, and men and females are doing pretty much the same generally on the tests is all.
Yeah, so basically men are just stronger, but I'm not hearing where the smartness comes in.
Well, no. At the greater end of it, they're not. So when you're talking about the high end of intelligence, you find way more men at that high end than you do women. That's the point. It's not to say in the middle
on
or
camera,
in
like,
the lower
into
averages
the
are not
mic.
the same. It's when you get up to the high end.
Hold on,
They
hold on
become
just a sec.
disproportionate.
Hold on.
Bye. I'm leaving.
Wait, can you sit down?
Oh, I thought you said come say bye.
What? So why are you leaving?
I have to go.
Why?
I have something that came up.
What came up?
It's personal.
What do you mean it's personal?
My boyfriend's getting mad at me. Wait,
Your boyfriend? Hold on. You said, whoa, hold on.
Red
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean my friend.
Why is your
That's a
friend?
guy.
Why is your male platonic friend?
Yeah.
Why is he getting mad at you?
And why does he have any?
Why does
dictation
if you're
over you?
Authority of
he's your
Yeah.
platonic?
Okay, I think I just want to go. I'm just lying.
Okay, why? You were hold on. Why do you want to go?
I don't know.
Can you please speak into the microphone, please?
I don't know. I just
You're not enjoying the conversation.
not really.
It's the
You
prison
request-
reform.
You requested to be on the show.
I
Is it
know.
because you're not getting enough attention?
Maybe I don't know.
Okay, but
Yeah,
we-
he's
Honestly,
honest, yeah.
honestly, I just not feeling it.
you're not feeling it. Didn't
But
you
like-
say? Hold on. But like, didn't you request to be on the
I
show?
did,
Here, I have
and
some
then
notes here. Let me
I
get
did-
in.
no,
I'll
wait, I
get.
don't
It's different when you're doing
Did
it.
you think it was going to be a one-on-one
No,
interview?
I
Here,
didn't.
at least I
Wait,
you.
hold
No, hold on. So I just to do you a favor because I don't want you to feel like you wasted your time.
No, I don't want
No,
to
just
get too
you.
much into that.
No. So you provided some pre-show notes. So because you said you're not feeling like we're reeling you
No,
into the
no,
conversation.
it's okay.
You
It's-
said that you've had heated physical arguments and multiple celebrity altercations, hookup stories gone wrong. I want to give you,
hear
you
that.
I feel, but you drove here, you drove a long distance. I don't want you to feel like we haven't,
No.
it hasn't been valuable for you. So like, why don't we just get into it? So do you want to get into some of those stories? You said you had some funny, good stories. I want to get into it.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I'm kind of like thinking about if I should get into it because
I mean, we could, if you don't want to get into it, but you want to stay for the panel, we reserved a seat for you. You requested to be on the show, so.
okay.
You said.
Maybe I'll get into it in a little bit. I don't know.
Wait, get into what?
I don't know.
No, you said you want to be on the panel.
I mean, not. I didn't want to, but
Is there anything, just so I can try to reel you into the conversation a bit so you feel a little more like part of the conversation, is there
If you
any...
just like really don't want to be here.
Hold on,
like,
hold
just-
on.
Sorry.
Is there anything dating related that you would like to touch on? Because I would I sometimes it's hard because we have a full panel here. Sometimes it can be difficult to fully get everyone in the conversation. Sometimes people have more dominant conversational style, so it can be hard for somebody who's perhaps a bit more introverted to feel like they can engage with some of these topics. Some people don't want to engage with certain topics like the feminism stuff. I'm happy to try to reel you in with some more dating related stuff. So is there anything dating related that you'd like to talk about?
maybe in a little bit. I'll stay for a little bit, and then.
Okay, well,
maybe
sure.
jump in.
I'll ask you.
Jump in and-
Sure, I'll ask you some questions then. So, you said you were single for 6 months. Is that? Oh no, sorry. Excuse me. 3 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you've been single for 3 months. Are you currently dating? Is there any guys in the picture?
Kinda. Well, I started.
Can you speak into the mic
Oh.
just so
Yeah,
that people can hear you?
I mean, I've been single, but I started talking to my ex again.
Was that
the one that I?
Guy who dropped you off?
No.
You've been talking to your ex again?
Yeah, the one that I was with 3 months ago.
Okay. And are there any other guys in the picture, or is it just you're talking to your ex, or?
I go on dates. I'll go on dates, but nothing like serious.
Okay. Do you have like a roster kind of?
No, I mean I like to go on dates. I mean I like to be like I like to be out. I like to go out, but I don't really.
How do they
have,
get the
like-
dates with you? DMs or just they meet you in person? Work?
Like all three.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Asking a
In person.
nurse out.
Yeah. In person or social media.
Well, in your pre-show notes to us, when we asked if there's anything on the podcast that you'd like to talk about, you had stated, I have a lot. I got into really heated
Yeah, I remember.
arguments with.
I don't think I read it right. Like, I didn't think I read it right.
You didn't read what?
Like
right?
what you sent me or whoever was communicating me. But
you didn't. What?
Like,
what do you mean?
You said, "Oh, do you want to talk about these topics on the podcast?" I just thought you were like, I didn't know you were.
For what other reason would we?
Like, just to
ask?
like a general, like, I don't know if you're gathering like general information from everyone and like touch on stuff like that. But like, I didn't think you're gonna like. And I was drunk when I messaged that. I don't even think I messaged you.
Well, you messaged us on Monday. I want to be on your panel. Emoji. And then you said the three questions we ask are any crazy unique dating stories, if so what, any specific dating related topics, things you'd like to speak on during the show, if so what, and then general thoughts, stance on modern dating, any hot takes, if so what. And to 11, or to this you responded, I got into really heated, you had some celebrity hookup stories gone wrong. Celebrity altercations. If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. But do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to say any name.
I'm like ready for the tea.
I love celebrity gossip.
Okay, so you also said something about, I don't know, the Share 7 agreements. You said,
Yeah.
The
Andrew,
what?
I don't know what that
The
is.
sprinkle.
What is that?
You don't know what that is?
Sprinkle.
What is it?
You don't know about sprinkle?
No, let her answer. Go ahead.
I haven't really like looked into it too much, but I saw her on TikTok. She's like,
Who's her?
Her name's Shara 7.
Oh, okay.
I think, yeah. And she just kind of like teaches young girls how to talk to like higher value men or how to be to like attract higher value men.
What's her credentials? Why is she teaching that?
I have no idea, but I mean, she gets a lot of.
I think
So what is
catch
her
one?
what is her recommendations, I guess?
So she basically talks about how, I don't know, let me think of like a situation. Like, she has a lot of different videos, but she mainly says like, if it's her main, like, I think what I take from what she says is like, if he's not doing what you want, like, have your standards high. If he's not doing what you want him to do, just leave, or like on to the next type of thing.
Such as what?
Like, like treating you right, like if spoiling you, like anything you want, like.
Okay, treating you right.
Like just being treated right in general.
Spoiling.
Like, I think me personally, like I like want to talk to a high value man or like be spoiled or treated like I said. Like I feel like men should provide. So.
You think men should provide?
What is a high value man though? Like in what
like
sense?
I think, well, there's a lot of different aspects, but I'm talking about like their personality and like financially.
So you want to be? Do you consider yourself a high value woman?
I do.
Okay, so what does it mean to be a high value woman as opposed to I suppose an average woman or a low value woman?
Just maybe my beliefs, like how I think, I think like, what, like I think I've had and I've never been like treated like badly or a certain way, like, so I just have high standards, like meaning like that in my relationships, like.
You just want to be treated right, basically.
No, like spoiled, like,
okay.
Or like provided for, like
Spoiled how? Like you want a guy to get you gifts,
yeah,
pay
like
for dates?
Not spoiled, but just like the bare minimum, right? I think everyone, like women, like should.
Well, hold on. Let's be precise in our language here, because you said spoil.
Okay, spoiled.
But now
like,
you're saying bare minimum.
Okay, bare minimum. Like I think it's bare minimum to get like flowers and be treated right. But I'm saying like.
On the first date?
Yeah. Do you not agree?
I don't think men should be buying women flowers on first dates, and
I feel like
I agree.
That's
why
happened.
not?
I mean, that's happened to me.
I don't know. I feel like that's like a little goofy.
I think a lot of women,
extra.
and because every woman's different, obviously, but a lot of women would be like, "What is this guy in love with me? He brought me flowers."
Okay,
on
maybe
the
not
first date."
flowers.
I wouldn't do it because of that. They'd be like, "Oh,
So-
Jesus, this guy brought me roses."
It's
and
kind
we're
of like
going
autistic.
No.
How is that autistic? That's showing like
If you're
affection.
Some
out
women
at a
would like it,
restaurant
but-
and you're out at a
That's
restaurant in
beautiful.
LA,
I wouldn't
do it.
you haven't seen those people come up to you with the flowers, and you're just sitting at a
Roses.
restaurant. Yeah, the roses.
No, okay, I
Roses.
see.
Yeah.
Maybe like a
Autistic is
single
really
rose.
crazy.
Yeah.
I just feel like a bouquet is like
flower.
his mommy picked it out at Trader Joe's.
Okay,
and
but
was
I
like,
think
"Get
maybe,
this."
I mean, that's you, but
No, I'm with
that's-
you. I'm with you.
I
girl.
love flowers on
Yeah.
first dates. That's
I mean-
shows different.
I
I
think
feel
it's
like
a
if
good
you're
courtesy.
different in a way.
It's not mandatory for everyone, but I think me personally, that's what I like.
Have you ever brought a woman? Oh, you don't talk about your personal. I've never.
Don't ask.
I don't really do that. I
Well, I
wouldn't
mean-
do that.
I can talk about it, but I can talk about.
What
That.
can you talk about with your personal life?
So I mean, when it comes to the flower thing, no, I don't think I've ever.
I
bought
did it
girl
in like
I just feel
dances
like
at
it's-
school. I would
I
like
just think
bring
it's a little
flowers.
extra.
It's too extra, exactly.
Well, I'm not trying to look like a love. Like
But
I
it's
love
also like if
bringing
you're
someone
going on a
flowers,
first
but-
date with someone, I feel like you're trying to figure out if they're a good person or not. If
Yeah.
that's something you want to like continue and pursue,
Based.
and if it's like not like, why are you bringing flowers?
We're
I
just
think
getting to know
I
each
don't
other.
even
I
know.
No,
was
I
gonna
ain't doing
say,
that.
like-
It's simp shit. It's simp shit. Like if
I mean,
we were,
silence is
if we were,
No, you like
hold on,
simps
let me
for a
just
little
let me
while.
just say this: if we were in a more traditional social order when it came to both men and women, like men and women have to hold up their ends of the bargain
Right.
on both ends. I'm not gonna go like, let's say here's the current dating meta for the vast majority of people who are single and dating. Going into a first date as a guy, I've got to assume that girl, let's say I meet her, certainly if I meet her on a dating app, I'm going into that date assuming she's dating multiple men,
Right.
she's probably sleeping with 1, 2, 3 other
Right.
dudes. I'm not getting flowers for that chick. You're fucking another dude. You don't get flowers, point blank, period. If you want traditional treatment as a woman, step 1, don't be fucking another dude on our first date.
Why
Easy.
do you automatically assume that?
Why?
That's the dating meta.
Well,
That's
I mean,
how
if
people
you're
move.
if you're on a dating app, that's kind
That's the
of
thing.
like
That's safe to
yeah,
assume.
it's
It'd
safe
also
to
be
safe to
super
assume.
naive to be like, she only messaged me.
Right.
She only wants to go out with me to the date, and I've got to get flowers. Also, I don't think you really like simps. You like the idea of simps, and then when they simp, you go, oh, this guy's a fucking clown.
But also, it's just like
Autistic.
what.
Yeah.
the idea is also we can't keep
Autistic
using
is really
autism
crazy.
as a
It's really
insult.
crazy.
It's
It's
pretty.
not
yeah,
an
let's-
insult. It's just a
it's pretty
reality.
insensitive.
I think
It's
it's
not
just
insensitive. He's
People have
autistic.
autism, and you're saying,
Period.
ugh, don't be
I think
autistic.
it's the
Yes.
type of
That's an insult.
people
You're using it as a
I think
slur.
Don't
we
be
all
autistic.
maybe date
Let's
different.
be
Obviously,
nice,
we all
yeah.
date
Autistic
different
people are
Autistic
definitely a
people.
lot smarter than normal people, but
Yeah, but they're
Exactly.
just weird.
I don't know.
Okay.
not
What I was-
really.
No, disavow.
Okay, I never got to
No.
say
Yeah.
it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mia. Sorry.
But
go
I
ahead.
think
crazy.
if you're entering on a first date, yes, it'd be flattering to get flowers and chocolates and balloons and whatever else, or fucking
Balloons.
Birkin, I don't fucking
Yeah.
know. But I think it's very selfish to expect that, okay, not only did we maybe both plan a first date, but now in addition to agreeing to going on a first date, I will be getting a gift.
Exactly.
I'm not
No,
I'm not
no,
saying
it-
it's mandatory.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, just like as you can kind of see that mind light, like obviously you're getting gifted a flower.
But also,
For-
when you're going on a first date too, like, what are you bringing to the other person?
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. Like to me, I think an introduction to anybody. I didn't bring anybody flowers. Or
Exactly.
anything. Obviously, this is like a meeting and we're all
Yeah.
having a conversation. So obviously, flattery is great too,
Yeah.
as well to introduce yourself. But I think on a date where it's like you guys are barely getting to know each other, especially off a fucking app.
Right.
I
have a-
don't need to bring you a fucking condom too. To
No.
go gift you a little fucking. This is what we're doing
We got
later.
those.
It's a good. That's a good point, Mia. And I think opening the door, paying for dates, gifts, flowers, providing, these are reserved for women who are worthy of them. Just like women are not obliged to sleep with men on the first
Exactly.
date, so too are men not obliged to immediately provide for you on the first date, especially if you're entertaining
I'm not
multiple
saying that.
options. Especially if you're entertaining multiple options, you're dating multiple dudes, maybe you're even sleeping with other men. That's the dating meta. That's the way I'm not saying you, but like that's the way a lot of people move.
And also, just be honest.
Yeah.
Like, if
based.
you're talking to other people.
Cardi B has really made women's lives more difficult by saying things like, we're the best, they should chase us, they should like us, they should buy me stuff, I deserve
I'm
it.
just
By
saying things-
pumping this kind of stuff up,
Yeah.
it just makes you sad and go, no one's doing this for me, so I must be low value or something. And then also, like, if a nice guy who just really thinks you're cool and wants to be with you, you're gonna go, but he's not doing all these things that I was told a guy, and then now you're chasing all these great guys out of your life.
Because a
But
lot
I
of
feel
girls
like
are
not
used
doing
to
these
being loved
bull-
on.
I'm not
thing-
saying I wouldn't talk to them because of that, but I'm saying me personally, like pretty much every guy, if I went on a date or dated them, like they've done something like that, like, or I'm not saying they all brought me chocolates and flowers, but like, I mean, they paid the bill. Like, they didn't look at me to pay, they didn't ask me to pay. Like, they didn't say, oh, do you want to pay half and half?
But
the
did it
bill?
last?
Yeah, I got in a relationship.
Well, I think that is the tradition. I mean, that is the traditional move for the guy to pay for the first date. But when you say like treating or spoiling to be spoiled,
I think in a relationship, that's
I'd
just
spoil
my
my
preference.
kids.
In a
Or
relationship,
her
that's my
kids,
preference.
but me and her to be in love. Like it's like we should be able to go to a lake and have Doritos.
No, I think,
I don't care
No,
of like
and
how
I
much
know
stuff
that-
you get
Also-
out of it.
and I know that men naturally want to provide for someone if they actually care about them and love them. I'm not saying like, oh, I just met them and I want them to provide and spoil me. I'm just saying,
do you consider yourself a traditional woman?
yes.
Yes. Okay, that's cool. Tradition. Wait, hold on. Do we do the? Wait a second. Do we do the Instagram? Wait, did you deleted something from your Instagram before you? You're traditional. Is it traditional?
What, are you looking at my Instagram?
I'm looking at the Instagram. Doesn't look all that traditional to me. Just saying. Andrew, don't you have something on this?
You haven't talked for a while.
Andrew, you still there?
No, I miss Andrew.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I was just
Do we
kind
pull
of
up
patiently listening through this this debacle. What does her Instagram say?
It doesn't say anything, but there's some, here's my ass photos, kind of, sort of, like, here's my titties, a little bit, I mean, not totally, you know. I've seen more revealing.
Nurse stuff, you know?
Nurse things. I swear there was like, I think you took one down before the show, but there was definitely one. That was.
So what would you say makes you traditional?
Husband's last name? You take husband's last name?
Yeah. I feel like I would, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, be submissive. I'll be submissive if I'm treated right, if the man is providing for me. Like, I feel like in that way, like, I'm traditional.
So if the man earns it,
Yes.
That comment's
is it
crazy.
is that the answer? If the man earns it, you'll be submissive.
What do you mean earn? What do you mean by earns it?
Well, so I'm trying to figure out what the qualification is because I think that you're what's called conditionally traditional. So you're traditional with conditions. When what traditionalism means is that you're following a tradition, even if it's against your preferences. So it sounds like you prefer this if the conditions are met.
I guess.
Can I add something?
Sure,
Yeah.
of course.
I think like with Instagrams and stuff, like I wish that young people would realize like that's you're fishing with that.
The internet isn't real.
I know, but it is real. It's real enough that you think you can put things on your Instagram and then go, what? I wasn't
That's
putting
true.
out anything. No, that's what you're fishing with.
That's true.
You think a nice guy's gonna pop around and go like, oh, this is like a woman that I would respect. We all like it. I'm a big tit guy. I love hot chicks. You know, I'm into it. I'm just as much.
He's into it.
I like Taco Bell as much as I like a 5-star restaurant. But my point is, you can't fish with these things and then be surprised the fish you're catching. I would say.
I feel like I have gotten into like serious relationships where I'm treated right, and I met people off Instagram before. So I mean, I think it's just different for everybody.
Right. Oh, you did mention there was some celebrity hookups, it sounded like. Did you want to maybe talk about any of those?
No.
Okay. Well, we can pull up the Instagram, right? Well, Nick, I said Nick, just pull up our Instagram and go to chat. The chat. It's the very first one. I just linked it in the chat there. While you guys do that, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month.
I have a quick question for you, Brian.
Yeah, of
if you don't
course.
mind.
Of course.
Okay, so I've heard a lot on this show. Different women say that they have hooked up with various celebrities, but they never seem to tell us who the celebrities are that they got together with or things like that. I feel like if it was men who were on the show, they would tell us. They'd say, I hooked up with Mariah. You know, they would tell us. What do you think the motivation is behind the women not telling us who these celebrities are? Do you think
hard to
because
prove.
they're full of shit?
I don't think
easy
it's
to
that they're
prove.
full of shit. I think it's just like being discreet and discretion and obviously respecting these people's privacy and maybe there's
I mean, no one
NDAs.
wants to
There
be
could
aired
even be
out.
NDAs involved. Some of these fucking Justin Bieber, that motherfucker has chicks sign NDAs and shit. So if they're famous enough, they can get away with the NDA.
Yeah.
So it could be that.
There's also an element of we'd start criticizing whether they're a real celebrity or not. You start playing that game like, oh, really? This TikTok
Yeah.
streamer is the
Nick,
celebrity?
do you have it? You have it? Okay, let's pull up the IG.
Respecting like their privacy.
This is Kyra's Instagram. We'll scroll down
First
a
of
little
all,
bit.
slay.
Nick, a little smaller on the
That's pretty.
video. No.
I
No.
love
Us,
you in
us,
red.
smaller.
Thank you.
Oh my, yeah, bigger.
If the ass is in water, it doesn't count as.
There
an
was
ass.
another. I swear there was another photo. Scroll down. Wait, click on the first. I mean, this is the last one. I mean,
You only
yeah,
have
click.
6
Click.
posts?
Yeah.
Put us. Oh, is there? Oh, we don't have a smaller one on the other side, huh? Can you just hide this for a sec? Okay, there's that one. X.
Slay.
And then there's the red dress one. Yeah, there's that one. I mean, it's not. I've seen worse. You know, I don't know if it's traditional.
I think
You
8
can click.
posts
You
would be
can-
a
can you
red
click?
flag.
Can you
You're
click?
like, there's
Can
only
you click?
8 pictures up here?
I was, yeah.
X out.
That'd make me have some
That is
questions.
what we call traditionally a skank. That's traditionally what that's
That's
referred
mean.
to as skankery.
That's crazy.
It's not referred to as a traditional woman. Like, there's no traditional woman who would put those pics up. What in the world would be traditional about that?
You guys begged her to come back, and you were
Yeah.
like,
What?
no, come on. Like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about this.
Oh, I didn't. I
That-
didn't beg
that's
anybody
not-
They
to
want
come
me to
back.
come back to argue.
And then like to
Well, just be on the
insult
podcast.
her like
That's
that.
Andrew.
They
This
want
is
you to be on the
that's Andrew.
podcast.
This is
Okay,
me.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
So that's kind of
I
a.
feel like pictures don't like.
Well,
mean,
also just like
you know?
what, like just because she's posting like hot pictures of herself, what does it mean anything about her character?
Well, okay, when it comes
Well-
to being traditional, one aspect of traditionalism or
Traditional
being
is different.
traditional
Are you
is
traditional?
hold on. Is modesty in appearance and character. So and then also like what you're putting out there publicly,
Okay.
modesty is a component of traditionalism,
But also you have to take into account the way that the internet is today. That's
which is a
obviously-
very non-traditional, like
Yeah.
degenerate.
We didn't have
Yeah.
pictures. Pictures didn't exist when traditionalism was invented.
and also
you know,
Nick,
how
please,
could
did you miss that,
When was
Nick?
traditionalism invented?
Say that again, please.
not invented, but like the way that things are. I mean, it wasn't like so. One day someone was like, "It's going to be like this," but like
yeah, but sex.
we didn't
sells at
have
the end of the
iPhones
day.
at least. But like I'm just saying.
What are you doing? What do you mean if you can talk? So you're not going to rejoin the panel?
What
How
is
long
happening?
has she been up for? Oh.
Not that long.
But yo, I'm not crying, but like there's a certain level of decorum that you need to adhere to on a podcast. It's not there's not going to be a negotiation of I will get to sit back down when I get to talk. Please join the panel. What? You literally said I will rejoin the panel when I get to talk. That's not how this goes. Will you that is am I making this
No.
up? Is that exactly what she said?
That is
Yep.
what she said.
That's literally exactly verbatim what you said. I'm kindly asking if you will please rejoin the panel so we don't have people walking around in the background. Kindly, please. God, bro, this is a fucking childcare. Jesus Christ. Fucking daycare tonight.
Can we talk about decorum? Because you like, I think it's kind of rude to like have people come that you're just meeting and they're your guests. Like you're hosting, and I didn't feel like you were as kind as you could have been before the podcast
How?
started.
How's your decorum when you meet people?
I mean, you didn't introduce yourself.
I'm
you-
busy. I'm busy doing other things. I'm
Too
not
busy
obliged.
to say hello?
Yes, too busy to say hello.
To say hello to your guests?
You could have
Yes.
said it from across the room while
Like,
typing
hey
on
guys,
something
hey,
else.
sorry, I'm super busy. How are you guys?
Yeah,
Good, bye.
no excuse or anything.
You walked
I'm
in,
not-
you ignored every
Speaking
single
of
one
decorum,
of us.
speaking of decorum coming from you, before the show, you said, I am here, come get me. Dude, I'm hungry, please respond or I will go get a Sam sandwich. And we said, be down in a moment. And then you said, it's like not that hard to answer the door. I kind of feel disrespected and don't know how much longer I'm gonna wait. There's a lot of moving parts to this podcast. Madison, one of our helpers, she's out sick. Nick has some stuff going on too. There's a lot of moving parts. We had a ton of people flake today. Yeah, we weren't able to get to the door immediately to let you in. That's not being
by the way,
disrespectful.
That's common. That's common. I've been on the podcast multiple times, and they haven't always been able to start right on time. That's very common for a podcast like this. Was he supposed to roll out the red carpet and kiss your asses? Is that what you're saying?
Andrew,
I also don't talk to my guests
hello.
before my podcast just because I don't want to have anything that we could have used on the thing.
Yeah.
Can I ask
That
a
happens a lot.
question? So Andrew,
For
God,
etiquette is all I'm saying.
Andrew, you have your own podcast. Do you have guests on your podcast when you
All the time, yeah.
So whenever they come in, when they come into your space or studio, do you say hello to them?
Nick, who is my agent,
I'm asking
reading you.
him. Can you chill?
Yeah.
No, but you're
let's-
trying to
let's-
attack.
sometimes.
You're
I'm
trying
not
to.
attacking you.
No,
Can I
you're
ask
trying.
Andrew,
Stop
you want-
interrupting. You're trying to.
You interrupted me.
Yes.
I'm asking
Once
Andrew
again,
a question.
once again, I am the host.
Calm down.
Ergo,
so-
I have as the host of the podcast.
Andrew, can you answer the question when you have a moment? Do you say hello to your guests when they come on? And be totally honest. You know.
Okay, so I'll tell you the distinction.
coming soon,
right?
boys.
Like if I
Yeah,
were
go.
Brian, I would have already kicked off half of you. That's how good he is and how bad I am at my job. I would have already kicked most of you
If
off.
you
I'd be
were-
like,
if
what are
you
doing
were
No
on
problem,
a-
but do you say hello to your guests when they come on? When they
I'll tell you this
come into the
much.
studio? I'm asking him.
Andrew doesn't. My understanding is Andrew doesn't have an in-person podcast.
No, that's correct. I don't have in-person.
Also,
I do video
as-
podcasting.
Nick,
okay.
Nick,
Noted.
there. I have an agent. Nick is my agent. He greets you on my behalf. I am busy.
On your behalf.
Well, and also,
Bro, yo. I don't need. Hold on. Check yourself. I don't need the fucking attitude.
Shrek.
It's been all fucking night with you.
Oh
Relax.
my
No, you've come
God.
in with a very nasty attitude.
You have been like this from
No,
since
I
the
haven't.
very
No, I
moment-
haven't.
from
You've
the
been very
moment we
fucking
walked in.
nasty.
No, I
Yes,
really
you have.
not.
Yes, you have.
No, I think you're just hypersensitive. What does 304 mean?
It's coming. Okay.
I just personally think, like, I understand where you're coming from because you run a podcast and you're like trying to because we got here an hour before the live stream started, right? So
Correct.
you're trying to figure out what's going to happen, what like your points are and all this stuff. So you don't really have time to say hi to people. And like how you're saying, like, he is very like, oh, hi. Like, I didn't feel disrespected at all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
He gave me
I didn't
tortilla
either.
chips, so
Didn't at all.
that guy's
The
nice.
tortilla chip.
We have complimentary food. We have drinks. We provide you
think
guys
it was
with waters.
It's fine. It's not to be debated. It's fine. Everyone's-
I'm like, I don't know why we're getting into the meta of my conduct before the podcast. I don't think it's rude for me to be heavily. Bear in mind, we had a ton of flakes tonight. I don't want to get into that. People are running late.
was.
I'm trying to operate a smooth show.
Okay.
And when people cancel, people are,
And this
are
is
late.
your job, right?
You're wicked. Look at how she's smiling right now. This chick's wicked.
Well, this is your job, though, right?
This is my
he's a
job.
captain.
Captain,
So
he's just trying to
yeah.
captain the ship. That's all.
Yeah.
Also, I keep in mind when it came to, if you were to go to a certain Miami podcast, you would have been kicked off already. And the main host, he doesn't talk. You don't even see him until the moment the show starts.
True.
He's in another. Have you been on FNF?
No, I know how like things work.
No, the main host. He doesn't talk to anybody before the show. I talked to some of you. Been on FNF?
No, I haven't, but I have a lot of people that I know have. I think, like, I came in here, I didn't expect to have the conversation prior. I've worked on a lot of fucking podcasts and streams. At the end of the day, we're working together. It's not like, hey, besties, hey, friends,
Yeah.
like any of that shit.
Yeah, I ain't your friend.
That's a little crooked because you and I, we had spoken before. Hold on. You and I, we spoke outside. We were like totally bonded, and when we got in here, you and I sat on the couch together, and we both had knowledge like, oh, he
mean-
has kind of a weird energy. Didn't even
Well,
say any of us. So
all
now you're like,
I'm not pitter pattering. All I'm saying is, yeah, like he had two other people greet us. That's nice. They must be your assistants of some sort. I'm not saying that it's necessarily rude. I'm just saying.
but you did say it was
Oh my
rude on the
God,
couch.
this is
say
the
it was
most
rude.
meta
And then
conversation
even
that's
putting
like
that
totally
No, I'm
unrelated.
good. Let's change it.
All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, in his perspective, in the way that he's
I'll get
presenting
to it.
himself, I'm stating it is understandably so that he wouldn't interact with us because at the end of the day, we're not friends. We're
Right.
just meeting each other. We're literally
we're
colleagues
coming
on
on
this
his
very moment and
podcast.
having a conversation
Right.
online.
Absolutely.
It's
Hey,
nothing
guys.
personal.
Hey guys.
I didn't mean like roll out the red carpet as you said. Like you took what I said, which is I didn't get a hi, and you conflated.
I'm not
it
obliged. This is
into-
how women view things. I'm not obliged to come and say hi to you. Why didn't I could just flip this on you? Why didn't any
you
of
say hi?
you
Because you're
say
the
hi
host.
to me?
I did say hello when
And
I
you're
actually walked
busy.
in.
That's very true.
No, you
You do
didn't.
know that he's
Yes, I did.
busy.
Yeah, he was in A game mode.
I'm
Like
just-
he was.
he was-
Yes.
I did say
Did
hello.
you guys? Did you
I
not
did.
see how hectic it was before and like getting everything
Right.
set up?
The
yes.
moment I
I'm pretty
walked
sure
in,
I
Sorry,
said something to
sorry
you.
that I did not engage you in a 5-minute bullshit fucking
I don't
conversation.
want that.
for that.
I don't.
Before the
I
show.
don't want to talk to you for 5 minutes. I walked in. I said, "Hey." I was,
To who?
You.
I was sitting over here. What are you talking
And I
about?
walked in. I go, "Hey!" Like I was so
To
excited.
who did you say hi to? I was over here. I'm
Lit-
not even visible.
To the. I was. I went to the
bro.
kitchen island.
I'll get to it, guys. Okay.
I said hi. I was very excited to come here. I still am very excited to come here, and I am extremely thankful. Really, genuinely. I like what you do. I really do. I think you're controversial. You get people's blood boiling, and I'm addicted to a lot of your content. I think you're extremely
And I
talented
think you're
at what you
obnoxious.
do.
Thank you for the endorsement, though. I'll put that on my.
1000%.
I'll put that on my
Your resume.
resume. Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay, so, my God, bro. They're
How did it
fucking.
get to that?
Imagine being married to this woman. The nagging. I'm not even dating this woman. I'm not your boyfriend. You're not going to come on my podcast and nag me about, oh, you were not acting in a way that I wanted you to act, and you didn't greet me in the precise way that I would have liked to have been greeted.
I didn't even say any of that.
I'm sure you drive. I would imagine you drive your boyfriends crazy. Do you, like, you're nagging me? I'm not even your dude. Like, imagine the dude that you date. Holy fuck, bro.
But Brian, yeah, listen, you're such a control freak. Why couldn't you just let her get a sandwich, Brian? Why couldn't you just let her get a sandwich? You
Oh, that
didn't
was
need
her.
to harass her ladies,
That was a
dude.
different
That's
girl.
ridiculous.
That was her.
No, she went and got a sandwich.
She did.
She came
got
up
a
with the sandwich.
Andrew.
Also, I don't want to pick on anybody, but you did say, I've never even heard of this podcast, and if I don't like it, I'll leave. That was your words. And you
I
guys,
did hear that.
And you guys
I did hear
asked
that.
me the questions like, I work here. I was like, I don't fucking work here. I know I'm 80, but I don't work here. It's all right. But just if we're going to all talk about this, which I'm surprised we're talking
Well,
about.
I respect you enough
okay.
to not do that now that I know you.
Do what?
Leave.
Okay, good.
King donated $200. This is the problem with modern women. They lack humility, emotional control, and proper manners in a public setting.
But they're hot.
It basically turned into a whataboutism. Like I was like, yo, you're standing back there and I will rejoin the table when I have an opportunity to speak. That was my criticism. Then you felt the need to like, okay, let's address this alleged or imagined or supposed grievance before the show.
I didn't
of
bring
you
it up.
not.
though. I didn't bring it
I
up.
think it's an imagined grievance, but it's true that I did not
an
greet
imagine because I spoke to multiple girls on the show and they all said the same thing.
multiple girls.
last time-
These show? What do you mean, like
Yes.
from this show?
Yes, no, not you.
Okay, which
Next to
girl
me.
objected to me not saying hi to you? Because she arrived at 5 p.m. She was late. There's Mia here. There's her.
Me and I were outside.
Okay.
And all that I stated inside when I entered the studio was I immediately went to the restroom. You immediately went in here if we're going to say he said, she said, what she
Yeah.
did, all that stuff. I actually went to the restroom before I could even see if anybody greeted one another. And I think you three were actually in here. And I was like, okay, I come out of the restroom. You say, oh, he hasn't greeted anybody. I say, has anything been done? I say, that's odd. That's all I said. Doesn't mean that I'm saying, oh, he's a terrible fucking man. Any of that shit. I'm just,
Definitely
not that you're saying that, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't
Yeah.
go about that.
When you go to a
That's all.
TV show or a podcast or even your friend's house or a house party or anything, you're just kind of assessing the social
just there,
situation.
yeah.
That's all it is. And everything
It's
can be
ridiculous.
different. And then you also sometimes think to yourself, well, maybe this is normal for this. Maybe. Like, it's crazy we're even debating this.
At the end of
I had some chips, talked to those fucking clowns over there. They were nice guys. And obviously, he's in work mode, so I'm going, hey, let Brian cook. I've seen what he does on the show, so I'll get to meet him on the show. And I will say, it is a podcast standard, maybe not yours and maybe not whatever. If I have 3 podcasts and the etiquette on ours is if I start talking to her before the show, she'll be like, oh, and I went to this movie with this guy and he's fucking, and then I go, and then you watch the same podcast because when you try to recreate that moment organically, it feels all bullshit. I'm like, damn it, we should have had that on the pod.
Yeah.
But and I'm a talker, so I don't shut up, and I'm not as motivated or as successful as him because I don't get shit done before the podcast.
Well, you're also missing a key element, which is that you're not a spoiled brat. So that's also.
I was about to get mad. What do you mean I'm missing a key element?
Yeah.
No.
it's
I
good.
didn't. I don't want I don't want preemptive conversation because I'm totally agree. I think that if you were to have a conversation, if you were to have seen me and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Where'd you come from? What did it would have probably progressed into something. I don't want to have a conversation.
What the podcast
That's
is
what
for.
the podcast is for. Why would I want to have a conversation? Hello would do.
Yeah, he was
And
just
that's just all
busy.
that I'm
Queen.
saying.
He was just busy.
He's just
I drove
he's
like
just
15
busy.
hours to be here, and I haven't
Nice.
not once said anything. And like
15?
some people got up, and because they weren't getting any attention or haven't spoken, I haven't spoken at all, and
No,
I'm
you really
not
haven't.
once like
You haven't.
I haven't once spoke like I haven't gotten enough.
Specific amount of energy.
But you're hot.
Beautiful.
Keep going back to that.
I think my I'll just say this is when I had spoken up, you had looked at me and go, you've done enough talking. So I went, okay, so like
Did I say that?
I don't remember
I don't
that.
think I said
yes
that.
you did. Yes you did.
I'll take thanks for never happened for 200, Alex.
But it did. But it
Listen,
did. But
there's a
hold
lot
on,
of
hold on. Do you think
conversation
you would've
going
said
on.
that to me too?
I don't think I said
I
that.
don't remember
No,
that.
I
you
don't
were
think
like,
I said
you
that.
were like, okay, the attention will come back to you, like something's gonna
'Cause you
happen.
felt like you were throwing
so
a
whatever.
fit.
And then I stayed quiet. So that's what I'm saying is like whenever I feel like I organically can come into the conversation, I would love to enter back in. I don't know where I'm welcome to speak without being told I can't.
Yo,
speak.
gentlemen
Okay,
who are
yo.
watching, the solipsism. Yo, you don't need to fucking mock me. What's your deal? Like, if I'm speaking, you
Okay,
don't
okay,
need
okay.
to repeat the words
I
in
won't.
which I just said in a mocking, condescending way.
May I also say that it's peak
Yes, sir.
female entitlement that we've spent 30 minutes arguing about. You didn't say hi to me, Brian.
I agree,
Can we
Andrew. I
just
don't want to talk
acknowledge
about
that?
it. I don't want
The
to talk about it.
solipsism is on what I was going to say. This is solipsism on display. It's all me, me, me. I'm the center of the universe. So, okay. I have a question for you, though, to give you a little bit of attention, and I'll ask all the other girls here at the table. You're a feminist. Let's see.
Are you
There's a
asking
lot of
me? I'm
notes
sorry.
here.
I don't know who you're asking.
Yes, I'm talking to you. You consider yourself a feminist. Do you consider yourself liberal in your politics?
Not at all.
Okay.
Definitely more conservative leaning, for sure.
Okay.
I think technically be libertarian.
Would you prefer the world without men?
Never.
Do you think that you can be racist against white people?
Yes.
Do you think you can be sexist against men?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? I want to go around the table on that, actually. Can you be racist towards white people? Can you be sexist against men, starting with, I guess, you, Jeff?
Yeah, you
and
know
then-
my views on all that.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
just assume. I'm
No,
just assuming
you'd be
your
right.
position.
Yeah,
You're
no, you could.
prototypical, you know.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm prototypical.
Go ahead.
If I can.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yes, I can be both. Sexist towards men.
Yeah,
and,
go ahead.
What was the question?
Do you think things go both ways? Do you think men can be treated sexistly? Do you think you can be racist to white people? Do you find yourself?
Can you be racist towards white people? Can you be sexist towards men? Can you scoot into the table a little bit so you can get, like, you can, huh?
Are you talking to me? I'm gonna go. Honestly.
Why are you gonna go?
I just feel like disrespected by the other guy, and then
Which other guy?
The one on the.
Andrew.
How, wait, before you leave, how did he disrespect you?
Cause he called me a name. I don't know what he
What
said.
did he-
I think I don't know.
Andrew, what did you call?
He
You
called me
called
a
you skank,
Yeah, he called me a
Andrew.
skank.
Andrew, do
That
you want
was
to
mean.
apologize? Andrew, do you want to apologize?
God?
I don't think.
If you're uncomfortable, then
Absolutely under no circumstances. I stand by exactly what
All
I
right,
said.
do me a
It's
favor,
100%
just get
true.
up, just leave. You haven't contributed anything, so just leave.
Butler donated $200. The girl in pink has hips as wide as the
I'm taking her
Panama
out of the
Canal.
description.
Common side effect of genital herpes, affecting hip-to-waist ratio
I mean, if she
and
feels
metabolism.
offended,
This
just
is a
she can leave.
contagious pathogen.
She was-
This
I mean,
room will
she
be
wanted-
quarantined.
She's been wanting to leave for a while.
Maybe she's a little bit more. She's a little more sensitive.
Look, that's fair. I was
Oh,
obviously
cool.
we're teasing back and forth.
She was teasing.
But she clearly wanted to.
It's good. It's
get out.
good.
No, she already wanted to leave. I tried to
Yeah.
wrangle her back.
And you
just-
did effectively.
Yes, I did wrangle her back. I tried. It's funny because she was like, "Oh, I don't feel like I'm part of the conversation." I direct all of the attention of the conversation onto her, and then she.
Well, I think
I don't know if I want to talk.
There's a weird thing happening with that.
Bro, this panel tonight is
was
honestly one of the worst we've had. No offense to you guys, but
I'm so sorry.
hey, Nick, let's pull out. Let's fucking throw Kiki. Jeff, would you be down
like
to move that
Yeah.
chair and let's have Kiki join the panel? Because
do it.
truthfully, Kiki will contribute more to this conversation than will that woman in the pink.
she was sweet.
Holy crap, dude.
Welcome, Kiki. You're going to contribute far more to this conversation than that woman.
Don't do that last
I'll be right back.
Thank you, Jeff.
Stop. She was a sweet girl.
I knew you'd defend
No,
her.
she-
I just knew you.
I'm not saying I'm
I knew
defending.
you would just take the
She's
opposite of whatever
sweet.
happens here.
She's sweet.
There was also just like no conversation. It was just like, I don't know.
Maybe she didn't expect to be asked certain things. I don't know.
Kiki
And
a
now we
feminist?
But
have
it's a
somebody
conversation.
crying out. What the fuck is going on tonight?
Someone's
I think
crying?
she's she's crying over something.
Okay,
I'm not sure
I don't
why.
know what is happening.
Okay, so
What is happening tonight? Jesus
Why do you
Christ.
think that is?
I blame me.
If she's crying,
I don't blame you.
I'll just go. I'll just say.
Everyone is leaving. That's crazy.
She's been making so much commentary about her being 19. Nobody else has made that commentary.
No,
and,
ever.
And then she initially said,
what she's upset about?
no, I don't know. But
I
what
don't
I'm saying
know.
is, like, I think it's so ironic that she's been saying, oh, she's 19, and asking, like, oh, is there, like,
But I
We're
just
putting her
don't.
down for that.
I
Yet
just
she's
don't
the one
understand
constantly
why like
reminding us
people
that-
came on this podcast expecting to not have a conversation.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
a
just
Like
conversation
no
and
one's gonna
conversation.
agree with your
I
opinions.
want to say this. Every single girl. We need to put a microphone out there.
Honestly.
No. Every.
like Jersey Shore type shit.
completely.
Yeah.
Blind leading
So-
the blind out there.
So I appreciate you guys for having. I don't even think you guys
Common
have
sense.
thick skin, but this is like. Truthfully, this has been. We've had way
It's literally
more.
just a conversation.
It's
Like,
a conversation.
really not that
It hasn't
heavy.
even been that heavy. But like every single girl that's on this panel requested to be on the show.
Correct.
So it's like it's one thing if you didn't know what you're getting into, but like
Right.
every single girl reached out to us first
Right.
to be on the show, especially that girl. And she was an hour late.
Oh, yeah.
And we delayed. Sorry, guys. That's why we started late. She arrived at like 5 p.m. We tell the girls to be there at 4 p.m. All these other women were very kind. They were very punctual. Actually,
I'm also not offended that you didn't say hi to me. Like I just
No,
like
I
it's-
felt bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, she did say that. Like, oh, like he didn't say hi to us, and I did agree. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
fine.
you're
I'll
working
let you
though.
know.
But, like,
and I was
oh,
just
okay,
being friendly,
maybe.
and like I was being friendly equally as
Right.
to you because we're still gonna have the conversation.
Right.
You guys
Yeah.
could absolutely not agree with any of my
like I don't
perspectives.
expect to come here and be like besties with you
Oh,
like right
absolutely
away.
not.
Like
no, and it's
we're
like,
having a
We're just
conversation.
gonna have a light conversation. If I get to introduce myself
Oh, wait.
prior,
Are you?
perfect.
Just using the bathroom? Okay. All right. You okay? All right. Was she okay? What's going on?
You're a horrible person.
Why is
I'm
he a horrible,
person.
No, I don't think you're horrible.
Okay,
Maybe
is
you
that
are.
just hyperbole? I think she's. That was a joke. I'll
Was
take it
I
as a joke.
hyperbolic? It's. I think that, like I said, you think you antagonized her and specifically.
Her?
Yeah.
She hasn't even been involved in the conversation for.
She was
For like 30
she
minutes.
was involved in the conversation for the first half, and you were.
She's on the podcast.
She was
This is
going-
how these things work.
I'm 100%.
So she had a
with you.
delayed, a 1 hour later. I mean, I'll let her speak
I'll
for
let
herself.
her speak exactly.
I just wanted a break.
Can you sit? Can you sit, please? Can you sit?
I just like need a little break. I've never been in a situation like this before, and I will defend myself when I get back. But I would prefer if you didn't talk about me while I can't defend myself.
Yeah, that's fine.
But wait. But what situation? Like none of the conversation was even directed at you.
Yeah, I've never been on a podcast before, so I've never experienced looking at a screen that insults me.
Who I don't even know.
Well, the messages.
We don't.
Yeah.
It would
What?
pop up. The messages would pop up. The girl in black. Da 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 da.
I'm also.
I mean,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
we
it's
told
not
you.
fair.
I
We
know
told
it's
you
not
before the
real.
show. We told you before the show.
I'm not asking
Hold on. Just let me say this. So maybe this might be encouraging. We told you before the show. the internet is anonymous, right?
It is.
Like people are toxic on the internet. The chat can be toxic in any community, whether it's a girl who, listen, granted we have a controversial show, but you could go to like a girl who's like streaming video games and the chat's going to be fucking toxic. Like they're toxic. It's the internet. It's anonymous. People are going to be toxic. Don't take it seriously. Like this is kind of almost the reaction some of these people want is to get a rise out of you.
That's why I didn't want to come back, and then you told me to come sit down because I didn't want to know that.
I don't know what they say, but I'd be happy to.
If you want to take a break, take a break.
Yeah, I just wanted a fucking break. So just don't talk about me, and then we can talk about it later.
That's fine.
I know it's not 100% logical because I know what you said is true. It's just an emotional reaction.
I mean, it's
I almost feel like it might be but I think you're a strong individual. I think it might even be better, like the stronger move for us to just continue on with the conversation and work through it.
I mean, like I definitely understand like the internet is very like toxic, but
I'm not gonna cry in front of incels.
Yeah,
I'm not asking you. Whoa, okay.
If she wants a break, she can have a break.
That's fine.
No, it's fine if she wants to have a break, but it's rude to. You're only inviting, if you're gonna call them incels, it's only inviting
more people,
further animosity towards you.
But at the beginning of the podcast, I was here, as I have been many times, listening to the rules and listening to how it goes. And I remember each one of the guests was prepped by being told, hey, the chat's going to be mean.
Correct.
That's the way that they operate. So, I mean, you kind of knew what you were getting into a little
That's
bit.
the internet, literally.
100%. She's also 19 years old.
She also requested to be on.
You
the
keep
podcast.
saying
I agree, and I will always keep saying it.
She's
I will
just like
always say
us.
that. No, she's not.
She's an adult
Me at
on a
19 was
podcast.
fucking like.
You're dismissing her like she's
But you
a
still-
5-year-old.
I'm not.
But just because
she's
she's
19.
Regardless
What
of her
were you at
age-
19? What were you at
This is a
19?
production. Regardless of her age, she was prefaced just as each and every single one
Exactly.
of us was, that do not look at the chat. If you willingly look at the chat,
And there is
going
no
to be
chat
a
right
now
lot of
either.
antagonizing. And even if she did do so willingly, which she obviously did, that is fine, as did I, as did all of us, because we have laughed and giggled at it.
Right.
Just remember, it is a lie, or it is just jackasses on the fucking internet who are just trying to put you down.
Okay,
Don't take it seriously.
yeah.
Understandably, yes,
Unless
she
they
is 19.
compliment you, then
is
hold
fine.
it
Then
to your heart.
They're complimenting titties and everything else. It's fine. If it's a compliment, take it if you'd like. But at the end of the day, she was prefaced. That's all it actually was.
and it's also just
There's
people on
one
the
thing to
internet
preface.
that you will never meet.
There's one thing to preface. There's one thing to experience. She's not, if I was
If
19,
she hasn't
if I
experienced,
was
that's
19
fine.
years old on this
How do you do
podcast, I would kill myself. Or excuse me. Sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
well
sorry,
that's
sorry,
crazy.
sorry,
Oh my god.
I can't say that. I can't say that word. I'm sorry.
That's just
I
exaggerated.
would not exaggerating. I would be so hypersensitive
Over opinions on the internet that you don't know.
1000%, and that's how a lot of
To
people
answer your
are.
question, Jeff, this has been one of the.
Here we
Truthfully,
go.
this is
women, worst.
That's not even what he was saying.
I would say this has probably been one of the more complicated shows we've had. I mean, typically most people obviously we get into debates and disagreements on the show, but most of the time, even despite getting into debates and disagreements, the show runs otherwise fairly smoothly. For example, Pink Girl here, like most girls, they get up. If they need to go to the bathroom, they go to the bathroom. They come back. They continue on with the conversation.
Right.
There's not this whole I asked to be on the show, but I'm not getting enough attention, so I think I want to leave. And then, oh no, come back. Oh, I don't want to talk about anything.
it's weird.
Okay, lady.
But also,
I need to give her attention now because
You're
as
a
she
great
said,
listener.
thank
you haven't said anything.
See,
girl.
this is a wonderful woman here because she's not had an opportunity to really say much, but she's being courteous and listening to not just me, but to everybody here and not making a fit when she's not getting enough words in. So
Has a really good attitude, doesn't she? Really good attitude.
Docile,
Thank you.
submissive, very sweet.
what?
Well, yeah,
No,
that's what
not
men
submissive
like.
and sweet, just a good attitude.
Right,
a good
Positive
attitude.
attitude.
I feel like you think we can only like
Synonymous.
things if it's bad.
No.
Even when we
not
gave
at
her a compliment,
Who
you
said
saw
that was,
it.
Who said any of that was
You
bad?
saw it as some
You
sort of
think it carries a bad
sarcastic
meaning?
thing.
You think that's a bad meaning?
I think you've got some very negative undertones.
Wrong.
Like the fact that we compliment her on listening and saying we want to talk to her, you go, oh yeah, you guys just like her because she's being docile and submissive.
Wrong,
That's
wrong,
a good attitude.
Wrong and wrong.
No, she's solipsistic. That's it. She's
Oh, here,
solipsistic.
he learned this word
She
2
needs
days ago.
I'm telling
He
you.
heard the word solipsism 2 days ago.
You
Where'd you
constantly
learn-
feel
where'd
the
you learn it?
need.
Tell me.
Please.
Do you know what solipsism means? Tell us what solipsism means. Tell us.
Hell fucking no, I don't know what that is, so I'm asking you.
Yeah,
where'd
you don't
learn
know.
it?
You don't know, but you say he just heard it 2 days ago. You don't even know what you're talking
Exactly. So where did you learn it? Okay, you learned it 6
But
years
if you
ago.
don't know
Tell
what
me.
it means,
bro,
then why
what-
are you even debating
we keep,
it?
Here's I want to do an analysis here. We keep like breaking down into this like meta of like I say something and then we must analyze what was said, and it totally derails the conversation. I'm gonna ask the entire panel. I'm not gonna call anybody out specifically. Can we not get into like a meta conversation about like the underlying let's just like have a flow to the
conversation?
conversation, please. So DJ,
Docile alert, go.
no, that's
what we're
literally
talking about.
exactly what I'm talking
I'm
about.
going.
No, but like if somebody says something, you don't need to like add a little quip. Oh, let me add a little
I won't
quip.
quip. I won't talk.
That's
Sorry,
not
Daddy,
the
I won't
No, no, no,
talk.
no, no.
He's being more
I'm
rude.
I'm
Having manners and being respectful. to
Exactly.
the
I won't
host
talk.
of
I won't
podcast.
talk.
no, but you.
It's just like every little comment
you
is
can
just
be
petty.
good faith. Yeah, you can be
won't
good
talk. I
faith.
won't talk. I won't
No,
talk.
but even the way you're saying that is like this sort of like
Condescending.
bratty. Just be like,
okay,
oh
okay.
my bad. Here.
Oh my bad.
You're constantly interrupting.
Tell me. I'm trying to do it right. Teach me. I'm sorry. I'm a dumb woman.
Oh,
These-
come on.
this is
See,
what
that's
I'm-
that's what he means by
This
by
is
being
you don't
bad
need
faith.
these
Like, look,
constant
Is
quips.
this how you
Okay.
talk to people in reality? Do you
It
do you
probably
say
is.
you just learned that word 2 days ago, or you just kind of a brat the whole time?
You're
Or
right,
do you
you're
think we
right.
can engage in a good faith combo?
I'm so sorry. Okay. Shh. I'll go.
Like the what a normal person might do is like, oh shoot, my bad. Okay, no worries.
Oh shit, my bad. I'm so sorry. My sorry words.
I mean, she's not even being good faith now, so okay.
Totally. I completely don't believe her at all.
It's okay. So, for you, DJ Ashley, registered nurse, professional DJ, professional model, entrepreneur. You said in your pre-show notes to us that you provided, you were forced to become a nurse in my ex-boyfriend request. At the end of my semester of finishing, I got cheated on with a coworker that I wasn't supposed to worry about. Even after finding evidence of him cheating, like restaurant receipts, secret notes inside his car. Is there any reason you're covering your mouth like that? Is it like, are you mocking me because you're like, oh, he told me not to?
No. Sorry. It's like probably like a nervous
This
habit.
chick's so bad faith.
I'm
okay.
so sorry. I'm
Psycho-
no, bad. Okay.
Can
Sorry.
you please at least let me finish this part with her?
Okay.
Psycho.
I put my hands in my pocket. I'm sorry.
Psycho guy who even got violent with his family member and me, choking me after he damn, what the fuck? Threatened me to jump off a moving car on the freeway, wouldn't admit he cheated and had to blame it on one of his family members. Doesn't sound like the best relation. He forced you to become a nurse though. Doesn't that take like years to become an RN, right?
Yes, like 4 years.
Like he forced you? Like,
Well, he told
motherfucker,
me-
study that biology, son.
Yeah, he told me if I wasn't gonna do anything, then he was gonna leave me. So he wanted me to become a nurse, just like he did. And so I did the whole like process of becoming a nurse. And then my last semester, he ended up cheating on me with a coworker that I wasn't supposed to worry about. Yeah, it was pretty messy. And then on my last semester in clinical, I had to go to the hospital that they both worked at and, follow them around and stuff like that. So it was pretty messy.
Do you enjoy nursing now?
I do. It gives, I feel like my due diligence, I get, paid
complete
like
your
off,
due diligence,
Yeah.
Okay, that's sweet.
Okay. Velv, I have some pre-show notes here for you. Actually, wait, before we get into that, let me just check if we have any chats that we need to read. No, I think we're actually fully... Nah, we'll do it later. I feel like I missed a chat here, but... No, I think we're good. Did you quickly want to... It sounded like you wanted to address something. Did you want to... You said when I come back, when I've had a chance to cool down, I'd like to talk about something, or...
Does she want to talk more? I'm good to talk, but I
thought
know if she
I
wants-
got the sense that we kind of covered. Do you want
You're
to
done?
go more in depth on?
Oh, if you want to speak, it's okay.
Okay. I meant to quietly excuse myself for a second, and then come back when I was okay, which probably would have been like 5 minutes. And then I mean, I like you could probably see it in my face a little bit, but I really wasn't gonna make it a thing. And like I don't know what was said about me while I was gone, and then it turned into like some kind of argument, and then it turned into like trying to delve into this whole thing. I really just wanted to have a second to myself, collect myself, and then come back.
Okay.
So I didn't really like that. Like it got dug into like that without me here, you know.
But can I
Well-
ask, like,
And-
what made you cry? Like, why were you like upset?
Oh, sorry, dude.
Come on.
I got uncomfortable when I touched it. I'll fix it.
Like, what made you upset? Like, why did you feel the need to like walk off?
I wasn't. I was just taking a little break. Like
No,
I
that's
just
fine.
didn't. I don't know. Like it just like I don't.
It was just overwhelming.
Really, yeah, it was overwhelming.
That's
That's a
fair.
good word for it. And I said mean things in the moment that I did not mean.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted to take a break so I wouldn't say those kind of things.
That's fair.
So yeah, I just
Yeah.
I'll apologize for all of that.
Upset. Some of the comments were upset.
But like I just didn't want to give them the satisfaction, and then I gave them exactly what they wanted. And it's not everyone; it's like 2 people, you know. But yeah, I'm kind of sad that I didn't get the opportunity just to like, handle it quietly by myself.
That's fine.
Okay,
I
well,
apologize
welcome,
for the
no,
whole thing.
It's okay. Welcome back. If it's fine that you needed to take a breather, welcome back to the panel. Okay. It's been an interesting. It's been an eventful night, let's say. Okay, so there was something on your profile. Were you arrested for something? Like you said something about a mugshot? Or no, there's something about, I forgot in your pre-show notes, you mentioned a mugshot, so I was confused about that.
Me?
Yeah.
Twice arrested.
For what?
Punching cops in the face.
Both times?
Yep.
Context?
Punching cops in the face?
Yeah.
That's not a charge.
Oh, it is. It is, and it carries it. So, well, how deep do you want me, moderator? How deep do you want me to go into it? I'm up in my book. I can literally talk about anything. I don't mind.
Were you were charged? Were you prosecuted?
Prosecuted, no. And most of the time, offenses against cops aren't. They're usually dropped immediately because they're actually extremely common, and judges don't give a fuck, especially if you're white and a woman.
Whoa.
And that's
I'm
reality.
actually, Andrew, I don't know if you want to weigh on this. I'm actually starting to believe that she's a troll.
Maybe.
Like, I'm actually...
Yeah, so listen.
Andrew, come on.
I mean, at this point, I think you got to go with your gut, bro.
No,
I think you
Andrew,
got to go with your
no.
gut here. I mean, at some point, we got to get some sanity
she's
back on
trolling.
this. Can we all just make a nice agreement right now that going forward, we're all going to be as good faith as we can in this conversation? We already had this massive meta conversation about the conversation. Then we had a conversation about that conversation. Can we just try to all be adults and try to kind of move forward here without, being trolls
I love
and
it.
being assholes?
I do
Try
want to
that.
point out, so who drove here from Los Angeles? Where did you come from?
El Paso, Texas.
You flew here, right?
I drove.
So if you're here to troll, and we mentioned this before the show,
Would never.
she's
Is she serious right now?
no.
For
Like
real?
if you're
Andrew?
Come on.
Stop. If you're here to troll, like if you object to the whatever podcast, you don't like it, that's totally fine. But bear in mind, this isn't a one-on-one interview. If you're like coming on to troll, whatever. But people spent time and money to be here. Like if you're fucking with me,
I
fine.
came from Boston. I would never troll for this.
That's kind of irrelevant. But the way you're conducting yourself is now leading me to believe. I thought initially you were just bad faith, but now I actually think you're trolling.
No.
If you don't like the whatever podcast,
I
totally
love the
cool.
whatever podcast.
But to be respectful to the other guests who have spent time and money to be here, she flew here, she spent money to be here.
I can guarantee I spent more.
Please, I'm at like.
She drove.
I
Oh,
can
you drove
guarantee
here
I
from-
spent more.
You drove from. It's
Why
not
does
a
it matter if you
competition.
spent more?
No, I know. You just said you spent a lot of money. I said I'm spending a lot of more. I would never come on a podcast to troll,
You
spending
strike me
thousands
as
of
manic.
dollars.
I like, are you manic?
Never. No. But you asked me about my arrest story. Do you want to hear about it or not? I'll tell you completely
So
exactly
you
what happened.
actually punched 2 police officers in the face.
The first time was one. The second time was multiple. But the second one was kicked in the head, and then it was 3, like, battered. But the first one that was absolutely in the face.
How'd you get
Why?
your foot to their head?
But also, why?
Well,
Were
which
you
one? Which
were
one
you
do you-
charged with anything for this? Were you
Yeah,
charged with assault?
yeah. So I got really lucky. So I have no record. So the first time was I was charged with a citation, which I'm extremely lucky for.
You punched a cop in the face.
Which is a felony. And I got charged with
This
citation.
story sounds not plausible
and
at
it's
all.
I know, and I tell all the time at bar it's a hoot, but no. It was a charge of citation. The second one is still pending, but it's a misdemeanor.
But why?
You
Okay,
walked up to a
whatever,
cop and
it's
punched
not-
him in the face?
No. I would never. Nothing
Here,
ever unprompted.
Tell us about the whole breaking into your ex's apartment.
Yeah, so he cheated on me endlessly, and at one point just got so sick of it. And we were in the middle of speaking. I sensed he was cheating. I arrived to his apartment. I grabbed one of his patio chairs. I slammed it against his living room window. I went in, stole his social security card and passport, and left.
Sensed he was cheating?
Yeah.
Why did you steal the
No evidence.
cards?
Well, I was like, what would really be like impactful?
Did he No
cheat?
evidence?
Of him cheating? Oh, there was evidence.
Was it real?
It was.
What was it?
Learning after. I knew a lot of people. What's so funny, ladies? Who's laughing?
Someone wrote, "This is why we need prisons."
Not for me. Not for little old me.
TikTok.
Prison.
Let me just say this. If you have the money, lawyers are worth every single penny. They really are.
So you have good lawyers is why you got out of it.
I have very good lawyers.
Okay.
Well, speaking of which, for your future, I suggest that you retain a lawyer named James Sexton, because I have a feeling in your future relationships you may need him.
I don't know what that means.
He's a family attorney in New York City.
Okay.
You said that you used to participate in sex work as a struggling actress.
Yep.
You want to be the example of why women should not engage in sex work.
Yep.
So what do you mean by sex work? Are you talking about escorting? What are you talking about?
Oh man, so this is all before OnlyFans. OnlyFans didn't really become a thing until only a few years ago. Back then, it sounds like forever ago, but it really is in technology. It was around 2017 to 2018. Every woman, whether corporate or she's working in a restaurant, had a sugar daddy. Everybody did. It was the norm.
What?
Yes. It was the norm. You would meet women, and here's what's scary about this. You would meet women that would be working in 9-to-5 corporate jobs. They'd be working in HR. They'd be in relationships for 2+ years. I would go out to dinner with them. We'd be talking, and she goes, "Oh no, I've had a guy who's been paying my rent for the last few years." And you'd be in disbelief. Why would you have that? But I guess in the contrary is, why wouldn't you have that? So at that time, as an actress, struggling, and I had really horrible.
Do you ever ask a question and then regret asking it?
Just let's let her finish. But yes.
Sorry, my bad. That was me.
No. It's okay. I made strides against you. So, what was the original question?
Well, like, what kind of sex work?
Yeah,
were you-
yeah.
So prostitution.
Yeah, so seekingarrangements.com. I don't know if that's still around right now.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's still around? I thought it was banned.
No.
So Seeking Arrangements was a big thing. And so every girl that I knew, whether she was like acting or modeling alongside with me, working in restaurants, which you do as a struggling actress, you are a glorified
How old are you?
bartender. I was 19.
Okay.
I was 19, 20. And everybody said, go on Seeking Arrangements. You want your rent paid, you go on Seeking Arrangements. And everybody always alludes to this idea. They go, girl, you don't have to do anything. Just go on dates and you get money out of it. And I go, oh, so I get a steak, I get a filet mignon, $500, and I don't have to like fuck the guy? Well, that's the perception that they give you. But the reality is that that's not the truth. And maybe it starts out that way, but the reality is if you actually have a sugar daddy, you have to fuck him.
Did you? So you had sex with your sugar daddy?
Yeah, I did.
Did you have more than one sugar daddy?
I think over the course of the time that I had multiple men that were like, you know, they were never long term. The men that I would be speaking to.
You had something?
Yeah. So being as somebody that actually works in the sex industry, I'm an adult performer. I've been doing it since I was 18. I've been doing OnlyFans. If I had a sugar daddy, I don't think that's sex work, quite honestly. Like
But it is.
You're having sex and you're getting paid willingly. That's the
called
arrangement.
sex work.
That's the arrangement. But that doesn't mean that you are selling yourself openly and freely. I don't know. Maybe I'm just assuming. But I don't think qualifying it and quantifying it as this is exactly sex work doesn't really check.
How is that? That's the very definition. You're getting paid to have sex with men.
What I'm saying is it's an arrangement.
How is that not
I'm saying it's
sex work?
What you're describing it as is an arrangement between you and someone with whom you met online, such as a dating app, and you're stating that I hung out with them. I presume that I was just going to get everything taken care of. In addition to that, I was paid for having sex. Yes, that's technically a job.
Yeah, that's called sex work.
What I'm stating.
Yeah, I don't see a way around that.
Okay, then fine.
Thank
you, Andrew. Finally, fucking Christ.
But like, you're stating it as though it was like your full occupation. Like that's where I'm just so confused. Like,
wasn't ever my full occupation. You know what? Well, no. I'll let you finish. I don't want to interrupt.
As somebody that actually performs sex work, and like that's what I'm saying. Like
actually perform.
Like somebody who's actively in it. So you removed yourself from it. You're in
I have.
Right
so
now.
that does not reduce the time that I was in it.
She's in it now.
So
what I'm
that
saying
she's
is someone who's currently and actively in sex work. What I'm asking is, how do you quantify that so differently from what I separately do, or just generally? Because right now you're just generalizing. I did sex work because I got paid to have sex with some random guy. Okay, so what more of it? Like you're trying to say, oh, like I want to help other people understand sex work.
Yeah.
There's multiple meanings to it. I completely agree.
Yeah.
I don't think sex work is fit for anybody.
Yeah.
But I just find it really eluding and weird that you're just stating, oh, it's just a bad thing and I did this. Like, get to the fucking point about it.
That's exactly the fucking point about it. Is that it's sex work and it's bad and it's horrible and it's soul crushing for women, and anything that you hear is I'm sorry, it's just not true. I want to ask every woman that is engaged in active sex work, do they know their father? And are they close with their father? And do they have a good relationship with their father? No. I want to ask this because you know what? I was a woman.
Not to cut you off, sorry. I do have an active relationship with my father. My father
Is it a good one?
Yeah, actually. I grew up really well with my father. I actually, unfortunately, was introduced to that style of content prior as a young child because of certain circumstances as a child. But regardless, my father actually really supports me. Ironically, my mother did not support me for the longest time. I'm a Mexican and I'm a white. I'm half and half. My mom is very Mexican Catholic, and for that reason, she doesn't support it. But regardless, my father has always supported me. He supported me from the moment I started working with Penthouse, when I first did my very first magazine with them, the moment that I did shoot with Hustler. He was very ecstatic, not because he was interested in it, not because he was sexualizing
Okay, that's
himself,
really weird, though. That's really weird that your father's excited that you were in Hustler. That's a very weird thing to be excited for. I'm not antagonizing. I'm just asking. That's a very weird thing. My daughter's in Hustler.
We're
Fuck
not supposed
yeah,
to
that's
talk about certain
weird.
conversations, which is fine. But as a younger girl, what I was always expressed to growing up from my father's side, because I have separated parents, was
naturally
that the natural human body, woman and man, is very beautiful, and that is something that I still stand with.
Wait, why would you say naturally
I don't know.
to her parents being separated?
Because I'm Mexican white, or what are you presuming? Because
No, definitely not Mexican and white, but that's funny that went that way. No, because you're in sex work. So usually it's probably not a two-party household you grew up with.
I actually know a
probably
lot
a
of
divorce.
different actresses in the sex community who
They have
their parents
they have a mom and dad. That is their biological mom and dad.
Do you know the
that are
statistics
married
of it?
together? I've read it, I've seen it, I've witnessed, and I know many people.
I'm just like, you have no statistics of it. You're just using background knowledge and assumption.
Yeah, I am.
Yes, my parents are separated. My parents are separated because they literally just could not fucking handle each other. That's all it really was. They were never even in a married relationship. Yeah. Regardless, if that's your presumption of that every single sex worker comes from a separated family, then so fucking be it. But it doesn't seem to say that regardless that you have any reason to bicker at and fight at that, oh, she has a terrible relationship with her father. I'm clearly a fucking person out here saying, no, I have a great relationship with my father.
Yeah, your dad
He's
loved you in Hustler.
What the fuck is your problem? Because clearly what I'm stating
Nothing.
is the back essence of why he supported me, why that was being supported by my father, not my mother. My father taught me from a very fucking young age that, hey, all women bodies are beautiful. Why? Because my grandmother herself also always taught him that. She was a single mother. It came down from the realms of, she was always teaching him one knowledge and he taught himself to me. At the end of the day, obviously, no parent wants their child in sex work. No parent.
Well, it
I
sounds like
understand.
your father did.
He was just supporting her
He
because
was
she's a
supporting
grown
her.
up,
'Cause
and
I'm
she
an
saw
adult.
she was in a thing and said,
Thank you.
"That's what she's doing. She's a grown up, and I support it." And she said it wasn't sexual,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he wasn't interested in it. He was just encouraging her because it's his daughter.
Oh, that's
who's a
good.
Yeah,
person.
yeah, but dude, that's weird. Would you encourage your daughter to do that?
No, but if I didn't have any say in it, I'd kind of like to keep a relationship with them as tumultuous as it might be.
Exactly.
Would
Or
you
as
be proud of
problematic.
your
Why would you
daughter
wanna
being in
keep
Hustler?
wouldn't it be better to let them feel the sting of it and kind of separate yourself?
I'm not
from-
dad. I like to think of the dad that I would be, where I would go, all right, because like my sisters date guys I don't like, and that's been my whole life. And my rule on it, and you can disagree because I'm not a dad, so I can't speak to this too well, but I always go, that's who she's with. Well, I'm just gonna bear with this, and I speak my
Yeah,
opinion.
but there's a distinction there, right? So if you say,
Right.
well, I can't control who my daughter goes out with and
Right.
dates and things like that, versus my daughter's going on to Hustler. Don't you think there's a huge?
He didn't hang the
distinction to be
poster in
made?
his living room.
No, and
he
he
just
might
kept
as
a
well.
relationship with her. I think she was defending the relationship with her dad because she was said, well, naturally, you must have a terrible relationship with your dad to do these sort of things.
No, I said naturally they're separated and they are.
But you started it by saying, I'd like to ask every girl that does sex
Yeah.
work,
Which-
Yes,
do
and
you
I
know
do.
your dad? And you said it in a very strange way. She was
Yeah,
saying, yeah,
and
well,
what's
I
your
know my
relationship
dad.
with your father,
And
and then
Well, that's
you
because
were
the stats bear out that many sex workers,
don't know
in
what
fact,
the
the majority of them do come from broken households.
They do.
And if you're a single mom, you're far more likely to be a sex worker. In fact,
You are.
So these are things which are brought up. I don't think out of hand. Right?
I don't think so
they're
either.
not.
No, all
She's
I,
explaining it. That's all.
Now,
I think
now
all I'm
they're
stating-
on our side, Andrew. Keep going.
Okay, all I'm stating is obviously, yes, my father did support me in the sense, just as he stated, because he wanted a relationship with me. The reason I actually am so grateful and beyond blessed that I even have a support from my father is because I immediately left the house with my mom. I was living out there and she was already upset with me over certain other circumstances. For that reason, I left and I decided this is the way and the means that I'm going to arrive to adulthood. I'm going to partake in this, not something that I even agreed with. I grew up in a full Catholic household with my mother. Nonetheless, I never had a relationship with my father as a child at one point.
Well, there
Not
you go,
ne-
bingo.
not never is an okay.
Literally what I was saying,
No.
but yeah.
The reason I didn't
Don't
have
you think it's a bit rude
I
to
think it's very
laugh
rude and
laugh at somebody
the-
who just said
the
what
reason
she
I did
said?
not have
Yeah,
a relationship.
literally.
The
Yeah,
reason
probably.
I did not have a relationship with my father during high school was because my father was diagnosed
not something
with
you
a brain
laugh.
tumor. He was not.
he was what I'm
He
sorry.
was diagnosed with a brain tumor. I was not able to fucking see him because he was literally in the hospital all fucking day, all fucking time. So that's actually one of the reasons I was not able to see my father.
During your childhood?
I said, no, I said childhood. I said high school. I correct myself.
Okay,
and I said
okay.
high school.
That is childhood. To be.
It is.
Okay,
But
okay.
regardless, to be laughing and trying to poke at the bear and saying,
Never.
"Oh, this is the norm," it's not. My circumstance was not the norm. My father was diagnosed with a fucking brain tumor. That's not normal. It shouldn't be normalized. It's sad. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. It's horrible.
It's also hard to to try to diagnose her like you're doing. So it's like
Not at all.
Well, in a way you are.
No.
Verbally you are, and socially you are. It's
No.
just and also to go well, yeah, statistically, statistically, lots of people aren't with two-parent homes. So you
lot
can't
of
just
people
go,
don't
oh,
have
we
stable
found the
homes.
reason. You said bingo when she said that she didn't
Yes.
have that's you can't go big.
Why not?
Having two parents doesn't magically make you have a great life.
Statistically it does.
But
No,
as
it really
in a
doesn't
lot of
at
ways you
all.
could.
Statistically,
I'm
it
just saying
does.
you can't just say it like
Because
as,
you have
as
two-
blanketly as you're
Statistically,
doing
it
It's
does.
crazy.
No, statistically is wrong because if you have two parents in a household does not mean it's healthy at all.
At all.
Well,
Like,
it's more
there's a
likely
lot-
to be, yes.
In a lot of ways.
Exactly.
It's
Thank
more likely
you.
that
Oh,
if you
but now
come
it's
from
a
an
lot
intact
of ways.
two-parent
So when
household,
when
your
Andrew
chances
says it,
of
it's not a lot of
criminology,
ways. Are
your
you
chance of
subscribed to
sex work,
Andrew?
your chance of any
Let
of these
him
things
talk. Sorry, Andrew.
drastically decrease.
Sorry, Andrew. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't think we got any of what Andrew said.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
I
I
was just,
totally
I'm
cut you off.
sorry. I was just saying that she is right that if you come from a intact two-parent household, your chances of criminology, your chances of all of these things drastically reduce. And this includes your chances of being involved in sex work.
Well, then maybe explain it better. If you're upset that I'm agreeing with him, maybe you, instead of condescendingly going, bingo, doesn't have a dad, and not even looking at her in the eye when she's talking about brain tumors and things, it's you can understand why people have this reaction to the way you're speaking.
Right.
It's pretty pretty
It's a tone issue. It's really
immature is what it is.
Oh.
It is. It's not a nice way to talk about people.
Okay.
You don't know her.
No.
I don't have any positive opinions about sex work
her.
either, but I can still respect a person
I know of her.
in
Wait,
a room.
can I ask a question? And I'm not asking this as a form of attack or insult, but purely out of curiosity and inquiry. And again, I'm not trying to ask this to be insulting or prying or whatever. Do you have any cluster B personality disorders?
Totally, probably, yeah.
Like BPD, borderline personality disorder?
Probably, yeah.
Bingo.
Bingo.
Well, what does that
Bingo.
mean, probably?
Bingo.
He's asking
have you been
specifically,
diagnosed?
Like, have you been diagnosed? Have you
No,
been
not
diagnosed with
officially,
it?
no.
Not officially.
No.
Unofficially? How would you unofficially
I'm diagnosing.
Do you take any?
She's diagnosed,
do you
but I
take,
can't diagnose her with this single family, causing her to be on OnlyFans.
Are you bipolar?
No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist.
Well, that's why we're thinking troll, because we're
I
trying to
really
figure
do
out
think
how to
troll.
talk
I
to
agree.
you. Or like,
I'm trying to. I don't know. I think I'm just engaging in conversation. You guys are trying to
You're
diagnose.
really not. You're just being rude to her
Yeah.
and everyone else.
I think it's like, regardless of like my job or whatever I do, whatever I'm doing now or not, I think it just shows your true personality and true intention is to actually troll, because whether or not I'm saying that I'm doing sex work or I'm a fucking construction worker for something, I just actively told you guys and I confided in you guys and the internet that my father had a brain tumor. Instead of looking at me and actually showing me any sort
Human
of
compassion.
compassion or remorse for your words that you already had previously stated for whatever reason, you just said, sorry. Bingo.
Like, that's rude as fuck.
That's bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but who the fuck thinks like that? Other than a fucking troll.
Well, I don't know. Like, I can't see you guys, but some of the points that she made were valid points. I'm going to admit it. I mean, she made some valid points.
Thank you, Andrew.
I think you can find statistics for those things. Yes, I agree with the statistics. The statistics.
what?
I don't agree with the way she's conducting.
Exactly.
Talking to her like she's
So that's
a
all.
statistic.
That's all I
is
was
weird.
commenting on.
Because
was
she
She's
is
a person and she
She's
has her
really
own.
not.
I think
life.
I completely agree, and I appreciate that so much, because at the end of the day, yes, statistics does pertain to the number of people and pertain to the percentages of all these things out of a fucking outcome. But at the end of the day, this isn't just a statistics game. We're not on polls right now. We're not on little fucking pie charts.
We're people.
You're actually looking at me as a human being. You're looking at me as a fucking soul. So why don't you continue on and treat me properly with some sort of remorse and respect, because I'm sharing the reasoning for either my circumstances or my family life or my reasons for doing a job or anything of that sort. I haven't laughed or mimicked at you.
I appreciate that.
You just continue being a cunt. That's practically what you are.
I feel like an apology is in order.
Not gonna get one from me.
That's fine.
I think in comedy sometimes people go like, "Oh, you're a comic. You must have things that are like, you must be real fucked up, right? You must have a crazy childhood to want to be a stand-up comic, you know." And then we go, yeah, because you can combine it with anything, right?
Yeah.
And then you could like do that with bread truck drivers. You could be like, the bread truck drivers come from divorced homes. Well, those statistics
Likely
have
probably
weight.
are.
But to just try to go blanketly bingo, her parents are separated, so she must want to
bingo,
masturbate
bingo,
for
bongo.
money. Doesn't make like it. I don't think that's a bingo. Like I don't.
But it is. But it is.
You don't say
You're
something
really not
excited,
eating the way
like,
you think you
Not
are.
Queen. I think
You're
you
really
need
not.
like a psych evaluation.
Here's my analysis.
Yeah.
She is sort of reveling in her own, I suppose, a reverence. You're incredibly coarse. You're incredibly abrasive,
And
perhaps intentionally. You haven't just been rude to me. It seems like you've been rude to some of the other guests. Again, it's not clear to me though if you're doing it to troll. Like, Why now you're
Okay,
shaking
nodding,
your?
yeah.
Now she's shaking her head.
No, I'm listening. To say
Oh,
that's-
you're-
this is me,
oh,
this is me
okay.
liking.
I thought that was you nodding in
dude, that's
agreement.
like
Jackson
crazy.
donated
Personality
1
disorder.
sec.
L sex work L dad W bipolar chick. The world doesn't owe you
Okay, maybe the
understanding.
chat is actually starting to.
Yeah.
You're winning them over. Maybe. Wait.
She's winning me over. She's winning me over.
She-
Yeah.
Andrew,
Andrew,
she's
I've been on
winning
your
you over,
side
bro.
since day one, Andrew.
Oh my.
Thank you. Let's keep going.
Is
I
she-
think it's for attention.
Yo, Davon Jackson. Good
You
to
have
see you
your
in the
tits
chat,
out.
bro.
What do you mean for attention?
Oh my gosh.
Who
okay.
has their tits out?
Here.
A, B, and C.
Most of the
A, B, and C.
Last thing. Last thing
a
on your
shirt.
notes here.
We're just not.
Rude blonde is right.
ABC.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. In your notes to us, you said
Yeah.
you're very traditional. You're from Ukraine.
Yeah.
You're Ukrainian. How long have you been in the U.S.?
God, I came here when I was like 5 years old.
Oh, okay. So you okay?
Yeah. So I grew up in America. Yeah.
Okay,
My whole entire family.
you're a citizen.
I became a citizen when I was 15 years old.
Okay. You say you like men to take care of everything, even if I make more than them, which I
Yeah.
typically do.
I do,
What do
yeah.
you do for work again?
Tech sales.
Tech sales. Okay. You're traditional.
I am, yeah.
Yet, earlier in the conversation and in your notes, you said you were a radical feminist. So traditional radical feminist don't really go together. Do you know
You're
what I mean?
totally right. You're totally right. I think I probably should have clarified more. I think I'm radical feminist in a lot of ways. Like I mentioned earlier, I think in terms of like transgenderism, I'm very much a radical feminist, is what they would label me
Yep.
as.
Okay.
I love second wave feminism. I hate the third and fourth wave. Fourth wave is debatable that we're in now, but yeah, I don't like it. But yeah, I'm traditionalist.
But I'm not sure if you're that traditional. Like,
In what way? What do you think I'm
for
not?
example, granted, you have been invited on to a sort of a dating debate show to
Yeah.
debate. So, but you are very combative in your demeanor. And I'm going to give you some, I forget the exact term.
We love the blonde.
You're going to give you some leeway, right? That
Well,
seems
yes,
fair.
because if I've invited someone specifically to debate, I anticipate that they're going to be engaged in a debate with me. So it's not like
No, 1000%.
But you did sex work.
Yeah.
You consider yourself to be a radical feminist, which
in some degree, it's
okay.
a bit nuanced.
But so
yes.
that's where, like, how do you reconcile being a traditional woman with
Yeah.
you have a history of sex work?
Yeah.
Was it?
That's a great
I don't want to.
question.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but was it? So you did prostitution?
Well, that's basically what,
With the sugar
what that era was.
daddy.
Yeah, the sugar daddy. There is no such thing. They sell you a lie. At least back then. I know OnlyFans now you can spread your asshole without touching a man and make $400 a week. That's what's normal now. I'm not claiming that's what you do, and God bless. But back then with seeking arrangements, yes. So if you're going to be on seeking arrangements, there's no such thing as going on a date with a guy and thinking that you're not going to have to touch the motherfucker, for, money. You're going to have to do something. So yeah, so in turn, yeah, like absolutely. That is 100%. They are paying for sex. You think you're going to get a dinner out of it? Maybe the first 2 times. But if they want to keep seeing you, you're going to have to fuck them. That's the reality. And that's a really shitty reality. And it's very hard.
Reality.
Well, have you ever fucked a man for money?
Nope.
So then shut the fuck up. So what I'm trying to say is right now I'm a woman who's 25 years old. I make a lot of money.
How much you make? Why don't you tell us how much you make?
This year, if my deal closes, I'll make $260,000 this year.
If your deal closes.
Yes.
What if your deal doesn't close?
I'll make probably 210.
Okay.
So it's
despite the fact that you're a 1% earner,
Yeah.
you still want a guy to you want men to take care of everything?
I think you asked a really good question. If you don't mind if I go back to that.
Sure.
You said a question, you go, how do you reconcile your past essentially and then being a traditional woman? I struggle with that every single day.
You don't have much grace for people that do it now, I'll tell you that.
Right.
Literally at all.
Right, exactly. So how are you someone that is a woman that has such a past and then is coming into now men will look at me and they'll go like, what was your past? And I will tell them I'm an open book. I'm open book now.
Okay, pretend you're on the first date with Jeff, and Jeff's like, hi, I want to know your
I
past.
wouldn't say on the first date.
Okay, pretend it's the third date and
Okay.
pretend you're on it now and pretend you're not on the podcast.
Yeah.
It's being live recorded and this
Yeah.
is...
Go.
So...
Role play.
Do you have a bullet list? Can you just like give us the bullet list of all the things you would feel the need to disclose to a future partner of like, by the way, I was involved in a train. I was in a train. There was a train. I got a train ran on me. Is that one of the things you might disclose? Choo choo, motherfucker.
I never did any chewing. I never did any of that. But I think that it is like very important that I think it is important. I don't.
Yeah, what did you do? I'd like to know.
I
what you
don't
did.
want to.
Just while we have this nice dinner here.
Here, wait, let me get the champagne. Hold on.
Yeah.
Please.
A drink.
Yeah.
Is there actually champagne?
We do have champagne.
No,
but
wait.
let's
Can we
not-
have some?
A drink
no,
would
no,
hit
no.
so
we can.
fucking good
Come
right
on.
now.
You're not 21, sorry. I'm not gonna. You can't. We
Oh,
can't.
I would love
understand.
some champagne. We can choose.
Nah, I mean, if somebody wants to do somebody in the chat, there is a champagne trigger. Read
Oh,
the-
there
Wait,
you
and
go.
that would make
There
us
you
have
go.
champagne?
I can't
Yes.
imagine her
Dear
drunk.
Jesus, please. She'll show her tits or one
Can
of them
one of
will.
your simps
So-
or whatever?
Yeah, it's either about someone else.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
don't
they
do
may.
that.
They may.
No,
don't fucking say that
They
shit.
won't.
Yeah,
They won't.
don't
They may.
say
Then
that.
they won't.
You're
They
the only
won't.
one who said that you had a sex pass, so
Yeah,
you probably
so
would.
why are you
Wait,
gonna
but why
bring that
are you
up
coming
at
for
her?
so much for her?
I don't even get it.
I'm not.
She was so nice to you in the
When I wor-
beginning.
when I
I'm
arrived
not.
here
You
and
pointed
she, like,
directly
she
at
spoke
her
to
and you
me.
were like, someone probably would.
When I arrived here and she spoke to me, she said, "I'm doing this because I want to be famous." So
Oh,
I'm like,
1000%.
She wants to be famous. I never.
What's the
shared
tea, Mia?
She,
That's the
What's
tea.
the tea?
She was an actress. She didn't succeed, unfortunately. She's being
Oh,
failed.
I was a failed actress, correct. My biggest movie's on Tubi. Okay.
It's coming
Let other
out.
people
so
talk.
She wants to be an actress.
I
and
don't
she
even
wants
know
to
what
be
it's
famous.
called.
That's fine. But I just think it's really interesting that you're coming at me so much because I
I'm not
really,
coming
I
at
am
you
not.
specifically.
You really are, though.
You really are. Like, it's,
I think
you're not
maybe
just
you
coming
feel
at-
that way, but I think I've kind of
Look,
spoke on a
if
lot
I
of people.
feel that way,
Well,
a
let me
little too much.
come after her just a little bit, if you don't mind. I was curious because every time you're asked a question, this is the gal who was a prostitute. Every time you're asked a question on how you reconcile your traditional values with modernity and how you think about things in modernity, you just kind of restate the question and then run away from the question.
Okay, so
Can you
do
actually
that?
answer the question?
Yes. Do you mind re-asking, and I'll be like completely like at face value with it?
Yeah, so how are you able to hold the viewpoints that you have right now for what you consider to be traditionalism as the path going forward and something that you value, even knowing that you were essentially a prostitute and you seem to be against feminism, whereas at the same time you agree that feminism has led to the culture of modernity that you don't like. And without restating it to me, can you actually answer to how you reconcile those things?
Yeah, 1000%. Whenever I was doing it, I was under the guise that this is what feminism is. I was taking back the power. I was bringing back body. And I think that's what a lot of OnlyFans models would say now. They're bringing back their own power. I am in charge of my own body. I make funds off my body. No other man does. So when I was in it, I thought I was liberating myself as a woman. I thought this is peak feminism. I am doing what I'm going to do and I'm going to get $1,500 for it. I was completely under that delusion. And what I hate is that it's evolved and it is it torments me, I think. And I will never be a true high value woman. I will never.
Yeah, but hang on. Before you move on too
Go.
much into the explanation,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that you actually are hearing the question which is asked. I understand that you say that I fell into this trap of feminism and now I reject it, but you still don't reject the early feminism which led to that.
Oh,
and this
like
is the
first and second
reconciliation
wave?
that I never actually hear you make is why would you still be supportive of those earlier waves knowing that the result was you ending up being a prostitute?
1000%. And that's something that I'll never have the answer to, and I don't understand. I agree. You guys can all laugh, but the first wave was to vote, and the second wave was to have jobs. The third wave has caused fucking having OnlyFans.
I think I understand.
I don't know what the answer is.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I think what is
Well,
happening
wouldn't
right
the
now-
answer, if you wanted to be consistent, be to say, listen, I have to actually reject those first two waves, knowing that it led to the kind of conditions which led to me feeling like I was empowered by being a prostitute?
Okay, but then that would be saying that
I'll let you
women
come in
shouldn't
just a sec.
vote. And I,
Well, I didn't say that.
No,
but
I
let's
know.
Let's say it was an entailment that's true. That if
we were to reject the first and
let's just
second
assume.
wave.
Hang on, just wait 1 second. Let's just assume for a second that the entailment of the position of there's no more prostitutes, but women also couldn't vote. Would you take that?
You know what? I very much may. As
Well,
demeaning
right.
as
So
it may
then
sound.
maybe you can just say I reject earlier forms of feminism because what it's led to in modernity is way worse for the outcomes of people than if it had not occurred to begin with, right?
But I am curious that maybe something went wrong along the way. You know, after.
Okay,
after
can
the
you
second
point to
wave.
what that would be besides the fact that it was women's empowerment? And
Yeah.
isn't that what led to you feeling empowered by being a sex worker?
Yeah, the sexual revolution was really, really weird for women in the 60s. You know?
Yeah, but that was wave 2, right?
That was wave 2, exactly.
Yeah,
Was
but
birth
that was a
control
direct
and free sex.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a direct result of wave 1, where the pushing of the original architects of feminism were pushing for that sexual revolution. That's
Yeah.
what they wanted, was that sexual revolution.
Mm-hmm.
That was key to why they wanted these values in women, and then they got that sexual revolution. And you are basically claiming you were a victim of that sexual revolution by buying into the feminist propaganda. So why not just say, I reject feminism categorically? Wouldn't that be the most consistent and logical thing you could do?
Yes, I think you're 100% correct. I would agree with that. Yeah.
So can you
think-
say, I
think-
reject feminism?
Are we using 1,000% scale or 100% scale? Because you've been using a lot of different numbers.
100,000. Yeah, I agree. 100,000%.
100,000% you reject feminism, right?
I think inevitably, I think you have a point. I think it's so easy to kind of look back and then say this was good, but then this was bad. It's the direct result of it, and I think you may be on to something.
I'd like to learn more about the other people on the show.
I would
Me
too.
too.
Same.
Let me get a couple chats and then we'll. Oh, did you? I think you had something, Athena, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Also that the comment.
Oh,
but
NPD? That was my.
I don't know
diagnosis
which way to point for that, but
As a podcast host.
I think that if you have that kind of dissonance in you where you had this one lifestyle and then you have this lifestyle that you aspire to and they're so vastly different, you cannot achieve the perfect standard of what you want your lifestyle to be, you're going to lash it out and like not feel good about yourself, and then you're going to put that on people like her.
True. I agree. I definitely can see that.
Oh, I don't feel. I don't whenever. I don't look at women like you, and I look at you and I go, oh, she's beneath me. I have none of that in me at all. What I feel for women, I generally don't. When I look at women like you that are engaged in sex work, I feel sorry
Okay.
Why?
That's still
because they're engaging in sex work.
Okay.
okay.
You're not acting like you're sorry though.
yeah.
Like when I said earlier you should apologize to her and you didn't. That's not you don't feel bad for her. You're not sorry
I'm not
for
sorry
her.
for my opinion. No.
Okay.
Wait, so do you want her to apologize to
And I don't,
Mia?
and I appreciate, but I don't need an apology from somebody like that. And regardless, I agree. I completely agree. I think at the end of the day, if she has such a she has such a prevalent past with prostitution or sex work.
I love how we're like really like being like sex shaming here. We're like,
You
oh,
are.
it's a
all
prostitution.
you.
It's prostitution.
You're the one with the strong opinions about this stuff.
And it's just
I'm
kind
just-
of
I'm just
like,
saying
what
that-
are you doing on your OnlyFans? Like, what do you call that? You sexed men for fucking to pay your rent. You know what I mean? So it's like, you keep saying prostitution.
Why are you assuming what she's doing though?
I could be literally doing just like bikini photos.
You know
no nudity, and like I could be.
You know
making
you're not.
$5,
We know you're
God knows
not.
How do you know that she's not
We
doing
all
that?
know.
Well,
How do you know that?
What are you doing?
What are you doing on there?
I do actually film everything.
We know.
Like it's just
But
like,
you're
do you not
talking
recognize
down on
it's
her like
rude?
you didn't just do
I don't
that.
understand like
No,
why-
you guys are
So, like,
calling
what's
me
the difference
a
between-
prostitute,
yeah.
which is totally fine.
You
and
named
totally
yourself
valid.
that.
Totally fine, totally valid. Totally fine and totally valid. But you guys snicker every time someone says prostitution. You go
Because what's the
And
difference?
That's so fun. You're
No,
so
I'm-
right. You had an OnlyFans. You're current. What are you on?
I've never done anything.
You've Okay.
She's 19.
And what are
like
you?
She
Hey.
is 19.
Yeah, what do you do?
I have
What do I do?
that was creepy.
She
What
has
is
an
this
only
fucking
on my
show
main
tonight,
source
bro?
of income.
I've got to ask this.
Go ahead, Andrew,
Is
go
that
ahead.
true that you have on your neck a tattoo that says "I am God"?
Yes.
Wait,
What?
wait, where?
You have a tattoo on your neck that says "I am God."
Wait,
We can see her neck.
Wait,
Yes. On my back
Where?
rack.
On the back of it. On the back.
where? Wait,
of
how
it.
did you find that?
Oh my god.
My Instagram is
Well, that
Oh.
gives a lot.
Yeah.
I am.
I don't believe you at all
from Kanye West.
about anything you've said. if
Yeah,
I'm
can
honest.
you show us that you have that tattoo? In
She
the back?
showed
I
us.
did. I can.
No, turn the other way. Turn,
This way?
turn this way, and then.
Towards the camera.
Turn a little more. There we go. Yeah, that's good. It's probably a little hard to see, but.
Yeah, Times New Roman. I am God. Totally.
So she thinks she's better than everyone. Is
Not at all, actually.
Narcissistic
I would love
behavior.
it. Actually,
She doesn't look down on me, but she is God, so she is superior.
Yeah, period.
well, if you want me to have a moment to explain it, it'll make
Go
it.
ahead.
Yeah,
been having a
I want it
moment.
explained for sure.
Yeah, so in terms of I am God, it's you are the controller of your own life. And you are the ruler, you're the decider. And I think taking that power back and understanding. I really do love God. I believe in God, but I think God is very big in acknowledging that we are the dictators and deciders of our own future. So I am God.
Okay.
I decider.
Okay. Can I ask you just a single question?
Go,
You can think
Andrew.
about it, right? But
Yeah.
could you give me a single thing that you could ever say that would be more narcissistic than "I am God"? Can you give me an example of a single thing?
Not a single thing.
He rests his point, I guess.
Do you think you're a narcissist?
Probably.
NPD?
No. I know NPD. My mother is likely an NPD. I know about NPD.
Pretty sure it's genetic.
Personalities or cluster B personalities typically are, yeah.
Well.
Do you have more, Andrew, on that, or?
Yeah. So just to dive in, you claim that you can't think of a single thing you could ever say which was more narcissistic than "I am God." Would you say that then, kind of an entailment of this, you saying that I am the ultimate controller, would that be the ultimate in narcissism or solipsism?
I think it could be interpreted that way, but I think in terms of your own life, we are the ultimate decider. We decide our own fate. Absolutely, we are the controllers.
Yeah, but that's a different statement. You could say I decide my own fate, but you didn't say that. You said I am God.
Yeah.
The creator of all things on heaven and earth,
of my
right?
life, of my future.
That's
my
a much
circumstance.
larger
Yes.
claim than I control my own life. That's a claim to I am the controller of all things.
I am controller of all things.
This isn't a reality show.
You're,
This is you
what?
being
You're the controller of
Omarosa.
all things? What?
Yeah, of my life. I completely decide what happens in my life.
So you mean all things just you?
No, it's free will. We have free life.
But you have control over just you, or you have control over the universe?
Why would I have control over you?
You just said
Do
that.
you think a traditional man would see the tattoo on your neck, "I am God," and see it as a massive red flag to get this away from you as fast as they possibly could?
Yeah, and then I explain it. And I've been in that circumstance plenty of times.
Did it work out?
Yeah.
Wait, it worked out where a traditional man was like, "Oh, you just have a tattoo that says "I am God" on your neck? That's cool. Whatever explanation you have, I'm fine with that."
No, they ask for the explanation. They demand it, and I have to give it to them, and I do.
Which is just that I'm in control of my own life.
Yeah, I'm in control of my own destiny.
They
Yeah,
probably
right,
just don't
but-
care that much, really. They go,
That
"Alright,
could
yeah,
be the
she's
very
got
case, exactly.
This
And you think that these are traditional men who say that?
The men that I dated typically traditional, yes. I rarely date ever.
What makes them
Men
traditional
across
if they see a tattoo on your neck that says "I am God," and then they just hear your explanation that, well, that just means I'm in total control of my life?
Yeah.
What are the traditional things that you think these men have? What makes them traditional?
They're typically Catholic. They come from like a long lineage of family pedigrees. They're very big on traditional roles in terms of men being providers and women. Is that Andrew?
So they're
How did he
traditional
come up
because they're
here?
Catholic and they're providers?
How did he do that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Typically,
Yeah, so doesn't a Catholic want you to submit to him so you're not in control of your own life anymore?
That's a good question, and I've been in that.
Well, then
scenario.
don't tell me it's a good question. Just
Well,
answer it.
can I just say it's a good question? You ask good fucking questions, Andrew. Come on.
I know I ask good questions. I just want you to answer them, though. You don't have to restate them.
I don't know. Sometimes your questions are too good. I don't know. Come on.
Yeah, but answer it. So the question is, wouldn't a traditional Catholic, want you to submit so that you were not in charge of your own destiny any longer? He was in charge of your destiny and his destiny, which is traditional Catholicism.
Yeah.
How could you possibly reconcile and try to feed us this line that these are traditional men when I
move on,
understand
just
how
explain, I
Catholicism
agree.
works and what they believe marriage is, and it's not a woman with a tattoo on the back of the neck that says, I am God.
1000%.
This is kind of crazy how it's crazy but also boring because it's the same thing about different issues the
I
whole
agree.
time.
Literally.
Okay, let me read a couple.
It's true that relationship issues have overlap. That's true.
Yes.
It's like I said earlier, man. Like nothing has. All these words mean nothing to her. It's just like the traditional guys. You're like, what does that mean by traditional? Well, not necessarily.
I mean, she already said
I'm
she was
not.
a
I literally
so it's
just
like
said. I just
none
said
of these
ca-
things
ca-
are.
Catholic
You know,
men who
it's
like
like bringing a
have all the
homeless guy in
titles.
here and
Like, I
asking
don't
him
need it
to
anymore.
explain his thoughts. It's too hard to
So
follow.
let me.
I don't know, I
I'm
explained
going to
it
do a
pretty
couple
clearly.
chats. I'm going to read a couple chats, and I do think that of all the podcast episodes we've done, this one may very well be analyzed for hundreds of years to come by various psychological associations. I don't know what kind of deep dives they're going to do, but this is
She already
this
said she
is
was a narcissist, so it's fine.
Tendencies, yeah.
this is great. This could be like, I don't know. This could like, okay. Anyways, all right. I don't even know how. Okay, well, we have way off base here. The blonde is venomous.
Yeah.
The woman who is currently doing sex work is still a damn human being. Andrew, your replies to the situation, BS. He without sin cast the first stone. Ain't that what he said?
Okay, Andrew.
You have a fascination with Andrew.
I mean, I really do.
Crush on him?
Yes.
Did you want to respond to that, Andrew, or just?
You're a godless man.
Can you just restate the last part of it?
Oh, he just
Quoted the Bible.
Yeah, he said who is without sin cast the first stone. Sure, but he also said go and sin no more. So you have to reconcile both these things, which means yes, we're not going to viciously murder people for the things that they do, which I'm not an advocate for, but we can tell them go and sin no more. That's perfectly acceptable. And in order to tell them to do that, we have to point out what they're sinning about, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, how do they know how to not sin anymore?
Right. I agree with that. And as a man of God, like I can sit by someone who does OnlyFans and respect her as a person while having strong opinions about OnlyFans without not having eye contact and going, statistically, bingo, you don't have a dad. Like I can do it in a very Christ-like way, Andrew.
Have you ever subscribed to an OnlyFans?
No.
Wait, what's a very Christ-like way?
Yeah,
With
Like, would that be
Grace and-
making a whip inside of a temple and whipping people across the face and shoulders? Is that Christ-like to you?
No, that's what they
Yes.
did to him.
That's what Christ did.
Christ didn't whip people. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
he did. He made a fashion to whip and whip people. What are you talking about? You don't know
I don't
that?
remember
You
that.
Christ
Christ
lover.
whipping
Yeah,
people.
I'm sure you selectively remember the things about Christ you
Okay,
want
then
to
just
remember,
explain
which
it
is
to
the
me,
real
Andrew. I don't know why I'm
feel-good
fighting with
version of
you.
Christianity that doesn't exist.
Explain to me the
He's
part
too
where
likable.
Jesus
He's a little
whips
comedian. You
people.
I
can't be
think there
disagreeing
was a
with him, Andrew.
moment in a temple where there was some whipping, and
He
some.
turned over
whipped.
tables of
Andrew,
like,
was
you know,
there
what
any?
are you
There was
talking
like
about?
table.
Flogging?
Was there?
Yeah, for
Andrew,
change
Yeah,
collectors,
that's called
he tipped over
flogging
tables.
is whipping.
was there a table
I
tip?
know, but he didn't flog.
Andrew,
Yes,
was there
he
a table
did.
tip? I think there might have been like a table tip.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just show me the Bible
was
verse
there a
where
table tip?
Jesus whipped anyone.
Say that. I didn't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I don't know why you're
What are
chiming
you
in at
asking?
all.
Yeah, it was a conversation between you and Andrew.
Yeah.
Here,
He
okay.
made, okay, you ready?
Yes.
He made a whip out of cords and drove them all from the temple courts. Both sheep and cattle, he scattered the coins of the money changers and overturned tables.
Yeah, chased them out.
When he made the whip out of the cords, what do you think he did with the
He
whip?
had a whip. Yes, he chased them out of the thing. They're
How
in
did
the
he
temple.
chase them out?
With a whip, sir.
Right.
Yeah, with a
Yeah.
With a whip.
Right.
Correct. It's like I have
Yes.
a gun. I don't shoot
Remember,
people with it,
remember
but I
that
could
time you
point
asked
it.
me to give you the Bible verse?
Okay,
and
yes,
I
then you did. I
and
don't know
now
why you're
you just
arguing
need to
with me.
concede that what I said was true. Do that.
Okay. Okay, the way Jesus... The way Jesus was friends with Mary Magdalene while not maybe appreciating her lifestyle of choice might be a more comparable thing than debt collectors in the temple in the Middle East.
Why?
Why? Because I'm choosing to use an example that works for the situation that I'm talking about.
Choosing what you want to uphold your simpish worldview.
I don't have a simpish worldview.
It's more
You've been kind of a simp this whole podcast.
How?
At all.
What have I simped
He's been
about?
a decent human being.
No
He
one's
hasn't
even
been
asked my
simping.
opinion on OnlyFans. I have strong opinions, which I've mentioned a few times. I don't like what she's doing to try to get more attention on this podcast by
But I love what the
by
girls
being
next to me is
aggressive to.
doing.
No, I was respecting everyone. That's how these conversations remain like that are productive in my
didn't take the meds.
experience.
Yes, you did. No, I
Well,
didn't.
they would be a lot more productive if you weren't very selective in the things that you chose. Like, for instance, when I bring up the kind of Christian value that I'm looking at,
Yes.
clearly I'm far more informed on this than you are.
Okay,
but
then
for
yeah,
some
maybe.
reason, you
Maybe.
still questioned what I said, like I didn't know what I was talking, but clearly I do. And I'm telling you that this real good, feel-good version of Christianity that you ascribe to is total nonsense.
We don't
It
know what I
doesn't
ascribe
exist.
to.
It's what we call headcanon.
Wow. Okay. So here is my worldview on that. Is that Jesus had many things. When people talk about being Christ-like, they don't refer to the one time he lost his temper on debt collectors. You're being just as selective as I am being to make a point.
No, I'm not being selective. I'm telling you both things are true at the same time. So it's true that we should be forgiving.
Yes.
And it's even true that we should have compassion. But that doesn't mean avoiding.
It didn't
the thing at
avoid.
hand, which is objective reality and truth. And so we need to point both of these out and understand that the message that we're pointing out is that, yes, you are a sinner. Go and sin no more. Here's the sin that you're doing. But in order to evoke a reaction out of a person so they even recognize what sin they're committing, you have to be very blunt and sometimes provocative. Jesus also did this through the use of parables.
Okay.
That was to be as provocative as he could possibly be for the time frame that he was in.
You clearly weren't here to see how these things are going, because it's been a consensus that the behavior has been a pretty wild and tumultuous
Insane.
and not very Christ-like by anyone's selective definition, Andrew. And you don't know my worldview on these things. I'm not a simp, and if you take a browse of me
Well, you
at
just
all,
gave me headcanon, so I do know your worldview. Your worldview is that you don't know the canon that you're espousing. You just
I've never heard of them. I've never heard of
wherever it
Jesus
is
whipping
for
anyone,
the
and you didn't
moment.
give me a good Bible verse to say that he whipped anyone just because he had a whip to chase debt collectors out of the temple. You're being
He
just as
took a whip
selective.
from some ropes and chased them out of the temple with
With a whip! Yeah, he chased them out. He didn't whip people. He wasn't flogging people.
What did he have the whip for? So that people could see
To
it? Or
startle them
what do you
out
think
of
he
the
had it
temple
for?
for making a mockery of God's
Right.
house.
So do you think he was prepared to use the whip? Or?
Is there a difference between owning a gun, pointing a gun, and shooting a gun, Andrew? There's
Yeah,
two
but
of
if
those
what
are
do you
totally
think the
different.
intent would be if somebody owned a gun and then pointed it at you? Would you assume that the intent was to not use it?
Yes, but I wouldn't say they shot me, would I? You said he whipped
I
people.
didn't say. Listen, dude, you're literally parsing words.
Why are
over
we
nothing.
talking?
You just said well, you probably whip people like Jesus would do,
Hey, Andrew?
which is so silly.
Andrew,
people,
I think you're being really inappropriate right now because this guy that came in here today is a good guy. He's a nice guy. You're a good guy, right?
But
You're
even
a
that
nice guy.
seems
He's
condescending.
non-judgmental. Every joke he says is "but-umts," which is like a whiplash. You're just here. You're a good guy. You're funny. You're silly. You're fun. Everything's a great time.
this is
right?
what the episode's been, just about her doing this.
Okay.
Constantly.
Here. Let me get through these chats.
Yeah,
okay?
go
Let me
to
get
chat.
through- Let me get through these chats.
Love you, Andrew.
All right.
Andrew thinks I'm some woke guy that came in here to meet OnlyFans girls.
Well, if you're gonna talk about rebuking sin, then rebuke it. Okay.
I don't-
don't stay on the fence and go, what would Jesus do? That's very simpish, bro.
No, it isn't.
How is that?
That's not
But
at
it
all.
is.
Because what he ascribes to is the buddy Christ version of Christianity, which is pure headcanon.
Yes.
It doesn't exist in reality.
All right.
You can like what he
I
likes.
don't. Here's what I'll say to you, Andrew. Fair enough. That's how you've summed me up from our brief thing that we've done here tonight. But you don't know me at all, if that's what you think, and that's fine. Because how could you know me? So it's okay.
Here, let's you guys put away your swords for a second here. Let me move on from the. All right, we have Dr. Clockwork. So you've had two sugar daddies that wanted sex. Basically, you just dated two guys and now regret it because you weren't hot enough to make as much as you'd like. BFD, you're smart but narcissistic.
Thank you.
Do you That's it? Any further response, or is that?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Clockwork. Appreciate it, man. We have way off base here. Jesus loves all people, and it is not yours to judge. Judgment and admonishing are different things.
But he owned a whip, Andrew.
Did you
But that is
send
not
us
what
a-
you're doing. You're still condescending to her.
You texted this under the table. You said, did you submit this? Jesus loves all
no,
people
I'm
and
not
is
way
not
off
yours
base.
to
Under the table,
judge.
what?
Way off base? I don't know. It sounded like
What?
something you'd say.
Okay. Here, we got a message here from Puffy Vegas. I'm going to rate the girls on a scale of 1 row 10. Okay, dude. This no BS, all are 7s. Okay.
If these bitches are
Andrew, look at
sevens,
that comment
I'm
just
so
now.
happy to be a 7. I like being compared to these pretty people.
Okay.
That's a
Well,
very
here,
sweet comment. Andrew,
we'll
look
go
at that.
around the table on this. What do you rate yourself looks? What do you rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10? Starting with you, going around the table. Go ahead.
Am I really rating myself?
Yes.
Just on looks alone.
Just looks. Just looks.
7. I'll give it to him.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't really know. It really is. It changes every day.
Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Get some help.
I'm sorry. Some days look in the mirror and I go, I drink a lot, I'm bloated, I'm a 5. And other days look in the mirror and...
Do it!
Shia, get the fuck off.
Can you just answer the question?
Some days I think I'm a 10. Some days I think I'm a 5. Some days I'm a 10.
How about today? How do you feel like today? Saved by the TTS.
Butler donated $200. Watch your mouth when speaking to Andrew herpes-infected comedy boy. I'll reach through that screen and force-feed Valtrex down your filthy mouth until shit yourself. Hashtag failed comedian, hashtag herpes.
Wow.
Brutal and
That's gotta
awesome.
be a kink.
I think
Wait,
you'd
I
find
can't-
we're on the same team, Andrew. I don't know if you know me very good. Go ahead.
Well, when you act like we're on the same team, I'm gonna definitely get your back, man.
Okay.
This has been a fun night. Okay. All right.
Can't deny that. It
Oh,
has been fun.
Scale from 1 to 10. Go ahead. Thank you, Jay Butler. By the way, appreciate it.
I really liked how I looked today. I was very confident.
So today you are a
I would say 9. I really liked how I looked in the mirror today.
a 9.
I was a little bit bloated, but yeah.
Wait, why you laughing at that?
She's God. God is
Oh no, I don't object to you laughing. I'm just curious why you're laughing.
No, because God is a 10, so.
Oh, it was to the comment.
God's like an LA 100, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you?
A 7.
7. Okay. Into the mic, please.
Sorry. I don't really know. I guess same thing, like worst day, like a 6, best day, like a 9.
Okay.
I also have a question. Actually, I forgot it. Never mind.
Kiki?
Word.
She thinks she's a 10. For sure.
Ew.
Mia, what about you?
I would give myself a 7.
Okay.
I think I'm an 8 for a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, handsome guy.
I'm 6'4".
I
helps.
give myself a 5. Used to be a 6, now I'm a 5.
What happened?
What
I've gotten a
went
little
down?
chubby.
You
I've
have
gotten a little chubby.
You have a little bit. I've been
It's true.
I've been a long time watching.
Yeah, my
this.
face has
It's
gotten a
little
little
bit.
chubbier.
It happens.
Stress. I stress eat. I don't drink.
Yeah. Me too. Though.
I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I tend to. It's a stressful show.
Desserts and stuff?
Well, we saw.
Cookies.
That's a good one.
Carbs.
Hamburgers,
Carbs.
carbs. Yep, that's. It used to be a 6. Now I'm a 5. I have a dad bod right now. I'm working on it, lads. So, okay, there you have it, folks.
Does it always go like this?
What?
Like the whole thing?
No.
Does it ever?
What do you mean, like this?
Like I don't know. It just feels like there's like a lot going on. I don't know. I haven't watched the podcast.
No,
So-
usually there's not. There's like. Usually there's not this much
Vitriol.
fuckery.
Usually there's not God in the room either. So.
Yeah.
There's
And
not a what?
then she's here today, so we're.
Oh, what
Get
is
the
it?
rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Andrew, is it blasphemy for that tattoo she has?
Yes.
Is that blasphemy?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's literally the epitome
Yeah.
of blasphemy. To say I am God is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. It's one of the few things that's an unforgivable sin.
Yeah.
Unforgivable.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the actual only unforgivable sin is blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Be still forever. God.
Now, still, just so you know, there's still a path to grace here. Okay, I'm just explaining to you that that's the worst of the worst of the worst. That was literally what Satan did. Satan declared he was God.
Damn. Amen.
Good times. All right. That's, let me see if I have any other notes here. So, we got to get to, is it Maya or Mia?
It's Mia.
Mia, okay. Let's see. You are an OnlyFans model.
Yeah.
You are single, liberal. Are you, did you say you're currently dating multiple partners?
No.
Oh, you said something here about multiple partners.
I said something regarding that I've dated.
Oh, maybe in the past you've had multiple partners. But not currently?
No.
There's no guy in the picture?
Yeah.
No guy in the picture?
I don't.
No.
No, I truly am not.
No guy in the picture?
There's no guy in the picture.
You said there was when we were on the couch. You said for 3 years now.
No.
You did it?
No.
Really?
No.
She's made stuff up before.
Yeah, so I don't know.
You were like 3 years, but I'm private. Okay.
You quoted someone and it just did not happen, and everyone said
Everything
it didn't
that you quote is
happen.
really just not real, so I think it's.
Oh,
really
so you
funny.
didn't say that on the couch? Okay, you know what? I may have misquoted.
Were you at the couch too?
And she's not gonna say nothing.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm single. I'm not seeing anybody. I've chosen to kind of keep it this way for the past, I want to say 6-ish months, but yeah.
I don't know what the truth is, what the truth isn't. What I will say to the chat, and not to try to, again, I don't know what the actual truth is here. What I will say is that many times on the show, whether they do OnlyFans, whether they don't, although it happens to be the case that it's more likely if they're female content creators or they do OF or something, it's very often the case that women are not going to reveal if they're in a relationship publicly, because that has a negative impact on their bottom line when it comes to even if they don't do any kind of OnlyFans or sex work, it's going to hurt their bottom line, even if they're like just a Twitch streamer, no nudity, content creator, YouTuber, because there is this sort of component of, if a lot of their audience is male, there's this like weird parasocial thing where the men will be more engaged with their content if they think they have a chance with this girl who's single. But obviously if the girl has a boyfriend, it kind of like most guys are going to be like tap out on that. Like, so, and especially the case for OnlyFans girls, like if it 100% hurts a girl's bottom line if she reveals she's in a relationship. So we've had, I don't know the truth of your situation, but we've had multiple girls come on the show, whether they're OnlyFans girls, content creators, who will come on the show, say they're single, and then we saw their boyfriend drop them off, hug, kiss, da-da-da. They tell us after the show, oh yeah, I'm dating, I have a long-term boyfriend for 2 years. So gentlemen, just not directed at her, but any female content creator, you should like take it with a grain of salt if they say they're single, because a lot of these chicks,
it is kind of weird that you just said that, because it's exactly what you told me on the couch.
What is she talking about?
What happened on the couch?
I know.
No, I'm just saying it was almost like you were you there?
no, but like this,
That's just like
No,
what
I
you
said I don't know.
verbatim. And that was just super weird.
I said I
but
don't
you keep
know.
trying to attack her, saying that
Attack
she said
who?
her.
Who?
I don't know the
You keep
truth.
saying that she kept saying stuff on the couch like she's not talking for herself right now.
Oh,
I can't speak for myself, obviously.
Well, you're not gonna
maybe
speak
you should
the
use your hands and cover your
truth.
fucking mouth again, just because clearly you should be stressed and scared.
The truth.
But
That was a gray area when she was like, that was so
It really
good.
should. But as you were saying, Jeff,
It was
Well, I was
a
gonna say
good
like
era.
maybe people aren't dating people, but I would love to ask women just in general, because men are more physical than females typically. How many men are you just leading on in your phone for attention? Like how many guys can you just text right now, like and be like, "What's up?" Or, like that guy thinks he kind of has a shot, or he's like, "Oh, I flirt with this one girl. She works at what?" Like how many? That's why everyone's so nervous when they hand each other their phones, or like they'll be like, "Oh, I don't want my boyfriend of 20 years or husband." They go, "Don't look at my phone. It's an invasion of my privacy." It's like, well, what's really in there? What's really going here?
Why don't we start with
That'd
you?
be more interesting.
And we'll go around the table
with
this
the
way.
question of
How many people do you get attention from in your phone that are men? past things or?
Well, obviously with OnlyFans I get a lot of attention, but in reality I actually don't intervene, or I don't really interact with many men in my actual life. So unless it's work related, stream related, I'm not really engaging with any relationships in that realm. So I don't really have any conversations with men. I don't really
None?
I obviously do with the people that I'm working with collectively, so any of my editors and all of that, but I don't really allow any flirtations between my actual life. And that's just because of my own decisions. And I really am focused on my job, and I really am focused on my life. I have 3 pets at home that I take care of full time. That's something that I take care of. And I don't really just entertain any other person right now.
Weird.
Yeah. That's just my own take. That's been more recent.
Because I love attention. That was like a big thing that I went through for a long time.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, really.
I think, if I can say, like, moving to LA from Orange County, if you guys didn't know that, I don't find any
too.
Oh, really? See, okay, but I haven't found anybody in Los Angeles that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna devote my time to you and give you any of that. If anything, I'm trying to find friendships, and I'm trying to find my actual realms that I want to remain in, such as SoulCycle or anything fun that I enjoy, as opposed to let's date a bunch of people.
Not anymore, but I have. But when I did it wasn't like one guy for like months and then he's just miserable. It'll be like, I'm gonna have a fun night tonight and download Tinder and just talk to like 10 people and then just never talk to them again, which is super bitchy, and I don't do it anymore, but I've done that before.
Yeah, like when I was in my younger years, so it would be like maybe like 50 to 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw in a thirst trap.
Yeah, but it's right.
50 to 100.
And you think to yourself, like, I'm not sleeping with them. It's not like I'm hanging out with them.
Mm-hmm.
We're just talking. It's just attention. And look, it's fun to flirt, right?
Yeah.
50 to 100 dudes you're talking to?
Well, like back then.
Back then? What do you mean back then?
Well, like
Is this
maybe when I was like
Bush administration?
20
Wait,
to 23.
no, you're 26?
How'd you have the time?
Well, I mean, they'll like throw an emoji and you just like respond with emojis back. Like, you know, like, hey.
Which emojis?
Like the heart, thank you. Like,
Like just interaction.
yeah, it's like you're right there and like, oh my gosh, she messaged back type of thing. So.
Good times. What about you?
Actively, none.
Also same, actively none.
Those of you, I feel like those of you who said you're single, when's the last time you spent time one-on-one with a guy who is romantically interested in you and you're romantically interested in him? AKA had P in the V sex with.
Okay. Is it starting with
I
me?
guess, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, what was the question? What's your exact question?
When is the last...
Sorry.
I've got to be blunt with it. When is the last time you've had sexual intercourse with a male?
Like a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not single.
Oh, you have a...
I have a boyfriend.
It's hard for me
I know.
to process that, but okay.
There's a man
No,
out
whoa,
there
whoa,
for
wait.
everyone.
You have a
gonna love
boyfriend? Wait,
this.
how long has he been your boyfriend?
Not long.
What's his name?
He just got
First
together.
name?
I won't say.
Fake name. Give us a fake name.
Peter.
Yo, I need graveyard emojis, skull emojis in the chat for Peter. Like RIPs in the chat for Peter, bro. RIPs in the chat for Peter, bro.
Peter's having,
He is
Peter's
watching.
having a rough one right now.
Wait, Peter's having a what?
Peter's having a rough time right now. We got the skull emojis. We got the graveyard in chat. It's pretty bad for
Spam
Peter.
it, boys. Graveyard emojis, fucking
Run.
skull emojis, RIPs in the chat
Black
for Peter.
Santa for Peter, too.
Run.
Black Santa.
Yeah. No. Love you.
Love
Oh, it's too late on the button. Never mind. Okay.
Striking the plots.
Oh, wait, hold on. What was I had something else that I wanted to... Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. We got more questions for Mia. Mia?
Either is fine.
Well, which one's
your name?
I go by Mia, but a lot
Mia.
of people call me Maya.
Maya.
She said Mia like 5 times.
It's fine.
I'm challenged. Okay, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Oh my God, the Twitch is on fire. 1,400 viewers. Holy oh my God, this is like...
Free Peter.
This
for
is
real.
peak. Oh my God, this is peak.
Free Peter until it's
Yo.
backwards.
Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you guys so much for all the primes. This is peak viewership, I think, on Twitch ever. So, yo, free Peter on Twitch chat. Free Peter. Hashtag free Peter. Can you pull that up?
Dude deserves a trophy.
Hashtag free Peter. Hashtag free Peter, Gav. Bro, this guy is must locked up in some fucking dungeon somewhere in fucking Boston. Like, this is some. Can we play what's that fucking song from The Departed? Dun 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 dun. What's that fucking song? Anybody in the chat? What's that song? No, it's like the fucking bro. This poor guy in fucking Boston. Does he have a Bostonian accent? He's literally. This is like Stockholm fucking syndrome with this girl. He must be like Jesus Christ. He must be debating. He's been dating you for 2 weeks. He's already considering like deleting himself. That is the extent of his relationship with you. What's that song by the fucking from In the Departed? Nick, can you? What's the song from The Departed? Shipping Up to Boston. Is that the fucking song by the what?
Long live Peter.
Long live Peter. Next one. Bender the Offender. Did we do the Bender the Offender?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy girl sex. That's why he's doing it.
It's never
Crazy girl
worth it.
sex.
No. It's not worth it.
He'll
Trust
find
me.
that out later.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Ain't no pussy good enough
Long live.
for
I hope he's watching.
free Peter. Yo, free Peter in the chat.
Peter Griffin.
Hashtag free Peter in the chat.
Delete that.
Wait, did you get the
Who said
orange
Peter
one?
Griffin?
Nick?
Can we delete him, please? Delete him.
Oh, okay. All right. We got Twitch here. Let me get. You can hide that. I got to pull up Thelian. Now, I must say I do love the debates and religious talk, but I do want to know to the women in the red, what is your opinion on the current dating world? Also love the podcast. Hey, thank you, man. The alien, excuse me. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I mean, I feel like everyone is going into a relationship. It's like, what is in it for me type of thing. And then we're just shying away from actually like being a couple. And it's more of like a give and take type of thing.
Word. It's true. It's true. You know what? I think you're laughing because you know it's true.
No, I think she's enjoying just that everything's about her. So even if it's a negative thing about her, she's getting so much delight out of it.
It's the narcissism.
Oh, that's a fair point. That's a very good assessment.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like, I don't even care if you say bad things about me as long as it's about me. So it's a lot of that.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah.
How does it... Actually, wait. No, you're not a refugee from Ukraine. So I was about to, for some reason, go into the whole Ukraine thing.
Oh, no. My entire family is.
Well, when I say not a refugee, I mean a refugee of the current ongoing conflict in Ukraine.
No, so I'm the only one in my entire family on both sides that's in America besides my mother. So all my family is still in Ukraine. My babulia Masha, babulia Dadulia, like they're all like still in there because they don't give a fuck. They're like, if we get bombed, we get bombed. And the rest are in Ireland and Montreal, Canada. As
Even
refugees.
the men or just the women?
The men and the women, yeah. None of them are fighting in the war or anything. No.
Well, you said the rest of them are in Ireland and
Ireland,
Montreal?
Ireland and Montreal, Canada. Those are the two
women?
biggest refugee. No, just all my family, like my mother's and father's side.
Pretty sure men aren't able to leave Ukraine.
My father did. My father did.
Maybe
with
got
his,
out somehow. I don't know.
Anyways,
I'm not trying to get into the fucking.
He is
politics.
black. He is very black market. But no, he's in Montreal right now with his family.
Okay. All right. Let's go around the table. What's fuck it. Normally I do like a little prompt before this, but let's just ask. What's everybody's body count? Starting with you. Go ahead.
I don't count that. I think it's immature.
Oh, so okay, fine. I will do a prompt. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count? Do you think it's immature?
Yes.
You do object?
I object with everyone thinking that a body count is necessary.
Do you think body count does matter?
What do you mean necessary?
I just think it's immature.
Okay. We'll come back to that, but let's go around the table, get everybody's answer. What about you? Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
No, they should. They absolutely should care about a woman's body count.
Okay. All right. Okay. What about you?
So yes, it does matter, and mine is 12.
Oh, okay. There you go. 12. Okay.
I won't answer the number part, but I think that where like I don't think it does matter in a way where it's like because it matters to other people, it matters to me. But I don't personally think there's anything wrong either way. But I know there are statistics that show, like, people have different ability to be in long-term relationships, and that's correlated to their body count, and that's true, you know. But that's also a statistic, and it's not a person.
Kiki? Okay.
My body count is 10, and in addition to that, I don't necessarily think it's the most important thing to like regard and everything, but I do think having an open conversation once in a while is fine, especially in a real relationship as opposed to a hookup.
Sure. Okay.
I get why people care.
Do you not care? Like, do you not care
no,
about a girl's
I
body
would
count?
like to say like, oh, it's immature. I don't think it's necessary. But my real, if I'm just honest with myself, like, I just don't want to know. Because I will judge it if I know it. So I would never ask a girl I'm dating of it.
I mean,
because
that's a fair
I just
point.
clearly do not want to know.
But wouldn't you rather take the red pill and know the truth because it's like
I know.
that's
But that's where jealousy
knowing can be
comes in
troublesome, you know, because people do change and people
give
are.
me the truth. I think give me the truth.
I know. Well, for most things I do. Most things I want the truth. I need the truth. I'm a big truth guy. I think for body counts, because one, I've been very reckless in my young life with it, and I spent a lot of my life being an alcoholic. So my body count is very high that I'm not proud of in hindsight.
No way.
And then also the people, I know that I might hypocritically put my judgments on the girl, so I just can't hear it. I can't hear it because I will judge it, so it's better to just not know, for me personally.
Dude, I just want to let you know, that is simp-like behavior.
What is?
It's really not. It's just maturity.
It is.
really
It's
just-
really simp-like behavior.
Whenever
to
you
say,
respect a woman,
I'm
they say it's
afraid
a
that
simp.
I will be judged, or in your particular case, you're saying, I don't want to know, because if I do know, I might take a negative outlook, right? But
Yes.
that's the whole point, is
Yes.
we want you to take a negative outlook based on that. And the fact that you don't is one of the big problems that we're having in society. That's the point.
Yeah. What problems? Because I think that body count is also not indicative of a person at all, because sometimes
all.
things happen.
Well, let me explain why
I can't
it's a problem,
change it.
to answer your question. The reason that it's a problem is because what it allows is it allows promiscuity to kind of operate unfettered. Okay, so what happens by men not producing judgment on women who are very loose women or have sex with many partners under the guise of I don't
is
want to
loose?
know? It actually encourages women to do this behavior because they feel like there'll be no societal or social repercussions. That's the problem.
I don't think that everyone should just like have sex all the time with whoever all the time. Like, I think that can be dangerous for a person. But also, I think it needs to be considered that
That
it's
has
not
nothing
always
to do with what I just said. Can you answer to what I just said?
what.
What I was
So
going.
what I said specifically is that the reason this is such a problem is because if you don't use the shame tactic for women in society for being highly promiscuous, then what ends up happening is it creates an open license for them to be highly promiscuous, because the way that they operate in society is based heavily around judgment. So women tend to trend towards what society judges as being appropriate or inappropriate. So if they think this is appropriate and there's no repercussions, they'll do it. And that's exactly the
I
trend
don't
we
think
see
it's
right now. Can you
appropriate.
answer to that?
1000%
Jesus Christ, this guy's
The
got a
way we
hard
disagree
line.
is that
true.
there's a difference
Jesus.
between thinking that promiscuity is appropriate, or that promiscuity is okay, and a body count being okay. Because a body count is history.
It's proxy for promiscuity.
That's
Yeah,
exactly.
that is.
Let me
What do
finish.
you mean? History
Can I
of
finish
being
one?
promiscuous.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Not everyone gets to choose their body count.
What?
True.
What does that
What?
mean?
It
What
means
in the
people
world
get-
does that mean?
You know, I know what
I
you're
wasn't gonna
saying.
say it,
I know what you're saying.
I don't.
The reality is, though, women who have high body counts, it's not typically because the hundreds. Say a girl's been with 100 men.
Okay.
Her body count's 100. What percentage would you attribute that to? And I know what you're getting at, to SA.
It's not even
One, maybe?
necessarily that. But
Also, I
there's
don't think you would
also-
count that as a body, to be
I don't think
honest.
so either.
I don't
that's
even
not-
think that that's where she was going.
Also, when it comes to body count, let's just even remove that off the table. Consensual body count. Let's say that.
There's like a kind of a line though, because like while men want to judge a body count, they're also going to be really quick to try to get any women in their vicinity to hook up with them. And like if a woman says no the first time and then like gets pressured a little bit and a little bit more, that happens with most
Oh,
men
I see.
I've
So
talked
women don't have agency. I got it.
That's
Yeah,
not true.
it's not
Yeah.
about like actually being like held down. Like it's you just are
So you don't have the
manipulated.
agency to say no.
Kind of, yeah.
That's ridiculous. Why don't you have the agency to say no?
I think that as a society,
get
we
violent.
have a kind of culture where, like, I know bad things. Like, I have, there's bad outcomes when you do that. And, like, society has, like, literally conditioned women to be more okay and more susceptible to that.
So this is perfect. So this leads right into my point, which is that if we as a society use shame tactics or open tactics for what we want to see as the outcome in society, then you're actually making my point for me, which is that you feel like society rewards these high pressure tactics. And what I'm saying is that we as a society should not reward women for promiscuity. We should reward them for saying no, and so they'll say no more. This way, in this particular way, both sides win, right? So the whole goal is to bring down promiscuity.
I think that the focus should be shifted a little bit, not towards the people that fall victim to
That are
towards
responsible, the people that are responsible.
Men and
this.
women.
Both parties are responsible is the thing.
No, not
A
really.
man is
because
responsible
women,
for
they're
his
not,
body
They're
count.
not. Hang on. Let me just correct this, and then I'll let you speak. They're not responsible. Women are the gatekeepers of sex, not men. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. They've always been the gatekeepers of sex, and they always will. Most men were not even able to procreate. Historically, only a small percentage of them were, because women are the gatekeepers of sex. So no, both parties are not responsible. One party is really responsible.
Well, what you're saying is I need to have an ability to say no to someone.
Yes.
A guy in my same position, he's saying yes. Why is
So,
no one talking about him
What does
saying
that have
yes?
to do with
He's saying
you
yes,
saying
yes,
no?
yes
Stop
every single time.
using
So
using the female martial art. What about the mendo? And instead use your own form of argumentation and say this is a bad behavior in women without sourcing. What about men?
What's
Let's
your
talk
body
about
count?
the behavior of women for a minute.
But can I give the? Okay.
What's your body count?
Can I
Mine?
just?
Yeah.
Let's say it was 4 million. What would that have to do with my point?
That's like dangerous and like that. I don't think that's okay. Like I don't think that's good for you. Like I think
Well, you
that
just got done saying nobody even has responsibility for it. It's not even a big deal. Now it's not okay if mine's 4 million?
No, I'm saying that like it does matter. I'm saying that I agree with you that no one should be as promiscuous as they want. But I'm just saying when it's at 4 million, it's kind
Yeah.
of
He was being facetious.
I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a
But if it's
point
at
to you,
100,
which is
if it's
that
at 100,
regardless of how high
Don't
it
be
is, nowhere near as
condescending.
high as yours, but regardless of how high it is, it wouldn't really matter to the point. The point is that women are the gatekeeper of sex, and simps who say, I don't care about how many sexual partners you've had,
No, I said I don't
actually
wanna know.
add to the problem of promiscuity in society. That's it. So what I'm saying is that these things follow each other.
I was saying I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but we need you
But-
to say you do want to know, because that's part of the problem that you don't.
I don't want to know.
But also to her point,
That's my
like,
take.
take the scenario of like earlier you guys said that men are stronger than women, right? Like
Yes.
physically.
Yes.
So if you're in a situation where, say you're on like a first Tinder date, let's just put the scenario out there. You've never met this man. It's like a hookup type thing. You kind of don't want to hook up with him, but a man is stronger. So if you're going to say no,
Sorry, go on.
if you're going to say no and a man is over you being like, well, I want to do this, as a woman, because we are technically weaker than men, like physically, it is scary to say no, because a man can literally take over you and be like, I'm going to do this anyway.
Can I respond to that? Can I
That's
just ask
okay.
a quick
So
question?
wait,
let's
hang on.
let's
I
let Andrew
gotta
go.
I gotta ask this real quick.
Go ahead.
What you're actually saying there is the reason that you say yes to a man being persistent about sex is because you're afraid that he's going to SA you.
Sometimes,
if
yes.
yeah, but that's ridiculous.
Why?
Clearly,
It's
well,
not
because
ridiculous.
clearly you have tons and tons of sexual suitors, and you must say no to them all the time.
What?
you can not be around
What do you,
men
no,
that-
no, don't do the what. Just answer to what I'm saying.
That's not even
Do
anything
you
I
have a
said.
ton of sexual suitors, yes or no?
No.
You don't?
No.
No. Okay, so you're the one woman on planet Earth who
Okay.
doesn't have a lot of men who are in your DMs, things like this, who are trying to pursue some kind of relationship with you.
Okay, so what's your point?
That you can have
so
sex
you
with a lot of
do,
people.
and you just lied to me, right?
Your point is that I could message a man and say, I want to have sex with you. That is true.
No,
But
my
that
point
doesn't-
is to say that you obviously, like most women who are online and have some kind of online presence, are probably propositioned tons and tons of times by men all the time, and you have some kind of way in which you probably politely rebuff them and don't even put yourself in that situation,
Okay.
correct?
Can I talk
Correct.
about that? It's actually crazy because I, for a really, 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 really long time, would just not ever be alone with a man that I didn't want to have sex with, just
Yeah.
in case, so I would never have to say no. Tried it once. Hissy fit. Yelling at me. He yelled at me to get out. After talking
Yeah.
about blue balls, talking about all of this. Like,
Oh, he didn't essay you? He just told you to get out?
I don't like being, I'm just saying men like that
You
need
don't
to
like, I
take
mean, you
some
may not like
accountability.
it, right? But this goes to a whole different point than if I said no, I would be essayed. It sounds like you said no and he threw you out. That's a whole different thing, right?
It's my point is not that the number of bodies you have equals the amount of time you were essayed. My point is that people get scared to say no because there can be consequences, and the severity of those consequences.
But the answer for fear shouldn't be sex, or you should. There's many ways you. I don't subscribe to anything of like, well, I felt the pressure, so I tell my sisters and my nieces that it's like yeah, he's gonna call you a bitch or something, but like you don't. The answer isn't just going along with whatever they want.
I am so sick and tired of women not taking responsibility for their own actions.
For sexual assault?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll
period.
tell you exactly why. It is 100% completely preventable. You don't
Is
show
it?
up. Yes, it is.
Okay.
And here's why.
Can you talk about all the women in
I
foreign
can't.
countries that are literally being forced against their will to have sex with men?
Yeah.
Well,
that
are we
their fault?
talking about foreign countries right now? Or are we talking
Is that
about
their
the
fault?
Are we
demographic
talking
we're
about
part
the-
of, which is here in
literally-
the United States?
I'm
Thank
talking
you.
to her.
Let's talk about, thank you, Andrew. We're talking about here. And this is what I will say.
Are you taking a break back there, or? Yeah. Oh, okay.
You good with me going?
Huh?
You good with me going?
Yeah. I just wasn't sure.
I think that, and remember we were saying like radical feminism, I think Camille Paglia says it really well. Women have been painting themselves to be these really small, wholesome, soft creatures that can't say no. I'm so tired of these weak women. I can't say that. SA is 100% preventable. And
No, it's
here's
not.
how, yes it is.
Okay.
And here's how. You don't put yourself in a situation to be essayed. You
Okay.
don't go into a party where there's a majority men, where you are under the influence and you are taking drugs and you're drinking, where you have the chance to be drugged. Men have,
I'm not
men
talking
drug
about
women.
drinking.
They drug you, whatever it is.
So that's preventable?
You can, 1,000%. You don't wear your nicest mink coat in the ghettos because you know for a fact there's a chance of you getting robbed.
Okay.
You don't display yourself in a place where you know that men that are under the influence will take advantage of you. You can 100% say no. Take responsibility for yourself.
Okay, so if I want to go to a bar in sweats and a hoodie, and I go to a bar just to have fun with my girlfriends, I'm allowing men to take advantage of me?
No.
That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying that
It
it's
really
completely
is.
preventable.
I think the problem that she made with her point, which unfortunately, because
There's a
people
lot of
become very pedantic and they don't go to the point that's being made, they go to the pedantry around it. So let's not just say, we won't say all then. We'll just, not as a monolith. Not every one of them's preventable.
Right.
Right? But what she's saying is, the heart of what she's saying is that most of this is preventable by using common sense. Wouldn't that be a more accurate way of putting that?
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you. That's what I'm saying.
And two things can be
I think
true
it's
at
very
once.
I think it's very easy to say there's no such thing as there's no absolute truth to anything. There is always an outlier, yes. So you going to a bar and hanging out with your friends in sweats, I highly doubt a man's gonna look at you and want to drug you, but
Okay.
they may. And they may look at you and they may drug you, and that is one of those circumstances that you cannot prevent at all. There is a smart way of handling your drink and being conscious of your environment. But yes, the vast majority of sexual assault is 100% preventable.
Okay, period.
Thank you, Andrew.
I actually agree with what you're saying. You shouldn't put yourself in those situations, but to like circle back right to the beginning, You gave a lot of excuses for like, she's 19, she's 19, she's
Yeah,
19.
idiot.
Well, so think about it. When you were
Idiot is
19, you go to house parties, you do these dumb, stupid things.
Yeah.
You get fake IDs, you go to bars. And it's easy to be an Andrew or myself and say like, well, looking back, I was that guy who was a drunk
Yeah.
asshole, idiot, pressuring girls. Like, come on, just touch it. I've been that guy. And that's what I was trying to say with my answer about body counts, Andrew, is that I'm not simping. I'm just saying that I'm a little realistic of how young people behave and how I used to behave and how these things are. You can have a perspective of that. Do I think we should
Well,
shame
can
them?
I explain why I think it's simping?
Yeah, you can in a second. You can in a
Sure.
second.
You're
Yeah.
always going
Let me
there,
finish.
Andrew.
Or sorry, I didn't mean like let me finish. I just meant let me finish.
No,
and
you're
then, yes,
you're fine.
respond.
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to give you an explanation when you're ready.
Right. Now, I'm trying to be realistic that I was definitely part of that problem while also having some grace of my past self of being like, when you're young, you don't care. You don't. A lot of these conversations young people don't even care about. They're like, why are they talking about this? You're just young. You just do young, stupid people shit. And now that I'm my age, I go, yeah, your future self's going to be pretty upset that you did OnlyFans. Your future self is going to be very upset that you made the decisions you made with boyfriends and girlfriends and parties and things like that. It's easy for 40-year-old Jeff to sit here. The people that vote no on abortion generally are married, nice people who believe that they're babies. They're not thinking about when they were 18 and they just wanted to fuck their girlfriend. So with all my answers, I'm simply just trying to have some grace about how young people think about things.
Well, the reason that this
Thank
is
you,
so...
Doc. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Andrew.
The reason this is such simp-like behavior.
Okay.
Because what's really going on is you're demonstrating that there could be a standard for you, and the standard for you is like when you're young and you're crazy, you had a lot of sex and you were promiscuous and this type of thing, right? Okay, and so you apply that to
And I'm ashamed of it.
women as well. And so you say, well, if that was true of me, then it would be hypocritical for me to say to women, hey, you had a lot of sex and this type of thing when you were younger too. But it's not actually a hypocrisy because men and women value different things in each other. Men value chastity of women, and women don't really value the chastity of men.
Right.
And so what ends up happening is you really push in and you create kind of a problem when you say that we're interchangeable widgets this way. We're really not, and that's what makes it simp-like behavior.
Okay. Well, I don't like the term simp-like behavior, but your explanation is. I agree with your explanation. The title is pretty fucking immature. Simp-like behavior.
Andrew, I think you'll be very
Well, I
kind
mean,
at
I think it
I don't think you'd
captures
put that in one of your
something that people-
books. Simp-like behavior.
Yeah, I think it just kind of captures a thing which most people can grasp. And so if you're a skilled debater, one of the things that you want to do is bring the idea to the level that people can understand it the best way possible. When I say simp, nobody's confused by what that means. And when I say simp-like behavior, it means behavior which leads to men simping.
Thank you.
Word?
That was really good, Andrew.
Was it?
Word.
And you would be very fun at dinner parties.
That was really good, Andrew.
I think you and Andrew should get married.
I don't think Andrew would like you at all. I think that you are really far off on that.
I like him. He doesn't have to like me, but I like him.
Andrew, what do you think of her?
I don't like her a bit. I think she's completely disingenuous, and I think that the entirety of this conversation, she's taken whichever side she thinks will get her the most amount of attention. And right now she feels like she's on the winning side, which is, of course, me, because I'm awesome. And so she's simping as well.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Okay.
Somebody sent me an Instagram DM that it's a story you took, perhaps even today, and there were a lot of pill bottles behind you. Are you currently on any medications?
Yeah, no, I'm on one. I'm on an SSRI. It's really funny, isn't it? You look like you would be on SSRI.
Do
so it's
I?
funny that you're
What
like
is that?
laughing. With
Bro, this girl wants to
mean?
smoke from fucking
Dude.
everybody.
No. So I'm on paroxetine. I'm on Paxil. I've been on it since I was 18
What's
years
that?
old.
That's an SSRI?
It's an SSRI.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on 40 milligrams. And then in terms of other medication, I suffer from really severe migraines.
Oh,
As of
sorry
the
to hear.
last few months. Yeah, it's
Sorry
been
to
really
hear.
bad. I've been in headache clinics. I had a CT scan. So I'm on medications for my
Have you ever met a
migraines.
male that behaves like her?
I actually hate to say this, but there are certain drugs which I believe are classified as SSRIs, which do help with migraines. I hate to come in and actually defend, but that is true.
Why can't you just?
Oh, we believe you. We believe her too. We think she is on a lot of pills.
Yeah.
What I was saying is, if any man behaved the way she does, there would be already a fist fight between these two, definitely these two, and occasionally these two. Like if I ever said like the laughing during a vulnerable story or the you look like this or I mean this was
It's
pretty
literally the
pretty
only table,
aggressive.
like stopping me. It's only the table.
Really? All right.
Wait,
I was gonna
from what? From who you want to beef with her?
Yeah.
Me?
Why? Why? Do you,
She didn't do anything to me, but she's
Oh.
like hella disrespectful.
oh, so you want to smack her? Is what you're saying?
I was gonna say.
Wait, show of hands. Show of hands. Who at the table? Show of hands. Want to? What's your name again? Velv?
Valve.
That's your name.
That's a
Yeah.
fake name.
That's
Who at the table wants to? Is inclined
Have
to
sex?
No,
Oh yeah.
Beat
Strangle.
my ass.
smack.
Yeah, yeah.
Smack.
I think she could use some
I
humble
don't
pie
hit
for
women,
sure.
so I'm not raising my hand here. But y'all are women. Are you? You guys
I
trying
mean,
to?
I would if
You-
it didn't
you
have
feel like you want
consequences.
to.
Like
You want to smack
yeah.
her
I've never
in the
hit
face.
someone.
I don't try
but if
to
it was
beat
someone-
cops either, so I wouldn't just put a hand on her. But
Yeah.
she obviously would deserve one.
What about you? Was that a hand raise?
No, I'm just.
No.
The things
I'm
I
just
want to
trying to
do and
have
the
a
things I actually
conversation.
do are two different things.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to have a
The
conversation.
one thing I did want to
Show's
say is like if you guys
Stop
don't all
what?
acknowledge,
those
obviously you
eyes.
guys were listening to her story, but I'm not saying that it's untrue at all. You came from Ukraine. You said that your family's out there or they're abroad, and
Yeah.
instead of making commentary or fighting with you and like, oh, that's so funny, bingo, your family's not around or whatever I could have said to
Yeah.
literally repeat what you did to me.
Like you're just trying to make yourself sound better
to-
than all of us
yeah,
instead of
I-
actually having a conversation.
exactly, but something that I could have done. that
I
you
don't
didn't.
think I'm better than any of you guys.
You literally have a tattoo that says "I am God." So
Yeah.
clearly you do.
But
Yeah, Velv. Sorry.
Something that
Got
you
worked
did
up
unto
there.
me, I did not do unto you. If anything, if you guys had even looked at me for a moment during that time that you were sharing that vulnerability, because I think it's vulnerable, I was very empathetic, and it actually broke my heart to hear that because,
Oh, shut up.
okay, regardless, I felt sorry because hearing that isn't fun. And I didn't have any need to be an asshole and say, bingo, or there you go, or fuck you too,
Like
or this
you
is what you
did to her.
deserve. And I wouldn't do that. And that's what you did
Well,
to me.
I would have made a really good timing, and you would have been correct.
Okay, this isn't about timing. This is about having a
This
conversation
isn't
like a
about
fucking
being
adult.
funny. This is just having a real
Yeah,
conversation.
and that would all have
listening.
made sense if she had said that.
It was like funny for a little bit, and like now it's just like.
Yeah, that's how I felt when you were talking for the first hour.
Okay. I told
You
I
wanna
it was
clap
like
back?
stop asking me questions,
I was like, ugh, you want to keep asking
and then I was like, okay, my turn's done, and then I chilled out.
her? Yeah.
This
And then
is
you
mad.
cried.
I think your
It's
turn might
circled
be
back to
done.
me enjoying it again.
Oh wait, I have something for this. Hold on. Shit's true, bro. What the fuck?
Why would I be friends with her?
Y'all want? Jeez, y'all. I mean, it's mostly you, to be honest. I mean, it's mostly been you. You just. I wonder if even the pink girl shirt she left because of you could have been.
Didn't you leave during her little spiel? And that's what
Yeah.
she said.
Wow.
Yeah.
I put fully the blame on you for pink shirt girl.
I don't think I was talking in that time.
Oh yeah, you girl.
There
you
was
were.
definitely you. Definitely.
A lot of things a little too much.
Oh, well,
She's
perhaps.
toned it down a
Does she
little
know
bit.
what she's saying?
No.
That's the question.
Wait, is it? Would it? Can we pull? Would it be rude to pull up that girl's Instagram again? Because like, I don't know if y'all noticed.
only 8
Yeah, I
pictures.
noticed.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but have you ever seen someone in person and seen their
Oh, yeah.
Instagram and been like, you don't look
No, don't. Come
like
on.
how you look? Like the one, the
first
bottom
one?
one,
Yeah, come on,
the
she doesn't
bottom,
look like that.
Hey.
the
I
bottom,
agree.
bottom,
Hey.
bottom.
Yeah, this is false advertising.
Can you
Hey.
no, can you show it?
Hey,
Can you show it? Click
guys.
that one. Yeah, that one. Wait, other side. Hello.
I think she kind of looks like that.
So-
I don't know.
Nope.
Other side.
She's pretty
Yep,
in real life
that's fine.
and on
She added
Instagram, but
makeup.
this is not what she looks like.
I mean, I think there's definitely,
X
something
out.
involved,
X
but
out.
she does look like that.
She does look like
Like
that,
I
but
would
it looks
see
like
her
she
in
has
person
that
and be
filter
like,
on.
you're a
I
completely
don't.
different person.
The pinned one, the very top, at the very top.
I think that looks like her.
That looks like her.
That looked like her.
That looks like her.
I don't think so.
Maybe with
I
some
think
editing.
I think
but-
yes, the face has face up, and that's fine.
Yep.
It's smooth, but I think that's her body.
Yeah,
pretty
she's
much.
just smooth.
X out of that. X out of that. And then the one below the one in the red,
Girl, she's kidding.
the one that we're covering. I'm not talking body, just like the face.
I think we all agree. There's
I think
like a
she's
filter.
FaceTimed or done something. I don't know.
Facetuned, yeah, but then also there's not the roundish face. The shape of the face isn't even the same.
Okay.
I know I'm gonna sound like a jerk.
Am I being a chick
commenting
right
on
now?
that, but
Am I being a chick right now talking about her?
No.
I don't know.
I agree with that.
Chicks disagree, so you're not being a chick.
Wait, all the chicks agree or disagree?
Disagree.
They disagree with me.
I mean, to an extent.
That she does not look like her photos at all?
I don't think at all.
At all is an overstatement.
Well, I suppose okay, no, I don't know.
I don't think. Here, I'll take the bullet here. I don't think that anyone would see the girl that was sitting here today with us and go, "Ew, gross." No one would think that. She's objectively a beautiful, attractive girl. But if I saw that girl on Instagram,
Or that simp-like behavior, bro.
you know, I'm just
let you know.
prefacing it before I finished my sentence. Jesus Christ, Andrew. Here's the thing. I don't think anyone would see that girl and go, ewy, gross, and think she's gross.
I'm not saying
but
that.
If I
I'm not
know,
saying
I know
that.
you're not.
I'm not saying that.
But if I messaged her on Instagram, seeing those 8 pictures, and she showed up, I would be pissed off because that is not the same girl.
It's not the
I
same.
was agreeing with you.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I'm not saying that she's
I agree.
ugly.
That's false advertising. That Instagram
my
is
type.
not what she
She's
looks
not my
like in
type.
real life.
Little
That's
too much
glamour.
See her again. I didn't really look at her.
I don't know why
Now Andrew can comment on my simp-like comments. Jesus Christ.
You're not a simp. You're just a human with common decency.
I think my answers are
No,
just
come
too
on.
long or
Listen,
something.
listen. The girls in the room know. He's a simp, right?
No.
Like, he's kind of a simp.
He's
Am I
just like
lying?
respectful. He's just like
Very
nice and
respectful.
respectful. And if that's simping,
Yeah.
like that's what I don't
To
like.
be a normal, decent human being, I don't think he's simp.
Check out my post about OnlyFans on my Instagram, Andrew. Check out my post about women. See how I talk about these subjects and how I was a young life leader for years. I grew up in church. You're hearing a sentence of me just trying to be reasonable and not go, "You guys are whores. Put your tits away,"
Literally.
because I don't have
didn't
the
say
same.
any of that.
What's that?
I didn't say any of that.
No, but you want me to be that guy, and
No,
I'm
I
not
don't.
that
I just
guy.
want you-
I'm nice.
I just want you to acknowledge some of the situations of reality. And the
Which is
situations
what?
of reality is that men and women are held to a different standard because
Yeah.
we're not alike. We're not really very
Right.
alike at
Oh,
all.
I
No one
agree.
ever
I have a-
disagreed with that.
We're completely different. And when you source and you say, look at my Twitter, look at my this, look at my that, nothing tells the truth about a man better than how he interacts with a person
That
in
is so
person.
Here's the question.
And I've been
Nothing is
wildly
better,
respectful with
a
the
better
adults in the
metric
room.
for
What it
how
really showed is
people
how sweet
behave
of a
with each
person
other
he
than
actually
that.
is and how compassionate
Here.
he can be and graceful.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Did you think there was like, what percentage,
Excuse me.
what chance did you think you had when you first walked in? What chance do you think you have now, like
Of what?
going home with any of us?
I'm not. That's not any of my goals
I
at
know.
all.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
not really the point.
That's
of
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So it's kind of weird to
Wait,
be like,
what?
oh, like what is this?
Oh, you're saying I don't have a motive to be nice to you. I'm just
Exactly.
being
Are
honest.
you
Yeah.
saying you want to fuck a Jeff?
I'm saying
Just say it.
Jeff,
We're
Just
all
say
just
it.
saying that Jeff
I
is a
ship you
decent
guys.
human being.
I actually ship you guys. Jeff, can I get this set up? You and her.
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
just
it, dude. I'm
saying-
kidding. No,
Are
but
you
she
a
was saying I have no
billionaire?
motive
Are
to
you a
She's
simp
19,
to them.
remember.
I'm not trying to look good for the internet. I'm trying to be reasonable to the people that I'm with.
Do you guys object? There's an age gap there. He is 40.
I'm pretty old for
She's
these gals.
19.
Andrew, you can't see me, but I'm 40 years old.
I don't think I would be
I didn't come in here
attracted to a
going, I'm
40-year-old
trolling
that
for
liked me.
puss.
You wouldn't be
That's not-
attracted
but
to a
that's-
giga chad
listen,
like Andrew?
But isn't that what a
think-
simp
sorry,
is?
I think
Is
you're
that
missing.
he's trying?
I think you're missing
That's
the
what
point.
she's
The
literally
point
right
isn't
now.
to state who you would have sex with and who you wouldn't.
But you're
who's in the
saying that
room
he's
with
being a
you
simp,
right
so-
now. Hang on.
What is
let
the
me
goal of
finish.
a
I'm
simp?
almost done. I'm almost done. Hang on. My point is to say that the behavior that you are exhibiting perpetuates an ongoing societal issue. It's not to give a statement as to what you're going to do in the here and the now. It's just to say that it's this sort of mindset, which is talked
Being a
about
decent human
very
being?
often in the red pill community. At least the prominent
if
ones
you can-
I've listened to, which
Andrew, if you can
express
hang-
that this is
And
problematic.
Andrew, if you
Flipping to a
can
bunch
hang
of
for just a
men
sec.
on the internet, please STF you. You don't even believe in morals. Stop lecturing.
real.
Someone make Blondie hold a crucifix and see if she
She will.
thrusts into
She burns
fire.
into
She
fire.
will burn.
That's very funny. Andrew.
Thank you, Nickelodeon.
The only reason I'm referencing that is because it would be pretty silly for me to go on a tirade about how I feel about these subjects. I was just saying, but check out the video that I have that has like millions and millions of views of women getting mad at me for me saying women are different than us and they are held to a different standard. And in fact, my favorite thing about women is that they're not men. Stop pretending to be us. We're fucking dudes rule, women rule, but we're different. I'm not trying to do all these bits. What I was saying
this is weird, but this is a really weird thing to say that
you won't even let him finish
that we're
his
different,
sentence.
but the very first thing you do is you hold yourself to the same standard and hold men to the same standard you hold women to. And that, if you knew and you understood that we're different, you wouldn't hold that same standard because we value different things. That's my whole point.
Notice how we let you finish. I think almost every single time you let them get halfway and then you're like, oh, they haven't explained it yet. This is the perfect opportunity for me to start talking before they're able to explain why their point is valid.
I've talked a lot less than you have.
But I didn't interrupt you.
That's clear.
Okay, let's move off from this topic. I have perhaps a lighthearted thing that can
Yes,
lighthearted.
please.
So, to the panel, starting with you.
Okay.
If you had to choose, would you rather your boyfriend cheat on you with a girl who is hotter
That's a good question.
or uglier than you?
Yeah.
Wait, would I rather my boyfriend cheat on someone hotter or uglier?
Cheat on you with someone who is hotter or uglier than you. Which one?
I mean, I wouldn't prefer them to cheat on
I
me
know,
regardless,
but if you had to pick, would it
probably
which one?
uglier.
What'll piss you
because-
off more?
Oh, what would piss me off more? Prettier, obviously, because it's an ego thing.
Okay.
I'd be devastated if she was prettier than me.
Yeah, if she was prettier than me, I'd be like, eek, hurt my ego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How ugly? I mean, you know, because if
Average ugly.
like if
I
someone
guess.
if my boyfriend was like, I thought this person was good enough, and I also think you're good enough, I'd be like, you don't know how to make decisions, you know. So if it's like a 4 or lower, I'd be like prettier, because at least he has good taste.
Word.
Mia?
Fuck. I'm gonna say
Great.
I'd feel more upset
Okay. You'd be
if she was uglier, solely because I'd assume that if you're cheating, you're doing it because there's an advantage other than obviously the sex. Of like, oh, like if I'm gonna cheat, might as well have somebody that's prettier. I don't know.
Word.
Okay. Let me see. Oh,
What if they look just like you?
Perfect.
Would that piss you off? They got a different person that looks exactly like you?
like what if she was Latina but she was 5'2"?
Yeah, you're like, wait, what the hell? I look like that. And you're like, yeah, she's got a better personality.
She was 5'2".
Fair.
She's
That's fair.
an inch taller.
An inch taller than you.
Fuck. That would piss
That
me
would-
off.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If she looks like me, I guess there's confusion for a reason.
Sav, right?
Yeah.
Sav. You have, I wanted to ask about your Instagram
Yeah.
bio. You have crime.
Yeah, because a lot of people
What
are
does-
confused with my
what does
like.
that mean?
So a lot of people are confused with like the way that I spell my Instagram name because it's CCRYME. So a lot of people
Oh.
think it's crimey, but it's really pronounced crime. That's why I have it in
Oh, that's just, you. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. And you also have a crime tattoo,
there. Yeah,
correct?
just for my Instagram.
And so is that like a pseudonym or what?
No,
what is
but
that?
honestly, the only reason
A
why I have
nickname.
that Instagram name is because one of my best friends like honestly came up with it. Because a while ago I was trying to like figure out what like name I should go by, and he was like, "Oh, crime is cool, but like spell it differently."
Right.
And I was like, "All right."
Okay.
So I just stuck with it.
And you do OnlyFans, correct?
Yeah.
You do boy, girl, what kind of content do you do?
I sometimes make content with the man that I'm like seeing, but usually it's just content by myself.
Okay, but you have done boy, girl content
Yeah.
with multiple people or just one?
No,
or a
just
couple?
one.
Oh, just one?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. Athena, did you want to tell us about the influencers? Or no. I think you didn't, right? If I recall. You didn't want to talk
Yeah,
about it?
but
Okay.
the reason is like they
Threesomes? Sorry. Keep going.
like just to respect their privacy,
Of course,
and
of course.
those kind of people like are very like they're very used to people talking about it, you know, so that's extra annoying for them.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
They're not crazy like famous. They're not. It's not like something crazy.
Good
It's
shit.
not like Drake.
But like I
not
knew people that
Diplo.
knew them. I didn't know them, and then one of my friends was like, "Oh my god, really?" And I was like, "So like a little."
Okay. Word. Oh no, it was the girl in pink who had the celebrity.
Yeah,
I don't believe any
Beef.
of that.
You
the
don't think
beef.
so?
Yeah.
No, because she backpedaled everything she would say. Did you notice that? She was like, well, I was drunk.
Wait,
Like, I don't think
I'm sorry
she's-
not to cut him, but didn't you say that she deleted a message?
Oh yeah, what was the message?
That's what I was so confused about.
Oh, no. There was like because she said she was traditional, and I saw a photo on her Instagram that was like,
Super traditional.
like, bro, super traditional, right? And then, but when I went to look at it, I guess she archived it because she had changed it or something. So
There's only 8 posts. I thought that was interesting. The day before you go on the whatever podcast, you only have 8 posts. That's what I was alluding to.
actually,
Is that
Nick,
you can just hide a
I think
bunch
we
of stuff.
saved it. Nick, if you go into the podcast folder, Dropbox podcast, thumbnails, thumbs, go to 126. I think we have it. I'll tell you what the number is if you we'll find you. We are gonna find you this photo.
Can't hoodwink us.
Because I'm not. Maybe it was in one of her other. I don't know.
Podcast and then
Thumbs 126. Oh, and we need to react to the thumbnail. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me know when you get. Let me know when you get into the folder. Okay.
Okay, I'm in the folder.
Okay. So it's 2, 6, 2. I'm pretty sure this was one of her.
Got
It
the
could have
street
been in
team
one
on
of
it.
her other. But I'm pretty sure this was. So this was on her Instagram. I don't listen. Not making a commentary on this. I just don't know if it's all that traditional.
And it doesn't look like her, which it
It's
just
in water, it
doesn't
doesn't
look
count.
like her.
The water.
If it's in water, it doesn't count.
That
or
makes
if it's next
zero
to water.
fucking
Trying to be
sense.
funny.
Because that's what you wear when you're in water.
Here, let's pull the chat. Chat, is that traditional?
No.
I don't.
Not
know.
traditional.
Well, I agree. I
And-
think it's funny, but I don't agree at
We
all.
have an expert witness, Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. What is your verdict? Traditional or not traditional?
It's obviously
Did you see the
I
photo?
couldn't imagine something being further from. Well, I could.
Did you see the photo?
Yeah, it's pretty far from traditional. I
Pretty
would
far
say.
from traditional. Okay, all right.
That's
and then,
consensus.
we have to react to the thumbnail. So, Nick, can you pull up the thumbnail? It's on one of the tabs. I already put it on one of the tabs.
What's it 304?
I like that the chat
Area
has their
code.
own little community.
What
They're like
area?
responding to each
304
other.
304 is an area code.
Pretty funny.
But which area?
Can you make us the smallest, I guess? So this is the thumbnail. Unfortunately, the girl in the middle could not make it on the show, so I guess
Wait, is that you?
Me on both sides.
that's her on both sides.
On
Crime.
both sides?
On both sides, she got double. Okay. The girl in the middle wasn't here, so I got to ask the chat a question. We're going to react. We're doing a reaction to her photo. First off, chat, would you date a girl with a septum piercing? That's question
What's
one.
a septum piercing?
It's the
septum
piercing she has. Would you date a girl with
Are we talking about the middle or are we talking about
the middle?
Oh,
The middle. I mean, you have a septum piercing
do.
too, so I'm not trying to
You
throw
can.
shots or whatever. Would you? And then she looks like a nice girl, But I'm just curious. I'm asking the chat: would you date a girl who has a septum piercing? And what about there's the hair, the colored hair?
It's a look.
I was
This
expecting.
is surprising.
Also, not to mention, I think y'all edited the thumbnail because my
Oh, yeah,
hair
we-
was not
we-
fully green.
Oh yeah, we do a little touch up. We like to touch it up. We boost the highlights and whatnot. So yeah, we do a little touching up there. But listen. Don't know the girl. She seems nice, but I don't know. The sometimes a bit of color in the hair might be. What's that thing in the animal kingdom? Brightly colored animals. Danger.
What about peacocks?
That's tough.
Flamingos.
It's,
I do think the chat just hit on something interesting. He's like, I'd smash, but I wouldn't date. And I think that modern women
Septum
have a real
piercing does
trouble
anal
with this mindset of men. Is that there is a billion. There's a billion types of women that I'm like, yeah, definitely would fuck her. Or I would, we think of that thing, but then we're like, we're not gonna like go out with her or like introduce her to our family or like it isn't like a long because like sex is this thing, we fucking like it, and then sometimes people confuse that. They're like, well, he fucked me, and you're like, yeah, but I'm not gonna like. So
yeah.
there's that.
I just want to touch on that one because the septum piercings mean they do anal. I've never done anal.
That's a funny comment though. Septum
is,
means they do anal. It's very funny.
Well,
You
septum
are missing out.
piercings-
Very funny.
I think septum piercings usually mean
I've
you
gotten
don't
that a lot,
have a
thank
good
you.
relationship with your father.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
That's actually so crazy because my dad is like super cool and we're super chill.
Do you have a
Me and
septum
my mom.
piercing?
I'm talking about piercings in general, but
Well,
I'm talking about the relationship between your parents and piercings. Me and my mom got drunk and got belly button piercings together.
That's crazy.
But we're chill. Like, they love me, hella.
Hella what?
Peace.
They love her hella.
Love hella?
I would smash the girl with green hair, but
Aren't you
not
from
the
SoCal?
red hair.
Literally, it's funny that
Aren't
you
you
say
from
that because
SoCal?
both of the pictures were me.
Are you from SoCal or North?
Maybe that's what
I
they were
was
doing.
born
now.
here, then
Maybe
I
that was
moved for
the
most of
joke.
my life, and then I came back.
You moved where?
So I was born in the Valley, and then I moved to San Francisco, and then I moved back.
That's why you. Okay.
That's why I said hella.
Can I ask something really
I feel
personal
like that's
you
in
don't have to
NorCal.
answer? You can totally say
Sure.
no. Did something really traumatic
Jesus
happen?
Christ.
Hey, I'm asking. You don't have to answer.
That's in the rules to not talk about. So.
It kind of was.
Was
but-
it?
Wait,
Yeah.
traumatic?
No trauma dumping.
No,
I don't
it's
know
not
if that counts,
trauma
but
dumping.
No, I'm not answering.
You want a yes or no answer from her? Is that?
I
It
don't
was,
I'm
but
not
I
gonna
think
give
I
one.
got it.
Why don't you tell it? Why don't you tell us your?
Psychoanalyze me.
Actually,
I don't want it. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Well, but
you
also
so
to like find, that's an interesting science experiment right there.
Yeah.
Did something bad happen to you? Oh, that explains it. Yeah, you know what that would qualify as? Every human that's ever lived is having
For
something
real.
bad that happened. When you leave it that vague. When you were young, did something unusual
not
happen
quite.
that wasn't a perfect
You've lived a
conservative
perfect
family?
life.
Oh, I absolutely. Not hello. Look at me. I don't have a.
Okay.
Here, I
It's the
got.
product of a very imperfect life.
I got a question.
Yeah,
I
but
got.
you could still look at commonalities of bad things that happen to people which are similar that lead to behavior, right?
Yes. But
That
when you
wasn't my
leave it as
point.
open-ended,
Thank
as
you,
like, did anything
Andrew.
bad happen to you when you were young, to justify how someone reacted to a septum deviated
Yeah, it's just
piercing is a little
the vast
reckless.
majority of women
Clinically
engaging,
reckless, actually.
Just the reality is the vast majority of women engaging in any sort of sex work have been assaulted somewhere along the line of
We already
their
did this
childhood.
earlier.
I know, and I'm just
yeah,
saying
that
it.
wasn't even my question really.
That
I
was my
just-
point.
Here.
Yeah, but I wanted to finish the exchange if you don't mind.
Go.
So I was just going to ask to Jeff, do you think when you think of a nose ring on a woman, especially the one that goes through both nostrils and hangs down, do you attribute that with class, and do you attribute that with status? And do
I
you
don't like
attribute
it.
that, or do you attribute that with low class and trashy?
I think it's trashy. Yeah, I mean, like, I think she's a beautiful girl, but I would never, because of the way she presents.
Thought there was a love.
I like her. No, I like her a lot.
Yeah,
but
me
and I
too.
would also assume that she's probably not into guys that dress like this. And
You don't know that.
I don't know that, but
Never
it's my
say-
presumption.
never
Like
say
when I
that
see a
to
girl
Jeff.
like covered in tattoos, I'm always like, she's not gonna like me. But I mean, I am attracted to her. But you're right. I do think of it as a thing. Like if I brought a girl that was wearing all these piercings and had all this other stuff to like. Thanksgiving or a Christmas.
can I
I
chime
feel
in
like
on
I'd
that?
have to like explain it, and I would have some sort of opinion about or shame
But I
about
actually
it.
I have like
Now,
experience
what's
where that has
interesting
happened.
about that, Jeff?
I'm just gonna go
sorry,
ahead,
I
Andrew.
just want to finish the exchange real
Yes,
quick. if you
I
don't
would
mind.
classify that.
If we're looking at men, though, who have a lot of tattoos, I don't attribute that to them being trashy.
I do.
I do.
And so
Yeah,
does a
but
lot of other
why?
countries. A lot of other countries see tattoos as like kind of poor or trash.
Yeah, but we're talking about this one.
Okay, yeah, from here. I guess I just don't think of men much in the same way that I would.
yeah, 'cause you like women.
every time I'm looking at a woman, I think like, oh, like I have a motive sexually or like even relationshiply or emotionally that I just don't think of men like that. But I guess I think I do put them as kind of trashy.
But I
You
also
do?
just
Like, so I would understand maybe if you had the, tribal tattoo that goes up the neck that people can see, or face tattoos or things like that. But generally speaking, there's a lot of men, especially men who are in the service, who get tattoos, and they get a lot of tattoos. And I don't tend to attribute that with being low class or trashy the same way that I do with women.
why?
Actually,
That
that's true
says
because I
something about
don't
you.
like masculine qualities on women, and tattoos are pretty masculine. Maybe not hers particularly, but if I did see the same type of like Samoan arm, like The Rock has, like even on a hot fit chick, if the tattoo was done equally as well, I would go ugh. Like in my mind, my instinct would be sexually or like looking at her going ugh, but it wouldn't do that to The Rock. So I guess you're right, but. I just haven't spent much time thinking about how I feel about men with tattoos.
That
in
makes
general.
it sound like it's not about anything real. It's just about your attraction to them. If you think
Yeah,
it's
like women
trashy
act
on
like
one
women.
gender,
And my idea
I
of
mean,
a woman.
everyone has different opinions on
yeah,
what
but
they're
just
finding
my
attractive.
idea of a woman.
I have.
She
Like,
really
thank you.
wanted to say something, so let's.
I basically like to touch on what you were saying, like how you were saying you feel like if you brought a woman around, like say that has piercings, tattoos, like whatever, you feel like you would have to explain it. But personally, like I've been in situations where I've dated a man that was let's say conservative. Like he's very like his parents go to church. They're very religious. Like they're very against tattoos, piercings, everything. But they have loved me because I am a good person.
Well, that's how I feel about this whole
yeah.
table. I have opinions about these things.
Yeah,
while
and
I
everyone
can
has
still
opinions, and
treat
that's
you
fine.
as an adult.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yeah. And that's fine. Your opinion.
He
is
was
what it
asking
is.
how I felt about it, like if it was like a potential partner or maybe
Right.
looking at someone. Probably not.
All right,
Yeah.
gotta move on, guys. Let me read one chat really quick, then we have to pull up a couple things. Then we're gonna try to wrap fairly soon. Seaberg, I think men and women find discipline and integrity as attractive traits. Men with these traits are likely able to sleep with more women. Women that sleep around due to ease shows a lack of these traits.
Agreed.
Yeah, body count matters, honestly. Like,
It does.
no hymen, no diamond. Like virgins only, to be honest.
Virgins only.
No, sorry. Okay, I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay.
Strong preference. Like, if she's like the lower the body count, the better.
Yes.
With a virgin being like the most optimal dating choice when it comes to body count.
You said you were married, right?
What?
No,
Or
he's
wait,
not.
What?
Are
No.
you single?
Huh?
No, that's not like an attack. Like, are you
You
single?
can't talk about it.
Oh yeah, you can't talk about it. Sorry.
Because of I don't want to get into details.
No, you don't have
But
to.
let me just say, for security reasons, there's a situation I can't talk about it.
Okay.
I can tell you after the show, but
Would you
That's
date a
fine.
girl with
I was just trying to
tattoos
have a
and piercings?
conversation. That's it.
What's that?
Tattoos and piercings? You like that?
I prefer.
We're the only guys.
It's not
that's
a
why I'm
deal.
asking.
Yeah. So tattoos and piercing. It depends on the piercings and the tattoos. Obviously, it's not a deal breaker. But would my preference be no tattoos? Yes.
Okay.
Would my it'd be a spectrum. Like if she has a little heart on her ankle, like I don't.
Right. Yeah. There's
If-
lots of different types.
A ton of.
Yeah, well, this was kind of the point I was trying to tie in. Is I think again that the viewpoint is different between men and women on this. So I was saying I don't think that women necessarily attribute men having tattoos as being a thing where they classify them the same way that we do them. That's the point.
Yeah. True. I don't think any guy has ever thought, man, I really wish this girl just had more tattoos.
Yeah.
Disagree.
You think so? I mean,
I disagree
there's
too.
there's fetishism and shit, but like,
Well, yeah.
I don't
Again,
think-
they're going to be pedantic and be like, "Who said all?" Okay,
Right,
he's just
right,
saying,
right.
For the most part, absent outliers, probably most men don't think if only she had more tattoos.
You're right.
you're free to get them.
Nothing is all.
You're free to get them. Just, and I think, well, that's because men and women are just attracted to different things.
Yeah.
And
Also, yeah, I don't like. This is gonna sound terrible, but like when I look at a chick, I don't go, man, I like her. She's badass. Like I don't really value badassness in a
Nope.
woman. I want her to be little and cute and fun and sexy.
I
And
agree. I liked my green hair better too.
I don't like the I don't think to myself, I bet she could knock a guy out. And look how she probably rides a motorcycle. I just don't like those things personally in a woman. So
You don't want a girl to go on a motorcycle with you?
not really.
That's pretty crazy. Have you
But it's
seen
just
like,
me.
That's cool.
them when they're like the Instagram videos and they're like riding and their backs all arched and they're wearing like a cute outfit?
Yeah.
Love those.
Well, they're probably a hot chick, so that part I like, but the rest of it doesn't. I'm not going, what a badass. Like, I don't like, that does nothing. When I see, like, Angelina
They go
Jolie
above
as, like,
and
Tomb
jump
Raider,
over
I'm not
that.
going, holy crap. She can shoot guns
Here,
and
let's-
jump over cliffs. I just, like, I like a woman.
let's pull up the tweets. We have some tweets from Sav here. Wait, make it bigger.
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
All right.
Can you make it bigger?
When did I?
You guys did.
Yeah. But bigger.
Which
Yeah.
one's her?
Men continue to show every day why they don't deserve to live.
Whoa.
What's
That's
that?
an exaggeration.
What's that about?
Wait, I didn't even read the tweet. I honestly.
Oh,
don't
I mean, the
remember
other
that.
stuff doesn't really
It's
matter.
a
But
hyperbole.
is it hyperbole?
I honestly was joking. To be honest, it was clickbait. Didn't work clearly. But I didn't read the tweet, honestly.
Okay. What's the other one? But whatever.
Oh, can we not talk about
Wait, scroll down. He's a piece of shit just like every other man in the world. I don't know. I don't care about the
I was
guy,
hurt.
but every other
I
man
was
in the
hurt.
world is a piece of shit. What
I
the
was
fuck?
very hurt. Yeah. Can we
Damn.
not talk about him?
Oh, I don't want to talk about him. I'm more so just zeroing in on the, like, every other man in the world.
Yeah, but
is
that
a
was
piece of
also
shit.
2021. That was what, 3 years ago?
Yeah,
Ground.
why though? Why did you say that?
Because I was very hurt with that relationship, and he honestly was a really horrible human being.
But
and I
why?
was just-
Why do you got to involve
I shouldn't have.
all
It
the
was-
other dudes.
I shouldn't have, and that's what I'm trying
That's
to get
what I'm
at, is that
curious.
it was immature, and that was like 3 years ago, and I've grown, and I've realized that not every person is like that.
When you're in
Okay.
the moment and like something happens and you kind of notice or you don't notice a pattern with yourself where you like someone for the wrong reasons and your priorities aren't right, so you keep choosing people that are going to do bad things to you.
Yeah.
You don't really realize you're doing that in the moment. You're kind of just accepting the love that you think you deserve. So
Period.
then you like when you're fresh in it and something bad happens to you, you're kind of like, I can't believe they're like this. I can't believe they would hurt me. It's not every single man.
It's not.
You know, but if you put yourself in a position where you're in that pattern and you don't realize it, you can say something. That doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
But that's an explanation of why it might have happened.
I don't think all men are trash. I've met very amazing men.
What is the rest of the table?
I agree. I mean, I've
Are all
been-
men trash?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
What is this? I get one? Really?
Asking you.
What?
What?
A handshake?
He's asking you.
What?
What are
What are
you
you doing? Oh.
I'm pointing at you.
I
Do you
wanted a
think all men?
handshake. I got excited.
I mean, she
might
kind of just
keep my
agreed
hands
with
over here.
everyone by saying not all men are horrible.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was my whole point.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's
Yeah.
progress for this podcast.
There you go. All right.
All men aren't garbage.
agreed.
Yeah, there you go. We're doing.
You can't always get that. I've
Table.
seen your episodes. I've seen other episodes. You can't get all of them to say that.
That's a good point, Jeff. We're making progress here. We are making progress. We have some TikToks from Valve here. Let's get those.
Oh, great.
Oh boy, here comes the toxicity. She's trad.
Yes.
Started from the beginning.
I love this video.
She's bouncing in her seat. She's so excited.
I love this video.
Attention.
Go ahead.
Hey, this is in response to this girl by the name of Lil Chili or something that stitched one of my videos. I couldn't respond to her because I don't know if she did that on purpose or that was TikTok's fault, but here's my response, lady. I hate sex work, you know why? Because I used to engage in sex work. A little background story. I used to be a severe alcoholic. I dropped out of college, I lost my full ride, I was hospitalized twice, and I couldn't keep a job. And so out of pure desperation, I turned to sex work. I don't like to go into detail about this time in my life because it truly was very traumatizing, but I will say this. Taking blazingly hot showers and crying, trying to get the old crust off of you is nothing appetizing and it certainly is not worth the money. But I found myself tricking myself into believing that what I was doing was actually incredibly empowering and that I was using the man for his money and taking it. The fact of the matter is that they were actually using me. They were using my innocence. They were using my childhood trauma. They were using my vulnerability to make themselves orgasm. Money was nothing to them and they knew it was everything to me, and they themselves ended up capitalizing off of that.
That sounds like
Yeah.
zero accountability to me.
Yeah. But you're saying it in a
One-
point
people
like,
can't get raped.
100% that was what about the men, though?
yeah.
What
And
about
also,
the men? The men did this to me. It was men's fault. They were capitalizing on my bad decisions, the fact that I was a drunk, the fact that I couldn't hold a job, the fact that I was kind of a piece of shit, and men took advantage of that. It definitely sounds like you're kind of moving the goal over to this is men's fault.
and it was in the cadence of gotcha. You were like, here's why, lady, that I could. But it was like, but all while not being a gotcha.
100%.
Yeah. So can you give us the actual story here without the snark? Like, tell us the truth. Do you blame men for the fact that you were a sex worker?
Not necessarily. I think I take equal blame. I think that I was at a place where I was at such a level of desperation. Everyone around me was telling me, like, dude, this is quick, easy, it's fast money, and it will get you by. And I was under the illusion. This is at an era of time where we were not talking against sex work. This is a very weird time, like 2017, 2018, where sex work was a very positive thing. So this is me thinking, okay, so I'm gonna make easy money, quick money, and it's gonna get me by. And no, I'm not blaming men at all. But
That's literally what you did in the video.
Yeah, I mean, you did. How much of the responsibility is yours? Wouldn't you say that the responsibility is 100% yours?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think so, but I also do think that there is a how do I say it? There's an environment in where like men create that we like enter, that we can like actually like engage
Well,
in
do you
that
mean
stuff.
the demand?
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
there is. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It's like blaming the
Well,
drug
no,
dealer.
not-
But
Yeah,
look,
really.
but look, there's demand out
Yeah.
there. But watch, like if I was a chick, right? That's all you like. You just don't do it. That's it.
Isn't it hypocritical of her
I guess some women get
previously
like,
saying with the essay commentary and conversation that if you put yourself in a position, then you're 100%.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely.
She's just trolling because she wants
responsibility.
she wants to be on the winning side, just like Andrew said.
Yeah, you actually can't hold this position very well. So you can't say, yeah, it's 100% my fault, but that would be not 100% your fault. That would be like, I think it's 80% my fault, but there was an environment which was fostered by X and X, and that was who. So is it 100% you or isn't it? With no other qualifiers, is it yes or no 100% the fault of you that you engaged in prostitution or not?
Well, it was 100% at my own free will, yeah.
That's not my question. I asked
then
fault.
what's the question? Yeah,
is it 100% your
yes, it's
fault?
me. It's 100% me.
Okay.
So you just like say whatever. We'll get sorry.
Hold on. You were You said you were hospitalized twice for. May I ask for what?
Yeah, alcoholism. Overdosing.
Oh, okay. Hospitalized for alcoholism.
Yep.
I thought the way you said it in the video, perhaps I misread it. It sounded like you were committed or something.
No.
For like a psychiatric commitment. Like I was hospitalized.
Overdose on Adderall and cocaine.
Shit.
And
on
then
cocaine?
Adderall, cocaine, and then the other one was for I completely overdosed.
Alcohol too?
The last one was alcohol free.
Was there cocaine or Adderall involved?
I don't think in the second time, no.
Is that a speedball?
I think a speedball is when it has heroin.
Engaged in these things before the sex work?
Free Peter Griffin.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think it was I think it was before then, and I think once I got super
Nickelodeon donated $200. It's the men taking advantage of me. It's the alcohol. It's the women telling me to get into the work. Okay, it's all my fault. I am God.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I agree with that. But, to kind of move back into this, I'm wondering, did you get into all of this drugs, alcohol, and all these different things before you did the sex work?
No, I think it was a bit of a combination effect. I think I couldn't keep a job because I was having an issue with drugs and alcohol. And then once I was so desperate for money and I resorted to doing sex work, I think it snowballed and only worsened because there's a coping.
Okay, so then the addiction to these things was pre-sex work. So then what happened here is an order of events.
Well, it wasn't.
Tell me if I'm wrong here.
Go ahead.
But what happened was you were unable to hold a job due to the fact that you were an addict.
Yeah.
And so in order to get easy money, you turned to sex work.
Yes.
That's what actually happened. So that is, without a doubt, 100% on you.
Yeah. I think I'll say this. Can I keep going?
No, keep going.
Okay. I think this is what I'll say to that. I think that there was like a problem, and I think that definitely the sex work was expedited everything of all my issues that I was having. It worsened it was the way of coping with everything, 1,000%.
Yeah, sure, but the move into sex work, that was all due to you and your own addictive behaviors, which then led you to this because you couldn't hold a job, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so then that would be your fault still. So you could say that sex work exacerbated already existing problems.
Yes.
And I would agree that that's likely true.
Yeah.
But you're definitely the person who's responsible ultimately for these actions, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to pull up the next video here. Hold on, I just need to double check the other tabs. What was the other thing we needed to pull up? Sorry guys, one sec. And then you might do this last one. Okay, we might do that one.
Rojas.
Miss Rojas. Hello. Oh.
I love the comment.
Not only are they not superior, they're also all pedophiles.
Oh. T.
Yes.
That's kind of, I take offense to that as...
Yeah. You would actually dating a 19-year-old.
What?
Where did you hear this?
You said it on the previous podcast.
You've put a lot of words in my mouth.
Didn't.
I've never disclosed anything related to my
It's
dating.
going viral.
19
on,
wouldn't count as pedophile either.
No.
Yeah, well, and by the way, can you actually make a moral argument against that? Because you brought it up multiple times. Why don't you actually make a moral argument for why that would be wrong, even if he did? Even assuming he did, make a single moral argument for how that would be wrong or immoral.
How that would make him a pedophile.
No, it would not. How?
That's what I'm saying.
It can be wrong without making him a pedophile.
Can we avoid that word, please?
Okay, but how is it immoral?
being a 34-year-old man dating an 18-year-old?
Yeah, don't restate the question. Just
19,
answer the question.
18,
How
20,
is it
21.
immoral, even if he did do that?
Immoral, I think it's just too vague, too nuanced. No.
You don't
I
know
can't
what
say
moral
immoral
means?
is. I do know what moral means, but
Good,
I think
then
that
how
there's
would
so
it
much
be
vague-
immoral?
You clearly had a position against it. You've brought it up multiple times.
Yeah, I
Just
think-
defend your position.
Well, I'm defending it. I think it's weird, but I think you're going all this like black and white. For me personally, I think that's very strange.
Morality is black or white. It's either moral or it's not moral. It's not in between. There's no
But
nuance
it's not.
with
You
morality.
know exactly morality is completely subjective.
Would you object
No,
to?
well, wait, hang on, back up. If morality is completely subjective, then all you would be stating here is a subjective opinion as to whether or not it was immoral what Brian did anyway, right?
A lot of the opinions stated tonight are subjective. That's like what an opinion is. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
That's
which is why I
literally-
asked for a moral argument, and she says morality is subjective.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So if morality is subjective, then you couldn't actually say that even if Brian was dating a 19-year-old, that would be objectively immoral, correct?
There's no such thing as anything being objective when it comes to morality.
We clearly have opinions about these
I
things.
disagree, but whether or not that's true, you would still
just
say
asking
that there's
your
nothing
opinion on what
objectively
you said
immoral
about
about that, right?
Yeah, we can go back to that. We're just like harping on it, but yeah, I think it's weird.
Okay, great. Now let's move into the subjective portion. What, even from your position of subjective morality, would make it immoral for him to date a 19-year-old?
There's nothing that I can imagine as a man that you would look at as an 18-year-old at your age with the experience that you've had that would make that not be strange.
Really? So you don't think that a man who was looking for fertility in a woman, would he go for a younger woman or an older woman?
See, that's when I'm all like, you guys are all pedophiles.
Can I speak on that?
You guys are all so fucking gross.
Oh, I'm sorry. You believe in evolution, do you not?
Here we go.
This girl's insane. Okay.
This is what I'm
Wait,
saying.
no, answer
She's
the
God,
question.
guys.
Do you believe
She
in
created
evolution?
Wait, what?
She's God, so she created evolution.
Go
so
ahead.
she
Go ahead with your point.
If you believed in evolution, then you would say that there would be an evolutionary mechanism inside of men where they would go for women who are more fertile, because the more fertile women would, of course, create more offspring.
Can I talk?
So why is it that if a 40-year-old man went even for a 19-year-old girl, that wouldn't make sense from an evolutionary standpoint? From your subjective morality, what could possibly be wrong with that?
That's fucking disgusting.
Two things.
Yeah, just don't give me the fucking.
I will give you the fucking Andrew.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Athena has something to say. Go ahead, Athena.
You know what else is evolutionary? Rape.
What?
Every other
What?
species does it.
Can you just say essay or
Sorry,
something?
my bad. I'm sorry.
Essay.
What you said two things.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the first thing.
What?
Essay, like, before we had society, how did we reproduce?
What?
We still utilize what's called sexual intercourse. Isn't that amazing?
What?
Animals do it. Like it
animals
wasn't
also
all,
have sexual intercourse. Isn't that crazy?
What?
We also used to kill each other all the time. There's
We
a
still
bunch
do
of
that.
immoral.
Wait, we still do that.
Yeah, and it's still not
immoral. But I'm just
still
saying.
bad, right?
I'm just saying, just
Subjective.
because
Well,
it
it's only
happened.
You can't even
subjectively
describe what is
immoral,
bad. He's just
I
asking.
just said subjectively.
Can I get
it's
through my
bad.
point?
Go
I'm just
ahead,
saying
get
the
to your
things,
point.
the
Make
things
it.
that in the past that were pre-societal that now we still do, just because we did it 1,000 years ago does not make it moral.
Perfect. So if that's true, and it's not moral, then give me the moral argument against it outside of you just don't prefer it.
I was going to do that next, and then you.
Yeah, then do it.
Okay, so if a 34-year-old is dating an 18-year-old, that 18-year-old like doesn't have any maturity, doesn't know anything, has no
Life
frame
experience.
of reference around the world. They're not in a good place in their life. They probably aren't successful or as successful as they would be later. The dating pool is objectively way less far in their career. So you just, in every way, other than sexual preference, there's nothing about an 18-year-old that is attractive other than sexual preference. So
No.
Can you give me the argument for how that's immoral yet? Are you ever going to get to
So when
that?
should we let them choose?
Could I keep talking?
Erroneous.
Could I keep talking?
Well, are you ever going to get to the actual point?
If you
How
don't-
is it immoral? Give
if you
me
stop
that answer,
interrupting me, I
please.
could.
Don't restate all the conditions which it exists under. Tell me the argument for how it's immoral,
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
please.
So for a man to be dating someone with only sexual preference in mind, and for a woman to not know that and be dating them and like their personality and want to be around them, it's kind of weird for a man to be okay with this person having this like emotional connection to them. Well, I'm not saying it's disgusting. I'm not saying.
When
it's
are you
like-
going to get to the part where it's immoral ever?
You could, okay. You
But why
disagree,
are
that's
you
okay.
assuming that that's the case, that an older guy
Hang
just
on,
wants...
Brian. Just
Oh,
real quick.
Yeah,
Older
yeah.
woman
Can you
too.
give me an actual argument for the immorality or not? You just keep restating the
5 more
conditions.
minutes?
I don't care about the conditions. Why is it immoral?
To me, that's immoral. If it's not to you, then we have a different moral compass, which is
Okay,
fine.
so to you it's immoral. So it's immoral because it's immoral because it's immoral. Can you give me the actual argument for why it's immoral? Or are you just going to keep restating the conditions and your preferences? Give me the argument for why it's immoral.
Andrew, when you have a moment, when we're done with this, I do have a question directly to you. But I'll
Thank you
I'll
for
wait.
Yeah, okay,
interrupting
okay. You
the
can answer my
conversation.
question.
Sorry.
Or are you just going to say that you don't have an argument for why it's immoral?
Just take the L,
I
bro.
explained my argument. We can disagree.
There was no argument. You never made an argument. All you did was give me a sequence of conditions in which it could happen. Okay, fine. I
could say
concede all
that-
those conditions. How is it immoral? Give me the
You could
argument,
say that about
please.
any argument. That's a fake argument because you could really say
What?
that about anything that's been said. Oh, you just gave me conditions. Give me an argument. Give me an argument. Give me an
Yeah,
argument.
I can give you an
can say that
argument
to
for
anyone
why
just to
something
be
is
like, I
immoral,
don't think
why
your point
it's
is
moral.
invalid.
Ask
You
me a
can say
moral
it's
question,
invalid.
I'll give you an argument. Can
By
you
the
give
way,
me
by the way,
argument?
this is coming from a girl who at 18 willingly dated a 30-year-old billionaire. I don't object to you dating a 30-year-old,
And look back
but it's
at it.
incredibly convenient for you to say that, oh, it's wrong for an older guy to date a younger woman. Bear in mind,
For a woman, an older woman to date a younger man too, that should be mentioned.
I don't
Yeah,
think
okay,
either
just
is wrong.
last question.
I don't
Just
think
last question,
either
real
is
quick.
wrong. Go ahead, Andrew.
Without stating a preference or conditions that you just like without restating the conditions, can you actually give me an argument? And the contrary to this is you can ask me a moral question and I will give you an argument from the perception of my morality for why something is wrong or right. Can you actually tell me why this is immoral outside of stating the conditions? I don't care about the conditions. Why is it immoral?
Because if you're letting someone think you love them and you don't love them.
What? But that's another condition you're adding on top of it. Like, what if a 30-year-old guy,
If they had the same maturity level, it'd be fine. Sometimes it's okay.
maturity level?
Yeah, sometimes it's okay. I'm not saying every
Hold on,
single.
but is it the
don't
case?
Generalize.
Do you think that men and boys your age are immature?
Yeah. Sometimes that's a generalization
Checkmate.
too.
Checkmate. You've
Can I-
just lost
can
the
I-
argument.
can I ask
You've
a
just lost the
question?
argument
Just a preference.
because if it's the case that you view men that are your age as immature, by default, then you must pair up with and partner with men who are older than you because you view them as more mature.
I think that I'm immature. Equally.
I
Do you,
agree.
but do you think you're more?
But there's a-
But do you
I'm not
think you're more
generalizing.
mature?
You can't generalize that shit.
Do
It's
you think
there's
you're-
such a disparity with ages?
But it's a common trope I hear from women that men my age, they're so immature, blah, blah, blah. Like it takes two to tango.
There's just an opportunity, a higher opportunity to be
women
manipulated.
also tend to date and find men
For lots of
who are
reasons.
older, whether it's even 1 or 2 or 3 years, more attractive.
It
There's
just
so
gives the
different-
opportunity for
Can
it to
I
be
can I
gross.
can I just ask a question?
But it's no. It's literally hypocritical because it's okay for you to date a guy who's 30 when you're 18 because he's a billionaire.
Don't you think it's something attractive about a guy having his shit together?
Yeah.
Like just a guy like, oh my gosh, this guy's got a whole home,
Yes.
or it's clean, or he actually is like he replies right away without being drunk at some frat party.
But
like there
also-
are advantages to dating an older man that you might find attractive, maybe you don't. So you'd have like a reason. There's a multiple variants of why
but
you might like
also-
an older man, and there's multiple variants of why a man might like a younger woman. Also, if you're gonna say that he's wrong for doing a thing, you should be able to tell him why it's wrong.
You've been wanting to say something.
Into the mic, please.
Sorry, I'm not necessarily going to stand with her side, but I understand where she's saying it's immoral. It's immoral technically because if there is an intention with advantage, the advantage would be I'm sleeping with a younger girl. I can convince her and pursue her to have sex with me, possibly be her first partner, if not one of very few.
Because she thinks that you're cooler.
And because I can convince her that I'm better than, or I can teach her things, quote unquote, which a lot of men do say.
Mold and sculpt.
All these things. That's what she's
Yes, because we don't want to date a woman like you who's combative and argumentative and hyper masculine. You're super set in your ways. Yes, of course, we do want to date pleasant women. Heaven forbid a man wants to date a pleasant woman who hasn't had a shit ton of trauma and who has a shit ton of baggage from previous relationships.
Yes. One question to you, to both of you and Andrew. Let me ask you this, and to anybody who's watching. I'm genuinely so curious. I'm going to present you a situation. If there's a situation where there is a gorgeous, beautiful, kind, sweet, innocent virgin, she's 15 years old. No. Let me ask. She's 15 years old.
No.
Oh, no,
I'm not going to even entertain that bullshit fucking question.
Why?
Because we are talking about.
Why is it guided by law?
So crazy?
Why is it guided by law?
Why? What's wrong with 15? You can do 18. You can do 17.
We're talking about adult relationships.
Oh, so what's
We're
adult
talking
now?
about women.
18 is it?
Yes,
that's what the law has to say.
That's what the law says. But I'm just saying, well, don't you want peak fertility?
What? I like women who are. No. Shut up.
I like. No.
Shut up. Shut up.
You will fuck. Just admit you would fuck a 15-year-old.
What the fuck?
That's crazy.
That's a low
If you could get away with it, you would.
No. Hold on. No. Hold on. First off, I like blonde women. That doesn't mean I would date a blonde that's 12. What the fuck?
I said 15.
So just because of no. Okay, first off.
Yeah, so here, let's respond to the
wait,
argument. Let me just respond to the argument directly, okay? So the argument is, could there be some men who have that preference, or is your argument that we have that preference?
Well, I wasn't even able to finish the question,
one.
but
I think she means the first one.
But if you were able to be presented with this opportunity where there was zero legal consequence and nobody would ever know.
I would say
I wouldn't do it because I believe in objective morality. That would objectively be.
So objective morality is 18.
What?
What happens the day that they turn 18?
Such a bad faith.
If you're 17, it's disgusting. If you're
hang on, but this question would be turned right back against you. You're saying the age of consent is arbitrary?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I'm asking you.
You're making the point that like men that do really terrible things make. When you say the things like, well, what's so magic about my brain that it changes when it turns 18? The law has determined that 18 is the thing.
Because the law's always correct.
No, it's your brain.
My point is, in other countries,
metric, what else do you have?
Other countries, the norm is.
And I said, if law did not exist,
So would you fuck a 15-year-old if the law didn't exist?
So if we're talking about the law or absent the law, I still believe in the standard for objective morality.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and I'm hoping men would say the same.
No, they're thinking about like, okay, a 19-year-old dating a 34-year-old.
We're talking about adult relationships. Adult women.
Some people like a younger girl because they obviously haven't been, ran through or like.
There's plenty of
attractive.
They're more physically attractive, more emotionally available, more romantic, more energy, optimistic about the future.
Naivete is also kind of sweet.
Less
in a lot of
baggage.
situations.
Yeah, easy. Right?
Do you guys mind real quick if I get into this with her real quick? Because it'll only take a couple of minutes.
Wait, let me. Okay. Before you do, there's like one other video that I want to switch to really quick, just to get it out of the way, and then we'll hammer in on this. Here, let's just play that really quick.
Instead of sameness, it's fairness.
Is the audio?
It is so immensely frustrating as a woman to still find it difficult to answer such a simple question. How are men and women different? Where is the inequality? Conservatives love to say this. They love to ask this. And it's a very good question because legally we are extraordinarily similar. Women lead in education. It's an incentive to hire a lot of women for growing companies. We can buy land, we can divorce, and we can wear whatever we want without getting fined. So where are we just so different? Men don't fear walking alone at night.
Yes.
Men do not fear getting drugged at a party.
Erroneous.
Yes. Men don't fear getting taken advantage of by a woman.
Yes.
Men don't fear their bosses and coworkers crossing an inappropriate line.
Yes.
Men don't fear.
Yes.
That's absolute
That.
bullshit.
Wrong.
That's absolute bullshit. First
Wrong.
off, the reality is when it comes to violent crime, men are much more likely to be victims of violent crime. Assault,
By who?
robbery.
By each other.
By
ding
men.
dong. Yeah,
What?
but that's
Ding
society.
dong,
But that's
by
society.
men, ding
You would have been
dong.
assaulted multiple times if you were a male for saying the things that you've said so brazenly.
Yeah, by
today.
other men. Ding dong.
That's not an argument.
That is
That's not an
Still
argument.
society.
Yeah, by men.
That's not an argument.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, then what is the argument?
She's saying.
No, let her state the
Okay.
argument. What's the argument?
The reality is that it's a completely different reality when you're a woman versus when you're a man. And that
Okay, yeah, that's great. What's the argument?
the argument is that when you're walking home at night, men are not turning over their shoulder every
they
2
are.
Yes,
seconds.
we
No,
are.
they're not.
From other men.
No,
yes,
you're
we
not.
are.
No, you're not.
Do you
I don't
know
walk
how
around
many
Chicago late
No,
at
you're
night
not.
with just
Literally.
No, you're not. Not like women. There's
Bro,
there's
I've
a
literally-
different
As somebody who has been physically assaulted,
yeah,
yes.
multiple times. So
No,
am I.
Yes.
not like
I have
women.
literally hung out with so many men that I'm like, we're just walking down the street and they're constantly like, what the
Yeah,
fuck is
keep
this dude
sucking
doing?
men dick. They're not gonna ever respect
Girl, you're the
you.
one that
Here's
wants
the
to fuck
reality.
Andrew. Like,
I
don't
don't
want
wanna
to
fuck
fuck
Andrew.
men.
I've been mugged multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been
That-
mugged?
I'm a man.
I've been
mugged
jumped.
in Detroit,
I've been
yeah.
jumped.
It was very scary.
I'm very situationally aware if I'm in
You
if
will
I'm
never
out in public.
experience
Do
the
you
fear
agree
that
that
women
men
have.
are scary?
What?
How do you justify and reconcile these two thoughts?
You feel
the first thought is the one that you said, which is 100% responsibility is on the woman for all these things to be preventable. And the
Yes.
second thought is, wait a second, we're far more likely to be A, B, and C. When
Yeah.
you just got done telling these other girls that it was 100% preventable, which is true?
So yes, it's 100% preventable, and we have to be like cognizant of the situation at hand, which is that men are dangerous and that they strike women at crazy rates, and that women, we are constantly scared of walking through a parking lot. Men, you do not have that fear.
Whoa, let me just
Everyone's been victimized by
I
the
have
same
to
group.
I have to address the
Oh my
whole
God, like, you guys are,
I
like,
have to
delusional.
address this whole thing about that men engage in DV at higher rates. First off, let me address that. Actually, they found that it's intra-partner violence. It's when it's non-reciprocal domestic violence, the rates are actually fairly equalized. Now, I have a question for you. How can it possibly be the case if men are these pervasive, violent thugs and bad guys, when we remove the heterosexual component of these conversations, lesbian couples are much more likely to have domestic violence incidents than gay men. So if we totally remove
gay men don't really
hold on,
care. They're hedonistic.
hold on. Okay.
So are you.
Hold on. When we remove men from the equation and we look at lesbian relationships, the rate of violence in lesbian relationships is higher than in heterosexual relationships. And among gay men, the rate of domestic violence is the lowest among all other kind of relationship dynamics. So how could it possibly be when there's two men in the picture that the rate of domestic violence actually nosedives?
There's nothing wrong with a man hitting a woman or a man hitting a woman
answer the
or a woman
question.
hitting a man.
Oh my.
Answer the question.
In a relationship, no.
There's nothing wrong with a man hitting a woman?
No.
What about a woman?
Not if there's by circumstance it is deserved.
Andrew, I know you wanted to go in. I mean, I just
if you don't mind, I just have kind of a set of inquiries here.
Yeah.
I'll be very brief as I can possibly be. I'd appreciate it if the gal would also be brief back so we can just get to the actual heart of the argument. So you just got done saying that it's okay for a man to smack a woman. Did I get that wrong?
That is what she said.
Okay, so then why would you say that women are victimized if it's okay for men to smack them?
By strangers.
What?
By strangers?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. When women are being afraid of walking in the street, it's not by their domestic partner, it's by strangers in the street. That's who we're
Now, if men are more likely to be assaulted than women are out in the street, which that's what the data points set up,
Right.
then why is it that women are more afraid to walk down the street than men are?
Because
They're the same
men
size?
men will never experience the fear that women do walking down the street. I just cannot.
You're not
believe
answering
this is,
my question.
I cannot believe this is like something that's like a
You're
shocking.
not even
thing.
answering my question. You're just
Like you really
diverting
are
again.
gonna look at me and tell me that the fear that
I'm
you
not afraid
have
of
walking
women.
down the
I'm afraid of
street-
other men in society, and our society is full of dangerous people.
what they're trying
You
to
think because I'm not afraid of you that I don't live in your reality. I'm afraid of other people.
Okay, well, women are constantly
I get afraid, just like you get afraid.
No, not the same.
Wait.
You can cause a lot.
It's
You can cause a lot more
it's
damage
so
to me.
subjective because
What?
at the end of the day, what you're saying is that these men are not afraid. They're obviously afraid. They
No,
both
they're
have
not.
admitted that they've
Here.
had history with
No,
being
they're
either
not.
mugged or jumped. Yes, they're afraid.
No, they're not.
How are you
literally
gonna
saying it.
invalidate
You
their
can't invalidate
experience?
that.
Well, if I was walking down an alley, I might be. I'm not afraid now.
Who
I
are
hope
you
you're
to
not
say
afraid
that we're
now.
not?
Because I know you're not.
What are you talking about?
She's God.
I'm not a UFC fighter.
In
I
addition
mean,
to
you should have a
that, there-
conversation with.
let me ask you a different-
Wait,
let me
let
ask
me
you a
just say one
different
thing. Let me
question.
just say one thing. You should have a conversation with Nick about all the things
Who's
that I
Nick?
do. He's my producer. About all the things I do when it comes to the security of even operating the studio and just me.
Any of us could have a gun right now, and you like.
Okay,
we-
well,
I'm
actually,
just
that brings
saying,
in
like,
the
it's still
best
a fear
question
that
of all.
happens.
Yeah.
Why is it when concealed carry permits are available to both sexes that men overwhelmingly get them in comparison to women, even though women are supposedly so victimized by men? Wouldn't you think that you would see the reverse, that if women could have access to the equalizer of force because they're so often assaulted, that they would go out of their way to get those? Why do you think they don't?
Because women are not comfortable around guns because they're very scary, loud, and difficult to use.
Oh, because they don't know how to
A
use
similar
Correct.
statistic
What-
is the suicide statistic. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, no.
so
Hold on, let
back
me
to
engage.
this.
Let me just.
You're saying that they're incompetent?
Yes.
I know what you were about to say.
You're saying that women are so incompetent
Yes.
that they have an equalization of force and they don't use it because they're incompetent.
Yes.
I mean,
Bro, this is insane.
So then men.
You're
who
gonna
are
look at me and
competent-
tell me that women know how to use a gun as much as men do?
Well, I'm asking you this kind of logical question. The second part of the logical question is to ask you, well, then men, if they're overwhelmingly getting them because they are competent, why? What is their motivation in getting a gun or
I think men have a
walking
really-
around with a concealed carry permit?
Men have a really freakish obsession with gun and holding power in their pocket.
Oh, so it's not because they can defend themselves. It's because, of course,
Sure, I'm
they
sure
just
that's
want
part of
to
it.
be powerful.
But a lot of men just
And when
like
the same
having a
option is
gun.
available to women to have the same amount of
Men
power, they don't because
love
they're
having a
incompetent. That's
gun.
your position.
Men love throwing that out and you going, I have a gun. They do.
Do you want to go back to? I mean, there's so many things that can be said about the whole. The violence thing, but I mean, if the perpetrator is a male, it doesn't.
Well, I just want to just to tie it off real quick, Brian. Only take a second. If you were in a threatening situation, would you call a number which would send men with guns to protect you?
She's a cop puncher in the face, her.
Oh, yeah.
She punches cops in the face.
I would
don't
rather
know.
not. I'd try not to get in that situation.
Yeah, but if you were in that situation, would you dial a number where men with guns would come to protect you?
They usually exasperate the situation.
So what would you do?
But there's no
so
other option.
the answer is no. You wouldn't.
It's a very rarely the other option. There's no other option. What other option?
Right, so you would, right? So you would do
What
that.
other
You would
option is
call
there?
the number.
My boyfriend's
Yeah,
mad
so
at
you
me
would
then
call the
about
number for men with guns to come and protect you because you're so incompetent you couldn't protect yourself essentially with a gun is what you're saying.
Yeah, but I don't know how competent the people who are going to be arriving are themselves.
Yeah, but you would still dial the number so that they would come protect you from other men who would be trying to assault you, right? So
the
men, while
amount
they
of
may
times
be
that I have been in
the
a
people
scenario,
who
'cause I used
perpetrate
to live in New
more
York.
assault.
I lived in downtown Atlanta
hang on,
for
I'm
7
almost
years.
done.
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
men
keep
who may
talking.
be the perpetrators of assault on women, like you're talking about in alleys and things like this, are also the defenders of women in alleys and things like this as well, aren't they?
That's a good point.
I lost the train of thought. I'm like some brain dead.
Can I say something?
That does not surprise me a bit.
I'm tired. It's been like 6 hours.
I think that I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with anyone right now.
Are you going to speak into the mic?
I'm sorry. I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with anyone right now, but I think in general it's important to keep in mind that in this kind of podcast, it's sometimes easy to have an echo chamber where if one person is disagreeing with the rest of the people, we all knew what we were getting into. You know what I mean?
Wait, why are you?
Well, that's the whole dynamic of the podcast.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's worth acknowledging that sometimes that can happen. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it can happen in a situation like this.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but I mean, this whole. Are you saying that men are killed by other men, therefore that's not a problem? Is that your argument, basically?
No, men are the problem 1,000%.
Right, but if we say that men are victimized in these ways, and then you just say, yeah, by who? By other men. That's basic. You're dismissing male victims of violence. It's just, I don't know, bro. That's a fucking weird take.
No, I'm just maintaining that women's fear is different than men.
Yeah, but would a man be less dead if they were killed by a woman?
I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking about women's fear of men.
Okay.
You're not fearing going in the parking lot when you go park your car.
Yes,
You're not
yes,
scared.
yes, I do.
We're not afraid of you.
You're not gonna.
Stats show different. The stats show.
No, you're
that,
not.
Yes.
You can't.
Clearly
You're not
are
peering
because
around
the
the
rates.
corner.
Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
you are.
Yes, we do.
No, you're not. No,
Yes,
you're not.
we do.
No, you're not.
What am I?
You're a crazy
how,
person.
You don't
Great argument.
know
No,
me.
you're
Scared, that's
not.
fine.
That's
You
a great
don't
argument.
know me. You don't know Jeff.
Let's not look at the victims because the victims is everyone. Let's look at the victimizers.
I think you're seeing it as like male-female. You're thinking that like because you're a woman, you're the only one that has fears. I don't go. I bet
The
there's a
fears
band.
are not
I bet there's a
equivalent.
gang of women that might get me if I turn
No,
the corner.
there's not.
No, I'm saying I'm afraid of other bad people.
Other men.
We all are afraid.
Other
Yes,
men.
yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Cam.
Yes.
Right.
So you agree?
Well,
Yeah, that
well, it's
men
not
are.
just
We
that.
are looking over our shoulder at
Not
other
like
people.
men. Not.
We should
That's
talk
not
about
the
how
same.
80% of criminals come from single mother households. So maybe it's really all
Yeah,
women's
because
fault.
men leave.
What?
Because men leave
Wait,
the
you're a
household.
formal criminal. Like, what's your family dynamic? Because you're so interested in everybody else's.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I'm again like I'm open book.
Okay, so what's your family dynamic?
I am born in Ukraine, and I have a
Here,
family that
let's
was
go
divorced
back
when I was young.
to Andrew. I know you had a string of questions related.
just
Moving off from the violence thing to her claim that all men are p words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your proof?
This entire fucking conversation. You guys
Oh,
are
great. So you
battling.
have no proof?
You're the only one
You
who brought
have
up
proof?
15-year-olds.
No, and
What's
none
your
of you would
proof?
answer it.
We did.
All right, we all said no.
What's your hang on?
Yeah,
quickly.
you're lying.
It's loading, guys.
Would you?
What's your proof?
No.
Okay, you're
Can you
lying.
can you tell me? Hang
Like,
on, just real
what?
quick. Just let me finish the exchange, please. What's your evidence for this?
I'm saying that if I presented you a scenario, that if you had the full ability with
It's not
no
evidence.
one knowing,
It's a question.
sure.
Yeah.
But I know
That's
for
yeah.
a
So the
fact,
question's not an argument.
vast
She knows for
majority
a
of men-
fact.
But
I
she
do.
just
The
said that
vast
he also
majority
wouldn't
of
do
men.
it.
The vast majority, because it's different. Men and women are different.
So
I'm so
bad
sorry to
faith.
tell you, girl.
Right. And it'd be like if I just said to you, like, you don't know what it's like to be a man.
You don't.
Right.
Well, hang on, all of you guys. Just let me finish the exchange with her. It'll only take a second. What's the argument for the proofs that you can provide that all men are p words?
Because men are pedophiles. You keep.
Yeah, you just
this
that's a
entire
restatement. That's just a
This
restatement
entire
of the position.
Andrew, this entire conversation, have you guys been focusing on fertility and women being innocent and malleable without a history?
Why
okay?
is that? and
Just
what does
call
that have to do
yourself.
at all?
Say that you
What-
want to
hang on,
have a fresh
hang on.
meat
What
pussy.
does that have
Just
to do with
say
anything?
It. Just say it. You like young girls. All of you like little girls. Andrew, yes, you do.
No. Listen to you. You say that you all like young girls and little girls. So let me ask the question back to you. Why is it that in the public school system, so many women are having sex with underage boys?
Not like men are raping women
No,
and
it's
having
way
and
worse,
molesting and
way
molesting
worse.
girls.
It's an epidemic of
I don't know if I
almost
can say that,
biblical
sorry.
proportions. Why is that happening? Is that because all women are p words?
Repeat the question.
Why is there such an epidemic, an overwhelming epidemic of women inside of the school system having sex with underage boys, sometimes as young as 13, 12 years old, in order to get their rocks off? Why is it when they're in a position of power and authority over young men, they essay them constantly? What is that because all of them are p words?
That's a really great question because I'm always also wondering that with men and young girls.
It's
constantly.
power of authority, exactly as what you're saying.
So my question is again,
Okay.
is it because all women are p words or isn't it?
It's because if you're in a power of authority, if you have a place of authority, you're going to do it. That's what you're saying. Women do it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you to answer my question. Don't reframe my argument. Just answer to the argument.
What's your question?
He's asking her a question, I'm pretty sure,
Say it
right?
again. I'm like.
What is the
Just
reason?
answer to the argument. Is the reason that so much essay happens in schools from female teachers to young boys because all women are p words?
No, but men are.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna answer.
Right. So what's your evidence then? I just gave you a huge swath of evidence.
Because
for women.
it is in
What's your
men.
evidence for
It is
men?
in men DNA to want to conquer and dominate. And what is easy to conquer and dominate? Young girls.
Erroneous.
Okay, so what's
Erroneous.
Can I answer?
What is your evidence for any of this?
Literally every crime committed with a man raping, molesting a girl. Literally the women that are sitting
There's
at this
that
table
radical
with
feminism she was talking
Yeah,
about.
where's the actual evidence for what you're saying is true?
Of what? Men molesting.
She thinks
young
all
girls?
men are pedophiles.
No, that all men are P words because some men do horrible things. What's the
She
evidence
literally-
all men are
what?
P words? What is it?
She
Make a
literally-
quick point,
She
please.
literally was the one to tell us that there are more women who are now teaching because of certain gender roles. I believe that was actually you. So
Oh my
that
God.
is
What
why
is
there's
it? Please make your point
So
quick.
that is why there's a higher epidemic with women doing these things to young boys. That is why. But you're not even able to repeat that statement, so you are literally making no fucking sense. If you use your own fucking knowledge and your own reasoning, then you would make sense, and this would no longer be a fucking argument.
I don't know what you.
I don't even. I still don't understand
Here,
what the argument was.
Let me ask a
I don't know
let me
what the
ask a
argument was
hold on.
either.
Let me
I'm
ask a couple clarifying questions.
Yeah.
So, is it genuinely your position that you think that all men are pedophiles?
I think the vast majority, yes. Innately, yes. Biologically, yes. I think that they were granted the opportunity to get away with having sex with a 15-year-old girl with no repercussions, they would do it. Yes.
What's the evidence for that?
You don't. You have no evidence for this.
This entire conversation has been.
Yeah,
evidence.
so that's not an argument.
entire
That's an argument from
conversation- what?
incredulity. It's fallacious. What's the evidence that I can look at right now that proves your point?
What are you even talking? Look at.
I'm talking about evidence.
Well, hold on.
Do you have any or not?
Yeah. So let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein's island. Perfect example right there.
Some men do some bad
that's
things.
an individual.
That is
all men do all
men.
bad things.
That is a bunch
is-
of elite men. You don't see women going over the fuck little boys. It's a bunch of men.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Can you ever sit down?
Example
Can
of
you
how
ever
that
sit
occurs.
down,
It's a bunch
please?
of men going to fucking Lolita's Island or going on Lolita Express, going to St. James, and it's men
Who
fucking young
recruited
girls.
for Epstein? Was it a woman who recruited for Epstein?
Yes.
They worked in tandem. Her father
Yeah,
was
so
the
why
her
would a
father.
woman- why
her
would a woman
father
be helping him
her
do that?
father.
She
If
was
you actually
also a
knew
P-word,
about
right?
them, you would know that her father was a Fed, and he's the one who created the whole thing. Jeffrey got involved with it later.
Okay, so on the Ghislaine
people
Maxwell, can you answer to why it was that Ghislaine Maxwell was recruiting for this P-word island if she wasn't a party to it as well?
They're both working in tandem.
Right, so this is not evidence.
But who's
that all men are
fucking?
P-words.
Who
This
is
absurd,
fucking?
And you're an idiot.
Who is fucking? Who's doing the raping? It's
Well,
not the
I
women.
would say that the women inside the public
It's not
school
the
system tend to do
women,
a
Andrew.
whole lot
It's
of
not
that.
the
Wouldn't you
women.
agree?
It's not the women. It's not the women
Well,
coming to
then why
St.
is there
James.
so many teachers
Women
getting
are
arrested
not.
for,
Answer
you
the
know,
question.
essaying
Why
little
is there
boys?
so many men flying to St. James Island? Why isn't it women going to fuck
Those
little
men
boys?
suck.
I
But they're not all
those,
men.
All
They're
those
not
women
normal.
who were recruited by another woman?
Blah blah. God, you're not even answering the question. You're like
Yeah. I
harping
did.
on one very specific thing.
You brought up the specific thing.
Yeah, and you keep talking about Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, but that's
Who
because
is fucking
that was
the
the
kids?
recruitment agent for the P-word.
Who
when
is
she
having
was
sex
also
with
a P-word.
children?
She participated
It's not
in
women.
this.
It's
so
not
this is
women.
not evidence that all
Women
men
aren't
are
driving
P-words.
to St. James.
It's ridiculous.
It's not happening.
So your position is you think the majority of men are P-words?
Yeah.
Said all, but yeah.
Biologically,
And
innately, yes.
From what I could tell, you think me and Jeff are also P-words? Is that what you're... That's basically what you said.
There are outliers, and I hope you are one of them.
But you just said if I had this some
Andrew,
crazy
do you have
situation.
like a smoking gun on this? Because
This is very simple. I've already given the smoking gun. I see more SA coming out of the public school system between females who have
Lie.
a power differential between young boys. They molest them at massive, monstrous rates. It's incredible. Two, you've offered no counter evidence.
I have. I
that
literally just
men,
wrote about St. James
that the
Island.
majority. Hang on, let me finish. You have not offered a single shred of evidence that the majority of men in society are P-words. Can you offer that evidence without restating the position and saying, "'cause of this conversation"? Give me the evidence.
Yeah, I just told you St. James Island, Hollywood, hello.
That's not evidence that
Yes,
most men are
it
P-words.
is. How is that? There is nothing of a better
my God,
evidence
bro.
in St. James Island.
Because
I
a thing
don't
happens
fucking
doesn't make
get
it an
Is
argument.
that evidence that most
How
men
is that
are
not
P-words
evidence?
because
Tell me how
some
that's
men
not
do bad
fucking
things?
evidence.
How does that mean most men do bad things?
So you were trying to make the point, which incredibly bad faith, like trying to ask us a question to try to, because like super bad faith. You've been bad faith this entire show. I think you're intentionally trolling now. You like chilled out for a little bit, but now you're back to fucking troll. I don't even think it's trolling. I just actually think you're a misandrist and you hate men, frankly, because holding the position that most or all men are pedophiles is an incredibly sexist statement to make. It's incredibly misandrist. You're pathologizing. First off, you're attempting to pathologize men who have a preference for younger women, keyword women.
Fresh meat, malleable, young pussy.
All right, get off the show. Get the fuck off the show. Leave.
This is Sparta!
Get off the show.
Thank God.
Out you go.
So much.
Out you go.
Thank God.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Ridiculous. Bro.
Also, one of the comments said that because we like fertility cuteness argument of small. Yeah, I meant smaller than me. I don't want a gal that's 6'4" is what I was suggesting. Antana Bay. I think it's kind of cute when a woman's not 6'4", 220. And thank you for doing that. She was terrible.
Yeah,
Here.
Wow.
She was too much.
Wait, Mia, do you want to just sit over there in her seat? You might want to wipe it. You may want to wipe it down with some sort of
seriously.
antiseptic wipe.
Can you sage that chair?
Yeah, like.
No, I really want to stage myself.
Yeah, switch the cushion.
Very unusual.
Jesus Christ.
I was just like boiling. I was like, girl.
Instantly, it's just the whole room is just like.
I'm just gonna say, like, I think it's really interesting that she was putting so many words into everybody else's mouths. I don't think it was fair or reasonable at all. The way that she was behaving and putting everybody else down and trying to paint a picture that wasn't even existent. Had you said anything about dating XYZ, or had any of us said anything at all, then that was a reason to attack us and to go forward on that. But she did just completely attack just for no reason.
It would also be great if she was a little consistent. But just to be all over, like you can't even say that she doubled down on like what she thought. So it's just like all over the place. Like at one point saying leave the 19-year-old and she's only 19, and then the next point be like she's 19, she's a fucker. You're like what's going on here?
She was when I wasn't in the room, I couldn't hear everything that was happening. But like someone commented too. They were like she's infantilizing her, and then in the same breath doing the opposite.
Right. What had happened was like you walked out, she chased after you, trying to be a nice guy, whatever it may be. And I said it. She's 19. I didn't say it to put you down by any means.
Wait, what are we talking about?
The situation that happened when she was
when
crying.
she cried.
Crazy.
And I only said it because I thought it was such a rhetorical thing. She chased after you, tried to treat you nicely, and say that we're using that to our advantages and putting you down because you're younger, which we were not doing. And even at that, it was just like we're repeatedly saying she's 19, which was obviously her issue. She had an issue that your age was 19, which is not fair. And it's just
the only one who ever brought it up.
It's what's crazy to me though is when men are basically not allowed to have any preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to what they want in a partner. If a girl wants an older guy, that's a preference. Guy wants younger, creepy, immature. Maybe even if you want a younger woman, even if you want to date a younger adult woman, they want to call you a P word, a pedo.
Which is crazy.
Girl doesn't want a short guy, preference. Guy doesn't want a overweight girl, shallow, asshole. Girl wants a dominant guy, preference. Guy wants a submissive woman, misogyny. Girl sets a boundary, empowering. Guy sets a boundary, controlling.
Yeah.
It's just like, but the degree that she took it to was like pathologizing. She basically called us, I don't know if she was talking about you, but she pretty much sat there and called.
She definitely did.
She did.
A pedo.
She said it, and then she said we're lying because we were like, no, we wouldn't do that. And she's like, you're lying. You both would.
But even though she also said that she wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Like
then she said you can hit women. She was all over the map. She was a psycho.
But what was weird was she started off with that energy, and I checked her, and then she kind of got in check, and then like I don't know if the meds were wearing off or whatever, but. It started amping up again at the end there. So like, what the fuck?
I think what was interesting was just like seeing how she immediately was like, fuck Andrew, I love you, Andrew. And then immediately like for a long time it stayed there.
Andrew's not in the room. It's very easy for her to do that.
And then from there it went to Andrew, you'd fuck XYZ. And that's just like, what the fuck? Like stay consistent or just don't speak at all.
She's like, if I get the guy that's not in the room on my side.
I think you actually kind of agreed with her though.
On some things, a little bit. I think that she was phrasing things in a way to purposely sound fucking insane. But I think the root of some of her, very few, but some of her opinions were rooted in something that I believe in too. But the things that she said, the generalizations she made, all of that I think was wrong. And I mean, I said what I said, and I want you to listen to what I said, and that's my opinion. I don't want you to hear her and hear me build onto something she said and think that's me.
Yeah. I will also, like, so just speaking back to the subject that she left on, just like, another thing, like, as a guy, I like to date age-appropriate women, like women generally my age, is kind of my wheelhouse. However, that's tough because there are not a lot of available women my age. And if they are, they've got children, and that makes the little things more complicated because it'd be unrealistic for me to think I could get a 40-year-old woman that doesn't have past relationships and have... So, like, you would tend to date a little younger because the younger chicks don't have something started yet. They don't have a family.
Right.
They don't have a, so it's like the young girls are available.
Like you want to start a family with someone and have it your own family.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
Or like I've met girls that I really, this is not good, sounding good, but they're like, they're, I was like, I would date this woman and she's married.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I can't. But that's a great gal. I want a woman like that.
Yeah.
But I just can't because she's got a guy.
Free Peter in the chat.
Free Peter.
I don't believe anything she said, dude.
No, I don't know her place.
I bet she doesn't have a boyfriend. I bet she'd be pretty annoyed if someone slapped her in a relationship.
Oh, we got Dave on.
Devon Jackson donated $200. I take back what I said, autistic sociopath. Pedo means attraction to prepubescent children. The law allots for years post-puberty just to play it safe, i.e. nobody looks at the 19 years old plus sees a child.
Right.
Yeah.
But also, like,
Thanks,
the law
Devin.
was put there for a reason.
And
Like,
different
it's
countries
not
have different
just-
laws.
Of course.
It's fine.
Bro, that's crazy, dude.
Did she ever define the word?
No.
There's another issue.
Well, she didn't really want to answer any
completely different things.
questions.
Andrew,
She just kind of avoided questions.
Andrew, do you know what, like, is there a specific fallacy when it's like you're asking somebody a question and then regardless of their answer, you just assume they're either lying about their answer to the question or you just pre-assume what their answer to the question is? Is that like a... Does that have a name? Because she did that multiple times. She's like,
narcissistic.
She's like, no, you met, like when we said, no, we've been assaulted. Like we are cautious when we're going out at night.
It's just a basic straw man fallacy. So what she did was she would say, here's what your argument actually is, and then argue against that. What I was trying to do is get as much clarification as I could, nail down the actual argument. And when I make arguments, they're actual arguments. What she made was kind of these fallacious claims, and then she actually never made any counter arguments. If you listen closely, she would just restate the position as the position itself being bad, right? That's all she did. So there was no argument to even be fallacious for the most part because she never made any.
Right. Got it. Here, let me do a couple chats, and if we want, we can continue on with this. Dr. Clockwork, you're talking about sex work 5-ish years ago like it was a long time ago. That's nothing. You said you had 2 experiences as a S worker and are talking like you're a hard season pro. You know nothing. So I think, is this directed at the...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. I had to kick her off.
She goes, this was back in 2019. Back in... Like,
well, also the fact that she was saying in 2019 that sex work was more... like
accepted.
Normal was so false.
It was completely opposite.
It was a
And
different time, ladies.
In addition to that, OnlyFans actually started in 2016, so she was like, it didn't exist, all those stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you didn't have to be a prostitute.
Yeah.
Right.
Not that that's wrong.
But and
You
also the
didn't
fact
have
that
to
she
do
was saying that she was on all these drugs and saying that like she was on those and then started sex work. Like you basically were a drug addict and needed money for the drugs, so you
pretty easy
provided
to
your
tell.
body.
I was gonna say as well, like she was pointing out like my family dynamics are most commonly for sex workers, and it was like, well, you willingly chose your dynamic to involve yourself into sex work. I didn't.
Yeah.
If that was my case, I did not. So
You know what's crazy? This might sound mean, but she's a very attractive girl. You know, so it's like, I would say that she's pretty, you know, like to the everyday person, like she's a pretty person, or a pretty looking girl. But here's the thing, is like, she sounded like a crazy homeless guy, but we listened to it because she was a pretty attractive.
No. First off,
chick.
I don't think she's. Frankly, and granted, perhaps her personality
affected it. Yes.
Affects it a lot, but like just her outward appearance, there's like, I don't know, there's some physiognomy going on there. Like just,
I meant
she
she's not
has
gross.
like this.
I didn't like her.
She's not the ugliest person I've ever
That's what I
seen.
meant.
No, I'm not saying she's ugly, but like,
why is God making hot, crazy people? It's so unfair. I'm like, listen, like I would listen to her at a store and be like, I don't know, if she thinks she's pretty pissed off about something. But if she was just like wearing like a crazy hat and had like a beard, I'd be like, get this person out of our business.
Simp-like behavior going again, bro.
dude, yeah, truthfully, dude, I don't think.
You don't think so?
Even if
I
she
hate
was,
that she was attractive.
no, bro, she was not. She's not ugly, but
Not
she's
attractive
not.
enough to be
I don't
crazy.
think. I don't think she's an attractive girl.
Okay.
I
I think
don't
she's
think
socially
she's-
repulsive and stupid and.
Have you heard of that scale where it's like
Simping,
when access is
bro,
crazy
you're
and when access
simping
is
again.
hot,
Gotta stop
and then
simping
there's like a
so much.
line and you can't be under that line.
Yeah.
She's under the line.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. I'm saying there's a guy like Peter that's listening to that shit just because she's a
I'm gonna get some of these chats here.
young
Free Peter
chick.
till it's backwards.
All right, antenna boy, and antenna boy here sides with the girl.
Yep.
The funniest part is that she is right. If all you looking for is fertility, cuteness, argumentative, small, your guess at that one, moldable, malleable, etc. Just sounds like you want a 12-year-old. That's a totally. Is that a straw
insane.
man?
Yeah.
It's totally fallacious because you could like if you want a woman who's a virgin, there are plenty of women who are
Adults.
women, adult, who are 18, 19, 20, 21. There's women into their mid, late 20s, even
I mean,
early
especially
30s
people
that
that
are
are
virgins.
religious.
So just because you want a woman who's a virgin does not mean like so you could desire all these traits in a woman. That's not evidence of you having these P-word tendencies. Andrew, do you have anything on the super chat?
Yeah, well, it's a non sequitur anyway. So the non sequitur, which is here, this is an argument which means nothing. Is he states at the end that his conclusion is the question, right? If you value these things, then it must mean X. No, that's of course not true. You still value high fertility, and it has nothing to do with prepubescent kids. Has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do with the fact that, of course, men are going to value fertility in women. None of these things lead to the conclusion that he's saying, but he still states it as though the conclusion must be true based on made-up premises. It's ridiculous.
Well put, Andrew. I'm glad I had you here for this episode because oh my God, it's been a doozy.
Yeah, I'd have got away with tons of stuff if Andrew wasn't here.
Okay. We have infinite singularity. One God's essence entails infinite attributes. Humans, finite beings, cannot embody infinity. 2, asserting I am God implies a finite being is infinite. 3, this self-contradictory claim violates the principle of non-contradiction. All right, that's above my pay grade.
So if you don't mind, I'll respond to that
Sure.
real quick. He's absolutely right. So especially when he says it violates the law of non-contradiction, it'd be a contradiction for her to say, I am God, while at the same time, of course, she's not God. This is demonstrable that she's not God, because if she was God, then she would have to have created everything, et cetera, et cetera. So it's already a violation of one of the logical laws, which is how you don't even need to say it's fallacious. You can just reject the entire thing on its face. But also he makes these other points, which is that you're trying to say that a finite being can be an infinite being, which she clearly is a finite being, so can't be infinite, therefore can't be God. It's just contradiction after contradiction.
There are religions that think that you can be as a finite being infinite.
Let's not.
Which one?
Let's
Which one?
not.
Like Buddhism?
Well, no, that's not really what Buddhism says. It's not. So Buddhism is trying to move towards what we would call in orthodoxy something called theosis, which is you could be more like whatever this type of being is. But no, it's not really stating what you're saying it's stating.
Well, I mean, there's a certain level of connectedness to the world that you have when you're like that, which kind of implies infinity, but not in the way I think that comment was saying.
Yeah, so it would say you're a part of the infinite, not the infinite itself.
Yeah.
That's what we would agree with as God is the infinite, right? You're not part of the infinite, you would be the infinite.
Yes.
We have Deaxiom here. Jess, she was
supposed to be Jeff.
She was the least attractive person on the panel
for sure.
She was not hot, but I certainly agree with that. She was the least. Even the pink girl, fucking
I don't know
was
about
just saying
digging
that. I
at.
was like, nobody made any commentaries, at least on the girls, that we were being a lot kinder.
Yeah.
This other bitch was fucking psycho and ugly.
Yeah. But
Let's fucking
there's a
go.
personality that
Let's
sucked.
go.
It was.
Yeah, totally. Like,
Yeah.
I was never gonna wipe
I
that
see
up.
a lot of uglier girls than her. I'm not trying to simp, but like I meant like, gosh damn it, why is God
Moderately
making
attractive
crazy?
person, yeah.
The crazy person should look crazy. She should have came in here with a shit in her jeans, and we'd have been like, don't talk to this one. She's insane. That was a crazy person we just argued with for hours.
I do actually think
narcissist.
That's what
she
I was
might
trying
be
to
crazy.
say. I know she's an
I think
actual
she is.
crazy person. That's what I'm saying.
But she's somewhat. She's oh shit.
They
What's
let
the
her
term?
operate a car. They like she knows how to like put on clothes.
I think she
That's
was-
the only point I was trying to make by saying she's not ugly. Is that like the fact that we have to deal? I wish murderers look like murderers, and I wish
Yeah.
crazy people look like crazy people.
Yeah.
I wish bad people look like it's like I had to deal with this fucking psycho, and I was giving her good faith for the first
lot of
hour,
the
and then
things
after a
she
while I
said
was like,
was
fuck
crazy.
this
The
chick.
conversation I had with her prior was outside, and you heard a little bit of it.
Yeah, she seemed pleasant.
But she was decently pleasant. She was just adding a lot of weird feeling on my side. I just emotionally just felt like, okay, this is a little different.
She was degrading you.
She was degrading the hell out of me.
attacking
but-
Outside?
Wait, outside?
Oh no, not
Oh, yeah.
outside. She
Oh,
was
during the
intentionally
show.
trying to get information from me. So I was just
Yeah.
filtering out.
Yeah, I heard
random
you guys' whole
information.
conversation. I was
But
down
what
there.
she was saying was like, I've always wanted to be in Los Angeles. I've always wanted
Yeah.
to be here. I have 8 days
Yeah, the
here.
failed
I have more
actress gave
things.
But
that
she
away.
even said that downstairs. She goes, "I'm a failed actress," to get like the laugh, like a little self-deprecating.
Yeah, so I think
she
what
had
she
a strategy.
was intentionally doing was just like she really wants the attention. She obviously has a social account. God only knows how much in terms of following or anything of that sort. But it just
Yeah.
seems so like
She sucked.
she was deprived of everything.
Yeah.
She needed it now.
Yeah. That was a lot.
Bro.
It was
like
exhausting.
on one hand, I wish I was, like there was early on in the show, I was about to kick her.
I wish you
I
would.
kind of wish I did.
Kind of
I'm just
gave
scared that she's
her
gonna like do something.
a chance.
I'm,
Like at
I'm
one
glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't kick her because
No, but-
that kind of madness on display is
Yes.
beautiful.
No, I agree. Like she, like what's the? Hold on. It's
You see how far the termites have spread and how long and well they've dined.
I mean, it was obviously infuriating, and I know she was very insulting to some of the other girls here. It was very frustrating to have her on the show, but like the best disinfectant is sunlight, and like for her to like, she was trying to. There was a period there in the middle, Andrew, where I think I don't know if she's bipolar or something, but she kind of like started shifting a bit and was like trying to be more agreeable, and then but immediately like just went completely unhinged and.
Well, she was trying to take every end of the position that she possibly could, whatever she thought would put her in the most favorable light with whoever was on the winning side of the position. That was the game. When we were able to move her out of that, where she had to be on the losing side of the position, she freaked out. And
That's where she started yelling.
Well, she loved the attention. So, like, even when everyone's dunking on her, going, "Can you imagine being her boyfriend, Peter?" Like, she was maniacally laughing.
Yeah.
Like,
And
look at
smiling
how
all
people are talking about me. Like, it was a strange reaction to that. Like, it was felt very manic.
Hunger.
Yeah.
You did at
Definitely
the end there. I said something, and then one of them was like, "Oh, I'm not asking her a question," which is cool. And then she tried to say something, and you were like, "Let them do this." So it seemed like you almost wanted it to be like this, like her show for a second.
No,
It was when I was answering something and you're just like, let her do it. And I know.
Oh,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying,
no,
but
it's-
it was just because she was already showing her psychosis.
Well, he was going to ask.
No.
Andrew was going to ask a series of questions.
No, honestly, the truth is, as soon as she said, as soon as she basically made the statement that me and Jeff, and that all men or most men must be P words, I was prepared to kick her. But I was going to kick her right then and there. But I know Andrew wanted to
Interact.
have a back and forth, so I was like. It wasn't so much I didn't want to hear from you. I was like, I want to get this girl off the fucking show. I'll let Andrew have his back and forth, but like, okay.
How often do you kick people off?
I didn't really kick Pink off.
No, she kicked herself.
She kind of wanted to
really
leave.
wanted to leave,
She
yeah.
wanted to leave anyways, but it doesn't happen too often. I think I'm fairly patient with people.
Way too.
I thought you were so patient. I'm really surprised.
You didn't even tell her to shut up or anything.
Wait, what?
You didn't even tell her to shut up.
I raised my voice with her a
well, you
little
have
bit,
to be able to talk over her.
But
All right. We did it tonight, though.
thank God for Andrew Wilson, guys. You got to subscribe to his channel, The Crucible. He helped out a lot with that just dealing with that total insanity, guys. This would have
real conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. I think we have some more. I have some more notes here from. I want to ask like a lighthearted question here. Hold on, let me try to lighten things.
Way too anyway.
I got Andrew. I think you'll appreciate this one. Hold on. All right. Wait. Oh, hold on. Wait. Okay. Let's say you're like talking to a dude, right? I don't know why I said Andrew would appreciate this. Right? Maybe Jeff will appreciate it too. Let's say you're talking to a guy. He's flirting with you, maybe approached you at Trader Joe's or at a bar or something, I don't know. He's like, hey, can I get your number? You're like, yeah, sure. You want to take it down? And he's like, yeah. And then he like busts out a flip phone like this.
I'd be so impressed.
Hot.
Would like
Hot.
Turn on or like is it a deal breaker?
Like even if they were like not cute, like I would give them a chance at least. Like that's hot. That's attractive.
Like this. And he's like,
why is it attractive?
I love flip phones.
It's like you're a real person. Like you don't have an addiction that everyone else has.
But like what
willpower?
What's the thing with girls? Like they don't like guys who have Androids.
I don't agree with that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think
that's hot.
So
It's
okay,
not.
That's
it's
like
not.
sexy.
I would say I think I'd find it attractive solely because typically with the flip phone you can text not so much and not so effectively. There's no
Right.
typical
T9,
TTS.
dude.
So I think
Alright.
it'd be more fun
Here,
to
let me-
actually have a conversation with somebody or be in a
They're like a real life
start
person.
of a relationship because then you can have phone calls and all that stuff.
What-
You can actually organize dates like that.
What about you? What do you
I
think?
don't know. I'll be a little sus.
A little sus if he's got this?
I'll be a little sus. Not
It's
gonna
honest.
lie.
Thank you. She's consistent.
I appreciate the honesty.
It's the trap
Here,
zone.
let me up the ante here. What if he's got one of these?
I would
Oh
honestly
my
love it.
god.
This is a Motorola Dynatac 9000X.
He's
I
either
think.
hilarious or a crazy person.
So, ladies,
Both are good. I would be intrigued. I would want to know more.
That's too weird.
What is that?
Does it move though? Can you take it outside of your house?
I would want to know why.
yeah, it's a cell phone.
It's a cell phone. Why does it have a wire?
the first cell phone.
I don't know. I think you got to charge it in your car.
I
while
would
you're-
just want to know why.
I would think it was a bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. You'd be a funny guy.
Okay, so. what
I
about-
would- yeah, I
you
would
guys
just wanna
down
know
for-
why.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Do you think, man, what's Andrew's background? Is he like a scientist or something?
He won the Nobel Prize.
I'm a mechanical engineer.
That's cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna say like, I find the traits I like in women are the things I hate most about myself. Actually, no, that's not true. I find the traits that I hate in other people, not just women, the things I hate about myself most. So like a lot of my guy friends dress terrible. They're like out of shape. I'm like, I like the lack of vanity in this person because I have a pretty high amount of vanity. So it's like, I think what they were just going, isn't that great that he's got a flip phone? I think that's so good. Maybe because you hate that you're always on your stupid smartphone and you're always checking your Instagram.
why I said I
when
want
he
a flip
can't check his Instagram on this, you go, good. I like a guy who can't do. Is that a fair?
Yeah,
I want a flip phone.
Completely.
I would do it if I could. I'm addicted though.
You can. This is super
No,
cheap.
I like can't quit my addiction.
Oh, I see what
you
you're
know?
saying. Yeah.
I want to get into some of Mia's pre-show notes here. Maya?
Mia.
Call me whatever you'd like.
I can't laugh.
I
at
like,
It's been Mia
I like
like
that.
10 times.
I like that.
Mommy.
Mommy Mia is
Whoa.
actually one of the names I got the most.
Okay,
but I
there you go.
appreciate it.
Before I get into your notes, question for all the girls here. How tall are you, and do you guys have a height preference when it comes to dating?
Are we going around in a circle?
I don't think I did that.
Yeah, starting with you. Yeah.
I'm 5'8", and I prefer. I've dated people shorter than me, but just because of like how tall I am, I prefer someone to like be either my height or a little bit taller.
Do you have like a bare minimum, like 6 feet or anything like that?
What, like of how tall they should
Yeah.
be? I'd say like.
Your height?
I mean, I've dated shorter, so I would say like the minimum is like 5'5".
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm 5'1", and I think
Be honest.
I am 5'1", 5'1". and
No,
a half.
not about.
But the next part.
I don't have a minimum. I think because I'm so small that it's really I can't have a minimum cap. I'd say the shortest I've dated is 5'6", and that's fine with me.
What about a little person? That'd be shorter than you.
That'd be fine.
Anybody
date
know
a little
any
person?
dwarves?
I've
I'm
never
trying
met
to.
any dwarves.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to date a dwarf, like a female.
Oh, no, I
female
don't know any
dwarf.
female
I
dwarves.
I'm trying to date.
Maybe I do. I know.
I feel like you guys probably do.
I only know so many dwarfs because I'm a stand-up comedian, and there's like 4 of them that are all Nick Novecki, Brad Williams. Like they're all very funny, but that's kind of how I found them. They're like comics, you know.
Okay. So, your last boyfriend, how tall was he?
My last boyfriend, he was 5'10", and then right before that was 5'6".
That's pretty
Something
tall.
got revealed there.
Yeah, 5'10".
Okay, what about you?
5'6".
So I'm 5'4", and the shortest person I've dated was like 5'6".
Well, you're currently in a relationship, right?
Yes.
How tall is your current boyfriend?
6 foot.
Do you have a height minimum requirement for dudes or no?
Well, 5'6".
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm 5'3", and it just kind of depends on the. I'm 5'3". It depends on the person. I feel like I never really run into situations where I'm like, this guy would be cool if he wasn't 5'4". That's never happened to me, so I don't really think about it. But I guess probably 5'4".
Bare minimum?
Yeah, but I've dated a lot of short people.
Stop the cap.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair if it's.
My most recent relationship was 5'10", but that was also. No, that's not my tallest. But it's not my shortest.
Okay.
Hey guys, I really appreciate you having me on this evening. I got to go. It's a little late for me here in Michigan. Thank you so much for having me. It was nice meeting all of you.
Bye. Yes. Andrew, before you leave, just want to thank you so much for coming on. I hope this episode wasn't too much of a headache for you.
Nope, it was great. I had a lot of fun, and thank you for having me so much. And you guys have a great night.
I'm a little mad that Andrew didn't say hi to me before the show started.
Oh my God. I forgot that was
That's true. I didn't.
That's right. That was very rude. Very rude of you, Andrew. Guys, please check out the Crucible on YouTube. That's Andrew's channel. He is a blood sports debater. And if you want, check out the previous podcast we've had him on. He's absolutely killer. He's been great on the previous episodes. So if you enjoyed what you heard from Andrew, feel free to check out his channel. Check out the other episodes. He's appeared in person, by the way, guys. This is our first time doing a call-in with him. I'm sure a lot of you are already familiar with that. Those episodes were awesome, super cool. Go subscribe to his channel, and we'll have you back on soon. Okay, we'll have you back on soon. All right, Andrew?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. Take care, guys. Have a great night.
Thanks for joining, man. Have a good night. Say hi to Rachel for me. Wait, was that weird? Is that weird to say?
No.
I don't know who Rachel.
That's his wife.
It was fine until you said, is that weird to say?
That was weird.
I did fine.
I feel like that could be like.
I don't think
I was saying it in like a because I like his wife, so his wife's like super based and cool. So I hope that didn't come out. Okay.
You did fine.
So, and we should, Andrew, I don't know if you're still watching, love to have her on the show. Rachel Wilson, she's awesome. Okay, so Mia, did I say it right finally?
Mommy Mia.
Jesus Christ. I'm so bad with names. Is it really my fault though if you get named a name that has two potential different
No, I don't take it offensively
pronunciations? Actually, funny story on that. I think I've said this once before on the stream. I was dating this girl. Her name was either C or Kara. So Kara or Kara. Yeah. I don't fucking know. We hooked up. We had sex for the first time. Afterwards, this is only our second time hanging out, right? I'm like, hey, could you remind me how to pronounce your name? She did not like this. Bear in mind, this is like 10 minutes after having sex for the first time, right? She was very upset. Oh, how could you forget the pronunciation of my name? And it wasn't like I forgot her name. I wasn't like, no, I knew like the spelling. I knew the exact spelling. I just didn't know how to pronounce it. Yeah. The shit has two different potential pronunciations. Kara. So I had a, and okay. Jeez, I land the plane, Brian. Jesus Christ. English is my second language. I can't speak properly. There was no subsequent, based solely on the fact that I butchered the pronunciation of her name. She used that as pretext for us to not hang out.
That gave her the ick.
It gave her the ick.
You know what's weird though is like, was there a way you could have figured it out without having to ask her?
I was gonna say like a
How?
coffee
I
order.
don't know either. But like, which way did you need to know the name right away?
Rachel.
Hey, yo, Rachel. Wait, you can pull that one up. Oh, sorry, I'll do it. I got it. Yo, Rachel. We'd love to have you on. You're dope. Your husband's awesome. So whenever you want, love to have you on.
Your husband called me a lot of names, Rachel.
Oh. There you go.
All right. He's a smart guy. I like it.
What was the question?
Oh, I was just saying, like, maybe, like, did you need to know it right then? Because you're just being honest and direct. Like, hey, how do you pronounce it? Is it car or care? But like, I'm maybe more cowardly than you. I'd have just waited until like the next day and then try to figure out.
Maybe heard someone else say her name.
Something.
Like,
Was there another way to find it out?
Probably. I feel like I'm a pretty direct person and just very straightforward and very to the point.
Yeah.
So
worked against you on that.
And
one.
I think I have pretty. Well, I don't know. Do I have thick skin? Sometimes I get fucking salty on this podcast. I get super tilted on this podcast sometimes. So I don't know. Do I have thick? I don't know.
I have a rule now where like no one can disrespect me even a little bit. So like for relationships, like I'll be assertive about it in non-relationships, but in relationships, it's like no chances. Like it's just telling to me, and if it's not telling, then like I don't really care to stick around to find out.
So like if you were in that girl's
If someone would do something to me
Kara's-
that I wouldn't do to them, that's disrespect to me. And I don't know if she probably just had a different mindset. I'm not saying she's right. I'm just saying that could be an explanation. Like I think that it's kind of a big reaction to a small thing, but maybe she just has a rule like that.
Yeah, but maybe in her mind she's like, I get why she'd be mad about that, but I don't know if it's a break-upable offense. Yeah. But also, in my mind, I was thinking, how would I navigate that? I don't think I'd ask.
No, I would have
just
thought
wait.
like you forgot my name.
Try to be creative
Try
or
to
something.
be like, oh, let me just like save the pronunciation so I can get that name back.
Just been like, is it pronounced like this or like this? Sorry.
That's what he did do.
Oh really?
Well, that's what he did. I don't think you're wrong.
Then
I
she
think
knew.
she might have
taken it the wrong way.
taken it the wrong way and reacted a little more aggressively.
Yeah, but you don't care how anyone says your name.
I really don't.
He goes to me or mine, and you still have an answer. You go, just say whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm normal. I played basketball for 8 years with one coach, and he literally only called me Maya, so I'm used to it.
but I think that's an L for her. Like we
I think
just
so too.
fought.
I agree.
And you want to no longer, we were otherwise having a good time. And because let's say I'm wrong. Let's just assume jerk move to forget the name.
No.
Is that something is that forgivable?
I don't think
that's
I think 100% forgivable.
Let's say I'm a
I actually
jerk,
agree with you
right?
100% on the situation. I was thinking how I would do it, and I go, I'd probably cowardly wait till the next day. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's always so funny. Like women often say, "Oh, it's so important to communicate." Like da 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 da.
They don't.
Well, okay, hold on. This is me communicating. Like, sorry, I fucked up. I forgot how to pronounce your name properly.
Yeah.
Blame your parents. They named you a ambiguously pronounced name, like Kara, huh? I don't know how to pronounce that shit.
Honesty. There's a book called Honesty, I think, or Truth, or something along those lines by Sam Harris, and he talks about how like honesty is always the best solution. You can never find a solution.
You gotta be honest.
Ever find a solution. But there's a point. Like if someone says, "What about if your wife is asking, do I look okay in this dress or something?"
No, I would just tell her.
Right, but he was going, if her only motive is just she needs to hear something kind from you, then that's not really lying. You're just kind of going, you always look beautiful to me, or something like that, like in that way. Because directness works in your advantage probably 99% of the time, I'm guessing. And then that was one of the scenarios where you're like, oh shit, maybe this directness.
Does it change anything for you girls if it was like, let's say it was during sex?
Ooh.
Like if he mispronounced your name during sex.
If
like he's like pulling your hair and shit. He's in your ear talking all kinds of, you know how it is, right?
You learned about Brian.
You know the
tonight.
game. You know the game, like right? He's okay.
So
and
I
he's
think Brian's
whispering.
actually being
He's
honest
biting
and
your
he's
neck
saying
till
that
it
he actually
bleeds.
did it while
No.
they
I swear it was afterwards. I swear it was afterwards. But what if it was during?
If it was during, because literally my name is always getting asked, I would genuinely not care. But if it was different, where you and I, if I was her, you and I were together, let's say for a week. We had been seeing each other for a week or two by then.
Yeah.
Then obviously I would be offended. It'd just be like, okay, you've heard me when we went to coffee or whatever it may have been.
It was like.
You said
it
2
was
days.
the second date.
Then I wouldn't be offended.
Maybe it was either second or third, and we'd only been talking for like 2 weeks or something. I don't know.
But also it's different if you said like someone completely different. Like if you said like a completely different name that
He's
wasn't
fucking her and he
even
goes,
close.
Brian.
Yeah.
You're like, "No!"
Yeah, it's not like I called. I knew
it's
the
close.
spelling. I knew the spelling. It's
Yeah.
not like I didn't know her name. It's not like I was like Gertrude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more we talk about it, the more I'm on your side on this because you're like, listen, we went on 2 dates. How many times have I said your name out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about a million things. I can tell you where you work. I can tell your opinion on this. I can tell you your opinion. But like, you don't say your name very much.
Yeah.
So it's like, just remind me of the pronunciation. Yeah, I can tell you a million things about you.
Yeah.
This is so cute. We're all agreeing.
Yeah, no.
Well, I'm trying to keep. I feel like for 5 hours it was like very intense.
Or awkward.
So I hope the viewers don't mind that I'm just like taking a little
breather,
like just inserting a little levity into the conversation. And I know a lot of people tune in for like those heated, spicy moments,
But 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like
I need to like just decompress.
I didn't even realize how long it was.
I hope the chat doesn't mind. I'm just having like a kind of fun, light conversation because after that girl, I need to decompress.
Wasn't it great
a
when
little
Mia
bit.
called her a cunt?
I was like, okay.
No, I heard it. I liked it.
That's my favorite fucking word.
Yep.
He's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Mia's the goat. Mia's the goat.
Well, that's why I said so much. Like I was like, oh, this would have been blows. Like a guy would have fought her, or would have fought if she was a boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that no one knows her name. Like she's so failed actress.
She's like Voldemort.
The name and which we don't.
The bitch who must not be
I am
named.
God.
God. Everyone in the chat is just like blonde bitch. Yeah. Sure.
God was terrible tonight.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. So you said from dating extremely successful people.
Yes.
And then there's more, but like I just want to dive into that. So when you say from dating extremely successful people, what do you mean by?
I won't preface with like their earnings or anything of that sort because I don't think that's necessary. I think with success to me, it's more so of their development, where they are in life, whether happily or emotionally or even just business-wise, etc. Education. With that being said, I've dated really great people. I wouldn't say, oh, they're the, what is it called? The high man or whatever, the
High
value man. I would refer to them as that. Not everybody would, and that's obviously subjective. I think because of that, I've learned a lot about myself, and I've learned a lot about the realm of my current history and my current lifestyle with OnlyFans and all these things that I've done in my past, as well as being a younger girl. That doesn't necessarily hold me away from anything in life, whether it be this high value man or even genuine relationships, emotional, etc. I'm grateful that I've actually had really great relationships with a lot of different people, both friends and emotionally and romantically, that I just have learned like this is my decision to continue this job and whatever it may be and do the choices that I've made in my life. But yeah. Sorry if that's...
No, I was laughing at this
Nice
chat. Here, I'll pull it up just because thank you for the Australian. Need some aftercare after that 5-hour fucking...
I asked him, I said, how do you do this?
Fucking-
Because I can't imagine.
To be fair, this panel was interesting.
Yeah.
It was like probably one of the more, like I said before, eventful panels that we've had. We had the pink girl going up. She was being, not you, but the girl who's sitting there being obnoxious. You went and cried on the balcony. I'm just not trying to be mean. Just that was a moment. There was a lot that happened. A lot that happened. So wait, okay, dating. You said you've learned that my job has really opened my value in terms of knowledge and interest onto many others in those more successful positions. Oh, this would have been great if Andrew was here.
God.
Wait, knowledge and interest onto... Oh, okay. I've learned that being an OnlyFans girl actually portrays me very differently than the assumed dumb young girl who is sexually selling her body for pennies with little to no education and no comprehension of the damage their digital past will do onto them. If anything, more intellectual men and women have acknowledged the power and knowledge it takes to build a charming character onto multiple platforms for the purpose of S-work and sex labor, etc.
I kind of want beyond. So the first thing I want to acknowledge is Jeff actually said, looking as a 40-year-old man, that you think that looking back onto past, there's always going to be regret. And I completely agree. And that's, I can already see it on your face. I completely see that. And that's not to say that there isn't. And I know there's always going to be regret. I mean, I started when I was 18, I'm 21, and I have certain regrets. What I have acknowledged from dating either more intellectual people, older adults, or anything of that sort, somebody whom I see as higher value or successful or worthy of a real conversation, just like almost all of us have had really great conversations, I have learned that my decisions have actually opened other people's minds, which is very interesting. A lot of people have grown into having more introspective ideas in terms of what is sex work and what does it actually allude to and what actually does it open up from. Does it also always conclude to damaging somebody's whole identity for the rest of their lives? In addition to that, how is it empowering? How is it not? And all these things. That's what I've learned from myself and learned from others, having those conversations. I've aided a lot of people in opening their own minds to their own sexual desires and ideals and all that stuff, but I as well have had many of conversations with people who are religious, who are not, and all these other things, older, younger, and with that I've learned, one, to always value other people's opinions, and not necessarily value them in the sense that they have to affect me, but holding true to every person's opinion has value and has a reasoning and has a perspective that comes from some sort of past or certain expectation or something that they've been taught. And that's helped me and aided me a lot in my own journey, and that's why I always conclude to I've been able to learn a lot, and I've also been able to teach a lot, and that's a blessing at the end of the day. I'm sorry if I'm blabbering too much. I am exhausted, so
yeah. But I mean, so it sounds like so you said you've learned that being an OnlyFans girl actually portrays you very differently than the assumed dumb young girl who's sexually selling her body for pennies with little to no education, no comprehension of some of the other stuff. If anything, more intellectual men and women have acknowledged the power and knowledge it takes to build a charming character onto multiple platforms for the purpose of sex work, sex labor. I mean, don't you think it kind of sounds like cope?
Yes, it definitely can be cope.
And you're shaming women who don't do sex work, basically.
No.
That's what it sounds like.
I'm not trying to shame anybody that doesn't do sex work. Okay. I actually also agree that sex work is not a beautiful choice of work. What I was kind of alluding to in that phrase was more so that, what was it? Could you repeat a little bit of it just so I can get...
Well, you said that if anything, more intellectual men and women have acknowledged the power and knowledge it takes to build a charming character
so right there,
onto multiple platforms.
So what I was kind of alluding to was a lot of times a lot of people think, okay, you're 18, you're young, you're 20, whatever age may be, you're starting an OnlyFans, you're starting pornography of any sorts, you're doing it because it's a means to an end, and in addition to that, it's just easy money. It's actually not, and it's really hard. Yes, it can be very lucrative, but that comes with a lot of efforts and energy and a lot of loss and lessons, and that's something that I've learned and I've actually worked on with so many other people, not just, let's say, other OnlyFans girls, not saying agencies, not saying any of that, even other people who are familiar with developing their own tech businesses, et cetera, and et cetera. Having those conversations, working with professionals in those different platforms, and also even with just the technologicals, also having to portray your identity consistently all throughout different platforms, just as it is being a creative anything. That's what I've learned. And with sharing that information of what I have to do daily to maintain my identity as an OnlyFans girl or maintain my identity overall as a creator, that's also helped a lot of people understand that, hey, it's not easy. Yes, you can get $1 for showing your fucking holes, but you really have to attract more people. You have to build your market, all that thing. Not that it's easy. I do not think that it's something that anybody should just easily go into just because they think it's a means to an end, because it's never going to end.
Do you do any content? Sorry to cut you off there. Do you do any content too, or no? Like OF? You don't have OF, correct?
I used to have OF.
Oh, you used to, and but you don't, correct? No. Wait, I have a question for you guys. So, since having started doing OF, adult content, however you want to call it, do you guys think it has had either a negative, neutral, or positive impact on your romantic prospects or relationships?
definitely negative on my.
Definitely negative for
yes,
you.
Yes, and I wasn't even posting any of like sexual content. It was just
like lingerie stuff.
Lingerie stuff, and I still got really bad backlash.
Both.
Yeah. I would say neutral.
Neutral.
Mm-hmm.
For you?
Oh, I was just saying I've had both. Like I've had guys that I like, not really interested to, but like started talking to, and they would be like, "Oh, you have an OnlyFans," like whatever, kind of weird about it. But I've also had people that are very like accepting, and they're like, as long as you're just doing stuff with like me, like your relationship, whatever, like that's fine. So I've had both.
But it's not clear to me if that's necessarily a positive.
I think, well, for relationship wise, like the people that I've dated and like had serious relationships with didn't care, but the negatives definitely come from men that subscribe to the OnlyFans, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you guys a question. Do you think there are more men that are there more men that see OnlyFans when it comes to a potential romantic partner?
Mm-hmm.
Are there more men that would see OnlyFans as a negative in the relationship, or a negative thing when it comes to potentially picking a partner? Or are there more men who are going to be like, I view a girl doing that as a positive thing?
I would say, sorry.
Go ahead.
As if we're looking at the average man, so somebody that isn't involved in the Los Angeles world per se, or the Miami worlds, I would say, yeah, it's obviously a negative. It's this woman who I'm interested in, who is socially sharing all these images and portraying herself as XYZ. And obviously that's a negative. I think the reason I remain neutral, and I think that's kind of what she was saying, was because people who actually get to know ourselves and develop an actual relationship with us, in addition to having known about our OnlyFans or later on finding out about them, discover, okay, this is only one identity with which they create content, they create whatever.
And it's really just to make money.
Yeah, it's
like
really,
we're all just trying to survive.
And I think that's where it becomes neutral. Nobody to my face, and nobody even in my past has ever said,
right,
I would never ever see her again. I would never do anything with her. I would never be with her because of her decision. I've actually gotten a lot of people to come back and just say, hey, I'm so very proud of you. Actual exes who have just said, I'm very proud of you.
They're proud of you for starting an OnlyFans.
Not for starting an OnlyFans, for building a business for myself, for building something at such a young age, like doing all the things that I did so early on and things that I was passionate for. Not that it's a positive. Like I'm saying, I really do not think that sex work should be normalized. I don't think it at all should be on TikTok where people are saying, this is my life as a sex worker and all these things. I think it's really sickening, and it's really bad how organically we're sharing this and thinking that it's okay for the younger kids at all to ever interpret this as normal. Even for older generations as well, we're normalizing it for everyone, and it is not okay.
Sure. I'm just trying to think, like, I don't know, like, probably there's some guys out there that might view it as a pro for a girl to have OnlyFans, but I feel like for the vast majority of men, I think it's going to be a negative.
They're going to view it. It's going to lead to insecurities.
I don't know if
not like in a negative way, but
I don't know if it's necessarily insecurities, but I would say the vast majority of men are going to view that as a negative mark on you. And then there's a large portion of men, but less than the ones that will view it negatively, that it'll just be neutral.
Butler donated $200. For the comedian with the high body count,
herpes, right?
Are you aware condoms do not protect from genital herpes?
Oh my God.
Feel that tingling on your balls? That's the onset of a deadly outbreak. This is the end.
Oh, no, it's the end?
Here, I'm going to send the asteroid.
Oh, no.
It's the end, according to Jay Butler.
Why did Jay Butler not give me the good news sooner? Or the bad news sooner, I guess. That's really funny.
Like, I think he's really interested.
Oh, what the fuck?
He's too interested. Like, it has to be a kink. Like,
no
right? Like, why else would you be like that?
Or a running gag.
What's the name for the bug chasers?
I've never heard of that.
You guys have never heard of that?
No.
There's like some, it's like, it's probably a mental illness. There's a group of people that chase getting STDs. They're called They're called bug chasers, and I think this was something.
Oh no!
I almost wonder if this is TOS.
Wasn't this in the 70s or so?
It was. I think it might have been during the HIV thing with a certain
bug chaser.
I don't want to get into it, but apparently, are you saying that maybe he's a bug chaser?
Yeah,
Are you saying Jay Butler's a bug chaser?
That bug chaser. He wishes I had herpes.
What the hell?
He's the one that's the doctor, right?
Yes.
That checks
Just
out.
kidding, Jay Butler.
Okay,
You're not
there
a
you have
bug
it.
chaser. But I also don't have herpes because the world's listening. I'd like to make that clear.
I just wonder, like, do you think, and I think to some degree there's some cope about, well, if you're engaged, if you've done OnlyFans, then you're just going to be like a miserable cat lady. I actually think that's cope from men who, look, I'm not in favor of like, and my preference would be to not date a girl who does OnlyFans, but I do think there's a strong cope from a lot of dudes of like, oh, these women are just going to be like lonely cat ladies. I do think
they'll be fine.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of simps out there.
Yeah,
so
for sure. But I also don't.
There's a lot of simps out there.
Support it, but like I think that they're not going to be cat ladies either.
There's a lot of.
I mean, I'm already a cat lady, so it's fine.
Oh, boom! She's already.
You don't strike me as a
Ever be
cat
lonely
lady
if
at
they're
all.
like surrounded by people?
But I
who
will
pay
say that,
them?
like, why do you want your boyfriend to not cheat on you?
Wait, what?
I'm sorry?
Why wouldn't you want your boyfriend to have like a lot of like other people they're having sex with? You want it to be yours,
yeah,
right? So the
absolutely.
same with OnlyFans or porn or any of these sex work. It's kind of the same thing. It's just a different level of that. I don't want guys seeing you naked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want guys masturbating to you.
That's
I
fair.
like to think this is for me, and that's
fair.
all. It's pretty, simple.
I agree.
It's not me going, what a dumb bitch, but it's me
You
going
know
like,
what?
maybe
But I
don't,
think like
please don't do that.
when a relationship comes into like your life, I think that's a conversation that you should have too, and that's like
Yeah.
about like maturity and being an adult. Like
I
if
don't know
someone,
why I keep going back to the holidays, but if I brought someone home for the holidays,
it's the holidays.
and my dad can just go to the computer and see the
Yeah.
woman I love naked, I'd
Yeah.
be mortified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah, I've had relationships. Like I said, I'm not actively dating, but I've had relationships that come in after the fact, like after I started OnlyFans. And a lot of people will either say, oh, I didn't know that you did that, or I already knew. And even then, it doesn't offend me. It doesn't bother me. Obviously, they don't want to think about all these other people that might be doing whatever to your content. Obviously, nobody wants to think of that sometimes.
I don't
and
really want to think about that.
even then, because of that, what I've learned is a lot of that open communication, like you said, maturity,
Yeah.
just open dialogue of just, hey, let's just not talk about it in certain times. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it before I go to mass. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it at the dinner table. Obviously, I'm not going
Are
to.
you religious?
I'm Catholic.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh my God, where's Andrew Wilson? Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa!
I grew up Catholic.
You're Catholic? You grew up Catholic.
I grew up Catholic.
Is that part of the OnlyFans character?
No, I actually try to keep it separate entirely.
okay.
I grew up Catholic. My mom is Mexican Catholic and like super religious.
But are you Catholic currently?
I say that I'm still Catholic. I don't necessarily practice actively. I just actually today went to a non-denominational Christian church for my friend to kind of accompany her, but I just didn't really feel connected, quite honestly. I felt most connected to Catholicism. I also, like, I will say, like, my whole basis of religion is very distinctly different. My father grew up very atheist, said that we were Jewish at one point just because, so I practiced everything.
Fun
that I
family prank.
Well, he said it
You know
was,
we're all Jewish.
yeah, he's like, well, because they were separated.
Here,
So, like, my mom would just be like, why?
I want to come back to that, but here, let me just read this chat. Daxium and people question abstinence. There you have it. And then we had this one, Diaxiom. Hey, thank you for the big 200. By the way, just to let you know, if you do this via streamlabs.com/whatever, the 200, that'll trigger instant TTS. It'll come in instantly. And YouTube takes 30% of all YouTube-based super chat revenue. So if you do it through Streamlabs, for example, with this, first off, very grateful. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. If you do it through it's getting late here. I'm losing my train of thought. If you do it here, so YouTube has taken $60 of this. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards whatever instead of the YouTube megacorp, you could do it through Streamlabs. They take like $3 per 100. It's about $3 to $4 per 100. So a lot more of your patronage actually goes towards me instead of the pockets of woke megacorp YouTube. In any case, really appreciate your patronage, man. She who will not be named was an objective devil cultist. Satanists see themselves as gods. She was a deceptor and wanted everyone to hear her message. She was the antithesis of her message.
True.
Facts, dude. That's facts. I
She
can't.
was a little demon.
Yeah.
Yes!
Shit's true, bro.
Yeah.
Diaxiom. That's a very good analysis, man. And then we had, let me get one more chat. We had Nickelodeon. He's maybe an hour behind. Who's the real P word? The man that's attracted to 18-year-old women, or the woman that has S in front of a camera, knowing a larger number of her clientele is teens? Click yes if you're 18, LOL.
Good argument.
Okay. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. Thank you. Thank you, Nickelodeon. By the way, Nickelodeon, I don't know if you noticed this here. I have the aggro crag from Nickelodeon Guts.
A real small one.
It's a small one. I don't see OF blank as negative. I like showing off my wife who does OF, etc. But because I'm the one she comes home with, I don't mind body count experience. She knows what she's doing. To the BJs suck. Oh gosh. Okay, there's a lot of points I could go into there.
I think this probably used to be a debate people would have back in the day, like, could you date a stripper or could you date a, you know, like there's all those things. Like, I think some people just get jealous a lot easier. Dated an actress and she had to make out with this guy in a movie set, and I was just like, I have to watch the girl like make it. She's like, just acting, and I was like, I had a problem with that. Let alone.
I have a really fucking hot take here, and it's kind of a joke, but I'm gonna say it. Men who like slutty women are secretly gay.
Oh wow.
They're in denial because they want another man's cum by proxy.
Ah.
They want another man's cum in and around their mouth and dick.
It's a real straight way to get it.
It's kind of they might be gay.
I don't know. That's funny.
That's like also a kink.
Huh?
Like just.
Oh,
cuck.
like being a cuck?
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
So I mean, when it comes to body count, right? Like you got to think. So when it comes to like body count and this shit, right? Like, would you want to sleep with a girl who just got cummed inside of by another dude? But like, how far do you extend that? 10 seconds? No. 10 minutes? No. At least these are my answers. 1 hour? No. 3 hours? No.
10 seconds. Right. Oh, sorry, we're not answering.
A fortnight? No. So.
But also, why are you getting cummed?
Did you see that?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Did you guys read that chat?
No.
What did it? I didn't see it. What did it say?
Oh, it's no, wait, no, it's not there. It said, "Hey Brian, I'm very interested in you to be your trad wife."
Oh, say it into the mic.
I'm sorry. Hey Brian, I'm very interested in you to be my she wants to be your trad wife.
Oh, I don't know. I get a lot of DMs, so I didn't see it pop up. But
she paid $50.
No, I think it was only 10.
Oh,
was it?
Or what's a trad
wife? Funny though.
Yeah, what's that?
Traditional wife, like whatever.
Trad, traditional. My bad.
But
it's a very nice offer.
When it comes to, let me just see it. Oh, Nick, it was Dr. Clockwork. First off, I appreciate your patronage, man. Thank you. I disagree with you a bit on this. He doesn't mind body count experience. Well, first off, I think you don't need to have a high body count to be good in the bedroom as a woman. You could have had one sexual partner, and that was your long-term boyfriend, and you guys had a bunch of sex and figured it out. Also, if you're a guy and you know what you're doing in the bedroom, you can take a girl who is a virgin and has never had sex, or even a girl who's maybe hooked up once or twice but hasn't had a long-term boyfriend, and she doesn't, even though she's not virgin, she's had sex like only 1, 2, 3 times. You can have really good sex with her if you, most women like guys to take the lead. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean their experience.
Yeah.
For sure. Also,
Or
if you haven't been out whoring around, you wouldn't even know the difference. You would just be like, yeah, this feels fucking great. Look, like sex is pretty enjoyable that way. So like, who are you going home and going, whoa, this is terrible sex? Like, I've never had that. I've never once been upset. She'd have to like hit me with a rock or something for me to be upset about sex.
I don't know. He mentioned Toothy BJ too.
Oh,
I mean, like, I don't know. What matters more than a girl who sucks dick well? Like, I think there's like sex isn't that big of a, like, obviously you want to have good sex, but frankly, so long as a woman is enthusiastic and open-minded and
a good person,
likes you or loves you, you can have, like, I don't know, bro. You can have good sex with her.
That's what Andrew would call a simp comment.
Me?
No, not you.
No.
No, the toothy blowjob thing.
Oh, okay.
Or to be like, yeah, dude, my girl, she's the best at this because she does it all day to other dudes.
Like, I think what's going to be a bigger turn on, it's not like the way in which a girl can like maneuver her hips while on top of me or like her Gluck 9000, whatever the fuck. It's like, you want to, like, honestly, things you do outside of the bedroom or just your general demeanor is what's going to turn me on or be attractive. Like if she loves you to death and she's your ride or die, she has your back, she's going to take care of you. Like, I don't know.
There was a woman I used to hang out with in San Diego. I'm maybe sharing a little too much here, but like after shows, people want to hang out and they want to like, we're hanging with a comedian or we're drinking with a comedian or blah blah blah, or maybe they're sexually interested. You know, the party goes on for whatever. There's a girl that I would hang out with every single time, and people would be like, "Why her? Like you always pick her. You always hang out with her. She's just nice." She doesn't give me shit. If there's another girl over there, she's not like, who are these girls you're talking to? Like if I'm not talking to her in that exact moment.
I've got a question for you on this.
And she's also very hot, which helps. But I'm saying that like I think of her every single time I think about like what I'd want in like in a girlfriend. I'm like,
let me ask you a question. So remember the girl who's sitting here who we kicked off. Let's pretend she was like a 10 out of 10 in looks, but with her personality.
Yeah.
Would you rather date her? Whoops, sorry. Or date like a average chubby girl who's awesome personality?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, personality.
I would pick the average chubby girl.
Yeah, for sure.
Over.
I think women undervalue that.
Not you.
Oh,
not
no,
you.
of course
And
not.
they overvalue the like a lot of girls, especially this. I like funny women, right? But women will be like, I'm hilarious, and they do that shit that she was doing, where like she thinks by like over talking or being really opinionated about a thing, or being like, oh really, you sure about that, or like bingo, or like all the little like bullshit that she tried to do. She thought she was being very funny.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, surprise, surprise, like when you would say a thing, like just all of that kind of stuff makes you garbage to me, and
She's
not
garbage.
Word.
Yeah.
Based. Let's see here. What else did I have? Oh, more notes. Oh, right. Okay. So, no. It's the OF thing. Oh, I had this epiphany when it comes to OF, right? I have a question for you guys. Have you guys ever or currently had a management company running your OF?
Previously, I tried.
Previously? You've never?
No.
What is that?
Do you guys previously or currently or both have a typer? Do you guys, you know what that is?
Like someone that responds to
Somebody who responds to the message on your behalf?
Yes.
You've had that?
I'm
Did you ever have
doing
that?
it right now.
Huh?
I'm actively the one that has to message, so I'm not.
You don't have a typer?
No.
If you did though, do you think you would admit to it?
I mean,
Because like we've had women on the show who are like, no, I send all the messages.
I think
and it's
if
like,
I did
no,
have
you don't.
If I did have the typers, I definitely would say like, hey, like, let's be fucking for real. Like, yeah, it's not me, you know. But I think the way that I carry myself with them, it's like it's so interpersonal that I would have to share that like, hey, I'm hiring elsewhere because I just can't do it.
I just want to do a disclaimer here. If a girl did have a typer, so basically on OnlyFans, there's messaging back and forth. A lot of these girls have a management company. They have some dude in fucking
That poor guy.
I don't know, the Philippines or something or somewhere. I don't know, fucking
to see your
sending
dick.
messages. Exactly.
Just terrible job.
If they did have a typer, they would certainly not publicly admit to it. But
well, some people would be cheap. That's why they don't have a typer.
Yeah.
Because they just don't want to have to hire or pay them.
I guess they can make you more money though. Maybe I don't know. But I'm trying to think here. Okay. So you don't have a typer. What? You don't have a typer?
You did.
I've never
Yeah, I
had
did.
management.
I
You
did.
How was it a dude?
Yeah, it was a guy.
It was a dude.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So keep this
Guys
bear
know how to
in
do
mind. So a typer,
Yeah,
right?
they do. I was like, oh.
Getting gayer.
When you're on OnlyFans and you're a dude and you're subbing to these girls, typing to them, you're like sexting a dude. What the fuck, bruv?
Yeah.
And they're pretending to be. You're sexting a dude who's pretending to be a chick. How much was he in the U.S. or was it like outsourced to like India or some shit?
No, it was in the U.S.
Oh, it was in. Okay.
Yeah. And he had like a 30% cut.
That's
Okay.
a lot. Was he good with the dirty talk?
Yes, I was like, oh my God, I do not talk like this.
Imagine that job.
Oh my God,
just so
that's got to be like.
Was he a gay guy or a straight guy?
A straight guy.
And he was really, oh my God.
Yeah.
What's that? I think that's top 5 worst jobs I've ever heard.
There's swarms of
I would hate that
straight
job.
dudes sexting dudes via OnlyFans, and it's their job.
That'd be my nightmare.
Well, so I have a theory on this. Hold on, I'll wait till our good friend Maya is back here. Mia, whoops, fuck. My bad, sorry. Okay, here's my theory, right? On why it's not the best or suboptimal, no offense, ladies, to date a girl who does OnlyFans. And I actually acknowledge all the arguments from a lot of men make that, okay, it's digital footprint, your nudes are out there, your boys are gonna clown on you, it could lead to your future kids getting bullied. I think those arguments are totally valid, but I actually think there's an argument that's a step above, and it relates to the typing thing. So, and again, I realize not all OnlyFans girls have typers, but I would argue, for example, maybe you don't have a typer, but maybe you're not going to be straightforward about the fact that you have a boyfriend, and you might be saying to these guys on OnlyFans, oh, I'm single, right? I don't know if it's the case for you, but there's probably certainly women out there who are representing themselves as single, and these men think you're single, and they're actually trying to romantically pursue you by, I guess, being simps, which is that's an L. Don't get me wrong, I blame the men for being simps and doing this. But this actually occurred to me the other day. One of the bigger reasons that I think men should be perhaps cautious, hey, don't hate me here, when it comes to dating women involved, I actually think, okay, it might actually be more on just this front, probably better to date, I don't know if I'm, never mind, okay, hold on. No, I'll just stick to the point. So these men, hold on, let me see, how do I want to properly articulate this? Okay. So a lot of the women who do OF, they're going to lie about their relationship status. They're going to lie about the fact that they respond to their chats, aka they have typers, and they might just lie in general to get attention, right? So if it hurts your bottom line to misrepresent about the fact that you have a typer, because you probably didn't tell the guys, by the way, it's a dude texting you right now. So they probably had a good faith, reasonable belief that they were talking to you, but they weren't. So you've basically engaged in what my view is a deception, a misrepresentation, a fraud. And I actually do think that this could, like, if a girl has a typer and she is representing that you can chat with me, but actually it's some dude in Bangladesh, that's not what the guys are paying for. And so technically I think it's fraud. Like, it's actually could be criminal. So I think a lot of women who, it's not just, oh, your nude images are out there on the internet. You're basically like engaged into some degree criminality, misrepresentation, lying, fraud. And that does not make for a good long-term relationship partner. And so, because you're becoming skilled in the arts of deception and misrepresentation.
Agreed.
You lie, if you had a boyfriend, you're going to hide it. You're not going to say it. You're going to say you're single. It's basically a romance scam. This was literally light bulb. This never occurred to me. But a lot of OnlyFans, and I don't know if you guys saw that thing with Ruby Rose, this dude who spent $70,000 on Ruby Rose with this expectation that he was maybe going to have the chance to date her. Look, I don't know what there's probably a lot more to the story, but a lot of these guys build these parasocial, and don't get me wrong, I don't think it's entirely women's fault. Like, you dudes should not be spending, no offense, ladies, I know this is how you make your money. Dudes should not be fucking spending all this money on OnlyFans girls.
Yeah.
Like, it's some simp shit. No offense, I know that's hurting. Yeah, I mean.
I have an actual job. I don't know.
Oh, okay, sure. But so there's this like created parasocial relationship to fleece lonely men for money. And so to me, it's kind of a romance scam, because these men think they're investing this money into a relationship when, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think anyone disagrees.
Because it's literally, I think if, like, let's put it this way.
We could sue these ladies. Is that what you're saying?
It might actually. No,
I haven't.
But like, okay, here. I actually think it's like meets the actual legal definition of either false advertising or fraud.
If you're being
because,
honest, then it's not.
Well, sure, but if you're saying, for example, on your OnlyFans, I respond to chats and I'm message with me, I don't have a management company, even though they do. I don't have a typer, even though they do. And the guy is paying money in order to have access to you and to be able to type with you, but it's actually a dude, and they're not actually getting the like the advertised product. It's false advertising, and it's I don't know if it's civil fraud or criminal fraud, but
you're making them do gay stuff, you know.
Wow, that's like kind of grapey almost.
Yeah, it's like
you're almost like forcing these dudes to be like. You're basically forcing them to be
grooming
gay.
them. Yeah, you're really making gay guys out there.
Oh my gosh.
They don't even know.
I have a question. I'm getting sleepy. How much?
We're gonna wrap. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes here.
It makes my eyes water when
Yeah.
I'm crying.
Let's see here. Hold on. Let me just.
Getting sleepy.
I'm sleepy too.
One sec, guys.
How am I gonna get home? I guess I'll stay here.
What the fuck? Anyways, I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, here, I was going to pull this up. I just saw it. I was preemptively waiting for it to come up. Infinite singularity. Romance scams involve deceit for financial benefit, exploiting trust, falsifying personal details on OF for financial gain is a form of deceit that exploits trust. Therefore, falsifying details on OF is akin to engaging in a romance scam.
This person's smart.
Very smart. Infinite singularity. I've seen them in the chat many times, and also Wingman, Wingman in the, because for that one episode, Wingman. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Mia, hold on. We have a few more notes, and I promise I'm going to wrap here. You said that you've been sought after more for your success as an entrepreneur as opposed to my appeal for being a sexual adult model on public display?
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Oh my gosh. No, okay, so that might be taken into different context. I will admit, I was very exhausted when I wrote these messages.
Okay.
Not that that's like any advantage of anything. I just was writing really fast. From that, my perspective was with a lot of different people whom I've been sought after either romantically or just even friendship-wise, a lot of the time instead of just saying, oh, like, she knows what the fuck she's doing in bed, I actually get the opposite of, well, you actually like built your own business. How did you do that? Just the interest, the excitement of just, this is so distinctly different. Obviously, it's not a normal occupation. I don't think it should be normalized, but I get that interest a lot of the time. Not that I even partake in it, because reasonably, I still find it deceitful. A lot of the time when they see an OnlyFans girl, they're always going to say, I can get her in bed immediately. They cannot, obviously.
They cannot?
No, I don't sleep around, but I just think it's very interesting, like, a lot of the time, maybe it is deceit, but I will say just a lot of the time people who interact with me and try to engage with me of any form typically highlight that they're just incredibly interested in just the overall successes that I've developed with my business and how
Can I give you some game? Let me give you some game, though. Okay. I'm looking out for you here. Let me ask, and you probably already know this, but maybe the dots haven't been connected. Do men lie to get laid?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do men flatter to get laid?
Absolutely.
So you say that you're sought after more for your success as an entrepreneur.
I'm saying this is as a whole.
But like, even in platonic friendships, people flatter each other to some end. What I would say though, when it comes to the men who are romantically interested in you, they want to fuck you.
Of course.
They want to hit it. Maybe they want to stick around. Who knows? But they definitely want to hit it.
Of course.
And So they're going to be like, oh my God, you're so successful.
I mean, that's what I got outside too.
I love that for you. I love that for you.
No.
It's just, you're so ambitious. I'm just like, look, you're attractive, but like, forget that. I'm just so impressed by your success in your career. If those words ever leave a dude's mouth, he's full of shit.
Absolutely.
Don't believe him. I mean, all the dudes want to fuck you, probably, but he's trying to fuck you.
Oh no, absolutely.
And I don't know if you know about dudes.
Oh, I do.
But they will try to flatter you.
Of course.
They will say literally anything.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
fuck you.
I don't engage with it typically, but what I have noticed is even then with the people who aren't necessarily doing it romantically, it's more of just an aid. Wow, this is amazing what you're doing. Not in a flattering way where it's like romantic and I'm going to get some sexual appeal out of it.
Are these men?
From these, not necessarily men. Like I'm saying, it can be.
Also, newsflash, all the dudes want to fuck you.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why I was open with, hey, we should fuck.
Wait, is that what you said?
No, I'm just...
okay.
No, what I'm saying is like a lot of times I've actually been reached out to because of that, and not from those agencies or anything. Like,
what do you mean
people.
reached out?
Reached out to in terms of like people just want to have a real conversation with me because it's interesting. One, the conversation of just how do you build.
Wait, guys want to have conversations with you?
No, not guys. I'm talking anybody, not just men, women as well. But in addition,
people
to that,
DM you just to like, I want to talk.
Not DM. It's like out of like acquaintances that I have, things like that. So it's
people do that though.
Yeah, but regardless, I've had a lot of people that say just I want to work on.
If it's men, they
want
to fuck you
as well.
If it's men, they want to fuck you though.
Yeah. I'm very private.
Yeah, but that's the other fugazi is there are these dudes, and I criticize men on this too. There's dudes who will like pretend to like be the friend, try to be like friendly with the hopes that down the line you're gonna want to fuck.
Of course.
That's what Andrew was accusing me of.
Oh shit.
He was.
There you go.
I agree. I agree entirely. I'm not disagreeing with it by any means. I'm just explaining.
But like, if any dude is like, "Oh wow, your college degrees? Oh my god, that's so hot." No, it's fucking.
You played water polo? Neat.
It's the finesse. It's the finesse. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god, you got a comm degree. Oh my god.
It's also fun to believe compliments.
Like, I like good ones or real ones.
Like realistic ones, yeah.
Genuine ones.
Men are really not attracted to your
intelligence.
Intelligence is different, but I would say that when it comes to your financial success, when it comes to your academic or career achievements, when it comes to your status, frankly, men don't give a fuck.
No, they don't.
And if they do, I would argue like a guy who's like really preoccupied with your status, he might just be fucking clout chasing, or he might be a bum who wants to use like he wants to. There's definitely like dudes who will, what they're called. Some girl said a hobosexual, like they're broke and they want to like. There's a lot of girls making a lot of money.
I've heard of that.
And you probably successful. You probably make good money, right? So they're like, okay, I'm gonna crash at her place, and slaying good dick, so she'll
stick around.
Have you had that with a guy?
No.
Like a good dick slanger, and you're like, okay, I guess he can live with me.
I think honestly,
this guy should kill
Dick Smith.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
He's a Dick Smith.
I've never really let guys in that easily, and even if I do have have a relationship with somebody, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna just support. I don't support people just out of my kindness.
Not yet.
Have any of you guys had that? Like,
oh yes, he lived with me. He didn't want to pay any bills.
Oh really?
Yes, and I was
I've heard this is so common, and like I don't have any judgment.
What'd you call him? A boat? What was he?
Hobo dick.
Hobosexual?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, you had a hobosexual.
He did not want to like offer like to pay for anything, and I was like, well, you're literally in my apartment.
This guy
Was that the same guy that your ex? Or no?
No, not the nurse ex.
Okay.
No, that guy was also a nurse.
Yeah, no. No, he was like 21. I was like 23 when this all happened, and he was like ready to move in, and I was like, oh yeah, we're in a relationship. And then I paid for everything, and he was comfortably like playing his video games.
Oh, I wanted to move on from this. So you said that I think modern dating has been so crazy. It's based off sexual releases and having multiple partners over actually seeking real relationships, loving, mature, emotional, and filled with the lessons. I even changed my own dating life due to the scheme of multiple partners by removing myself from having physical relationships with most anyone. You've learned to support polyamorous relationships while being Catholic because of the dynamic that is becoming modern dating.
I think I contradicted myself. So I've learned a lot about, let's go from the back end, learned a lot about polyamorous relationships. I understand why people have these separate desires. I understand, especially with my job, sexual desires is literally all I deal with all day. And so I've began to understood the reasoning behind why people desire so many partners, why people think that they're comfortable and more acceptable with a relationship in which they can have a separate partner, in addition, a romantic relationship, or many poly. I think in addition to that, for my own personal relationships, I strive to actually not really have too many, especially no physical relationships, because I've really just never encountered a sustainable relationship from what's going on in modern dating. Modern dating consists of rosters, multiple partners, all these things. Not that that's necessarily bad.
Have you had that? Have you had a roster?
I've had it when I was in the start of my college years, and that was...
Where did you go to college?
I went to Cal Poly Pomona. So where
she
goes right now? Cal Poly Pomona.
Oh, okay.
So I went there.
Said it fast.
Sorry. I try to say it fast because it's not a great school from my perspective.
Wait, when you had a roster, how many guys were on the roster?
I think I want to say like 4 guys.
I
wasn't crazy.
Anybody else had a roster?
No.
Roster check?
She just said that she was like dating, but that was all. It wasn't like
roster check?
It's like I have a favorite, and then I just have like some guys that are just like around and like we hang out, but it's like very, like my favorite, it's like, yeah, I'll just come over to your house. But like everyone.
Did you smash? What?
No, only one.
Oh.
Because I feel like if I'm fulfilled with one, whenever I'm fulfilled by the first guy,
so
I never want to
hang out with the dudes?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like I don't know them very well, so it's like to them, they're like, oh, she's just like a little bit more conservative with it.
A conservative threesome.
Okay.
Yeah, every once in a while they get it.
Have you had a roster?
No.
Never?
No.
Come on.
I was like, I dated one, and then that doesn't work out, and then...
Sure. What about you? Roster? I think I might have.
Is that like talking to multiple people at like once?
Hooking up with, you go.
It could be hooking up. It could be.
It's like
there's one guy. There's one guy. Yeah,
I've
talking
talked to like multiple people at once, but they were all aware of each other. Like I never kept it from anyone.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. So you're Catholic, but like, how do you reconcile? Again, you said you learn to support polyamorous relationships while being Catholic because of the dynamic. Like, so how do you how do you reconcile your faith with the fact that you do sex work?
I reconcile.
Isn't this sin? Isn't that a sin?
It is sin.
It's a sin.
Yeah, like I said.
So you have to, if you want to be true to your Catholic faith, don't you have to like delete your OnlyFans right now?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Well, okay. From my interpretation, because
what's your interpretation of
my interpretation is obviously we can have confession, which is with the priest, and confessing to the sins and reconciling with trying to correct them and behave properly.
But my understanding is it's not like, so you can't just like continuously
so what I'm trying
sin. You have to
of course. But what I'm trying to say is I have a very different dynamic of my interpretation of my religion because, like I said, I grew up with a father that was completely atheist, agnostic at times, and then went back and forth and pitter-pattered with all that. So I have a distinctly different interpretation. It's something that my family has succumbed to and they understand and they are fine with. And I do completely believe in my faith and certain aspects, but I as well don't believe in everything. I don't necessarily believe that I had to save myself for marriage. Obviously, I've had 10 partners, or any of those other things, like those more stricter regulations.
Multiply by 3, and that's the real number.
Sorry. My finger slipped. My bad.
Within the Catholic faith, I hold myself to the strict standard of obviously believing in Christ, believing in God, believing in just the whole dynamic of that, of biblical scripture and all that, but I don't necessarily hold myself to I have to do this exactly to the Catholic rules, because that's not even what I was ever taught from my parents, although I did go to Catholic school, although I did attend mass and all these things.
Okay, all right, well, I'm not gonna. Okay. Oh, also your Twitter reads Catholic, by the way. Your favorite slutty Latina girlfriend. And you do BG, correct?
I do.
Has it been with just one guy
Just
on
with
there?
one. Mm-hmm.
What's
your
that?
current guy?
Girl?
No,
or
that was
a previous
actually a college person.
I don't know what
college
it is
person?
either.
You do girl too?
I did
I think
previously.
it's boy,
yeah.
girl.
Isn't that also
Maybe.
probably not totally in line with
Not at all.
Catholic? Okay. So boy, girl. Okay. Good times. All right, cool. All right.
I'm Jewish and I do all this, but Judaism's
Well,
chill.
Wait, what?
Judaism's like way
chill,
more
dude.
chill. Like it's like fine. Yeah, like we have this
Well, I
one
guess
holiday.
there's like Orthodox.
Oh, they're not chill, but like
Yeah.
most Jews are like hella chill because our God is like not like that mad. Like he's
Wait,
like,
well, hold on. But the Old Testament is like super intense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Jewish people are
Okay,
chill.
all right.
Like
Well,
you
you're
you can go into a synagogue and be like, I'm Jewish, I don't believe in God, and they're like, let's talk about it. Yeah, because
I mean,
it's
you
about
could
the exploration
probably-
of it, you know.
Okay. All right. Any final thoughts from anybody before we wrap up the show?
Yeah, that girl was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Pissed.
I'd like to say that 99.99999% of people, when they say Christ-like, they're referring to, you know, kindness, not when Jesus held a whip once.
Thank you.
I think he knew what I meant when I said Christ-like. I don't know why I'm holding on to that.
Okay.
I'm afraid to be in the general area for the next 8 days. Like she's
Because
like
of her?
I'm not gonna lie, that did kind of worry me because she asked previously like where I was staying, and I was like,
Really?
What the fuck?
I only said like a vicinity, but I just was really
Scary
uncomfortable.
demon lady.
like she's so, and we insulted her, and she's just out in the fucking world. And
Yeah,
you know
but
what she
women
did to her
don't do
ex that
scary
didn't
things,
cheat.
remember?
Well,
yeah, you
I
don't have to be
mean,
a-
if anything, I'm the one that like talked mad shit to her and like kicked her off the show. so-
And she knows, I don't know if you live here,
oh my god.
I'm far
Oh my
away.
God.
she knows a place that you
Oh
are.
my god.
I more than anything, she's just gonna spin this as like they were like obsessed with me, and after I left, they kept talking. Like she's just more likely gonna,
Run.
I think she's probably
She'll
laughing.
spin this
She's
into
like,
how
I
she's
trolled
so
the
great.
fuck out of
Yeah.
I
that
bet she's
podcast.
super, super,
I just
super,
hope
super
Peter's
insecure.
okay.
I bet she's super
Well,
insecure.
yeah, that
Peter's
was
okay.
obvious.
What's that?
I hope that Peter's
Oh,
okay.
Peter's not real.
R.I.P.'s in the free Peter. Hashtag free Peter.
All right,
Can we get that trending?
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Let me pull up some of the chats. One sec, guys. We have stochastic decay to quote God. Bingo.
Bingo.
Bingo. That we should add that to the soundboard. It's just Jeff. 1 John 3:9 ESV. No one born of God makes a practice of sinning, for God's seed abides in him, and he cannot keep on sinning because he has been born of God. That's from just Jeff. Oh, and then stochastic decay. Can someone check in on Peter?
That's fine.
Thank you, man. Any other final thoughts from anybody? Any final thoughts?
Did these all get pulled up?
Yeah, I just pulled. Pull up that one from Jessica. She already posted a story on IG saying she has so much intel on them.
What?
That's so
Wait.
scary.
Let's see
That's
it.
so
Guys,
scary.
that's
Let's
so
see her
weird.
post.
Yeah, can we bring that up?
This is obsessive.
No, I don't. We're not gonna.
That's pretty
We're not
fun.
gonna pull that
Actually,
up.
yeah, she wants the attention. Never mind.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Women don't do violent
What a
crimes
crazy
apparently, so
person.
it's fine.
God, if somebody breaks into the windows, guys.
I've been hella blackmailed before. That's like how they act.
I've never met somebody that so openly shares all the things that they've done
Yeah.
like that.
Like no preface either. Like when I said I did bad things, I was like, I don't do them anymore. I know it was bad. Are we looking for this post?
I'll see if she's
I
messaged
don't
me
even
or
know what her
whatever.
name is, so I can't even like.
I don't know either.
Whatever. Trying to. Sorry, one sec, guys. I'm just double check. Oh, can we pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Thank you guys so much for all of you who have. Kozilla, thank you for the 5 community sub gifts. Thank you guys so much for all those Twitch Primes. Thank you for the follows. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch right now and you're not following, please drop us a follow. And if you have one available, a Prime sub. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. I'm trying to think if there's, anything else. Did you want to do that last Twitter post? Was there a Twitter post? I'm gonna save it for another show. Shit, there's one thing I wanted to talk about, but I totally forgot what it was. Hold on, guys. Shit. Sorry. One sec, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get this pulled up. It's not pulling up. Wait. It was something to do with. Did you consider yourself a feminist? I forgot.
Yeah, I said it.
Wait. Who believes in the patriarchy?
I don't even know what that is. To be
You
honest.
don't?
I believe it.
You're a good person.
You believe in it?
I literally don't know what that
Okay.
means.
You believe in it?
Don't worry about it.
I don't want to.
Did you say you're a feminist or?
Minorly, yeah.
Wait, what?
Minorly.
Minorly a feminist? Okay.
I mean,
Sorry,
you know,
I'm
a
not the-
radical.
She
I'm not the
dabbles.
most feminist.
dabble.
She dabbles in Catholicism
Wait, what's
and
that?
feminism.
You know, you heard all my opinions. You know, I'm not the most feministy feminist that there ever has been.
Kind of a feminist. So you're a feminist. Do you believe in the patriarchy? Do you think that women? What is the patriarchy?
It's systems, both social and politically, that have been put in place that just systematically, even social systems, systematically oppress all women.
That's what the patriarchy is.
I mean, that's my understanding. I mean,
I just genuinely
can't
have
really
no
speak
idea what it is.
that eloquently about. Like, if you gave me a piece of paper and told me to write a paragraph, I could probably do better. But that's basically my gist.
Okay.
You know, and I'm not saying like it's also there's no absolutes in these arguments, which is worth mentioning.
So women are oppressed.
Yes.
What is the patriarchy to you, if you don't mind?
I mean, there's various different definitions. I've heard you can ask 10 feminists and they'll all give you 10 different answers as to what the patriarchy is. I mean, I've heard the patriarchy is a society built by men for the benefit of men. Now, using that definition, I agree with the first part. Society and the world has absolutely been built by men.
Yeah.
Not for the benefit of men, though. So I don't think there's like this grand conspiracy among men, like, yeah, let's oppress women. No. I think most people choose to occupy positions of power. They want to reach those positions of power, not to like oppress women, but they do it to better themselves financially and for the sake of their family. Like, men aren't out there, yeah, I want to wake up at 5 a.m. and go like do some like physically laborious task for 12 hours so I can oppress women. No, they're doing it so they can provide for their girlfriend, for their wife, and for their family, and for their kids.
Mm-hmm. It's not a thing where there's a guy and he hates women and he's gonna tell her and then he's gonna make her pay for it. It's just like how we're socialized, so that like, for instance, I think that women are worse drivers, and I think that's because we don't develop the same fine motor skills that men do from video games and sports. Ways like that.
Damn,
it's
that's
like,
pretty sexist of
I don't
you.
think that's part of the patriarchy at all.
Wow, are you?
I'm just saying, like,
do you hate women? Is that what it is?
We're socialized. I was not socialized to play video games, to play sports.
You're
like,
so misogynistic.
Like, no one encouraged that
That's
in me.
so misogynistic of you to say that. I'm really offended. How dare you?
It's kind of a funny opinion. Also, because we're shorter,
it's kind of
and
based,
you can't
not
see
gonna lie.
curves as much.
Word. Okay, so
What's that?
You can't see
tinier.
curbs
wait.
because
So
you're lower in
do you
the
think?
car.
So do you think women are oppressed in the U.S.? Are women oppressed?
Yeah.
So
Less
you're-
so than they have been.
But so you're a woman. So I'm curious. Are you oppressed?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a everyday I'm struggling type of deal, but in ways, yes.
Okay. So how are you oppressed?
Like, I'll go to class and I'll be working on a project and I'll think my project's okay and I'm working on it, and the guy next to me, he sees I make a mistake and now he's just shitting on me, and he's shitting on no one. Like, I can tell that it's very targeted. And then I like the one time I walked in his room and then he took both my wrists and pinned me up against his bed.
Whoa.
Just as like a flirting tactic. Or one time he grabbed my throat because I made a joke about how
What?
Wait,
like,
is this the same guy?
Yeah, and it wasn't like traumatic.
who is
It
this
was just
guy?
like, yeah,
Peter?
It was just like, this man is like insulting me and he's touching me physically when I don't want it. It wasn't like traumatic, but it was just kind of like,
What the fuck?
it was like I have to go to school and deal with this, and it makes me feel like I'm not as good at school.
The fuck?
You know, shit like that. It's like, it's crazy. It's not you. It's not you. It's just there's
Sounds
people
like a
that do that.
singular asshole.
Yeah, that guy shouldn't
But it's
do
like
that.
he acts like that because his father acted like that, like his father before him. You know, I'm not saying all men.
I'm not sure if that's evidence of your oppression, though. I don't think that's appropriate behavior, but
I don't think
you're
oppression.
oppressed because
Well, like,
some
wouldn't
guy's a
happen to man.
douchebag.
It's everything that happens to women that wouldn't happen to a man.
That would happen to a man too.
What?
I think what you can validate as oppression, which I'm not even saying is entirely true, is obviously the notable pay difference between men and women. Typically, men are in the position of CEOs, owners, and all of that, which may conclude to
Erroneous!
So sorry, my finger slipped. My bad.
which is obviously what may conclude to women receiving lesser pay, all that thing. In addition to that, when it comes down to representation, especially with movements, obviously Me Too concludes a majority woman. So obviously with things like that, that can be an oppression where men instead say they're going to degrade the idea of the Me Too movement, just for instance, and say, oh, it's always women, and all these things, and that's an oppression against women once again. If that patriarchy exists. I'm not stating that it does. I think there's lots of other positions that can be held, but
Well, okay, let's tackle the wage gap thing. So the wage gap has been debunked. There is no wage gap. How much do you make per month? Just curious.
I don't like to share that publicly.
Do you make 5 figures a month?
Let's say that.
Have you ever made 6 figures in a month?
Yes.
Okay, so that puts you in the top 1% of earners in the United States. So I would say that if you've made 6 figures in a month, in that given month, you've out-earned probably 99% of men.
And in a female-dominated industry.
Also, why is it the case you work in OnlyFans, for example? Why is it do you think we should equalize the gender wage gap in OnlyFans? Because if you're a guy on OnlyFans, men make far less money. There's far less opportunity for men to make money in that realm. So do you think that there should be equal pay in OnlyFans?
Obviously, there is no equal pay in OnlyFans because if there was, then obviously I would say yes. I think that we should equally get a payment. But unfortunately, it is literally so personal and so particular.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that, and all the girls can weigh in on this, for example, women in sports, do you think women in sports should be paid the same as their male counterparts? So for example, like WNBA players, female soccer players, trying to think of other sports. Let's just stick to soccer and basketball.
I would say.
Do you think they should be paid the same as their male counterparts?
The reason I would say that they do not deserve equal pay is solely because of the navigation of a business, which obviously the NBA and WNBA and football leagues or soccer leagues are businesses at the end of the day. They generate much more views, much more marketing, much more interaction with the engagement of audiences for male-dominated sports, or male sports, the version of men. So obviously, I think because of that, with the navigation of all this marketing, with all the collaborations between businesses, yes, men will obviously be making more money, and I think that's well-deserved because it just unfortunately gets a lot more engagement and interaction.
Sure. Well, okay.
I don't think that it necessarily plays out into women should get less pay. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just solely saying as a business perspective, yes, absolutely, they deserve more.
When it comes to the wage gap, it's been debunked. You're welcome to look into it, but the reality is when you hear the commonly cited wage gap, women earn it's always changing, by the way, 77 cents to the dollar, 80 cents to the dollar that the man makes. That's not accounting for things like hours worked, type of job, seniority, educational, their educational background, which also, by the way, women are, for over 40 years, women have been outpacing men when it comes to getting college degrees and attending universities. So we have an entire generation of women, essentially, starting in, I think, 1979, women were going to college at higher rates than men were. So basically, women who are retiring now, for that entire period of time, there's been more women who've been going to college. What else? When it comes to the wage gap, though, what they don't take into account, I said hours worked, they don't take into account the type of jobs, overpay. Men are more likely, for example, to work overtime. Men are more likely, for example, to relocate for a job. Men are more likely to work dangerous, physically laborious, dirty, and dangerous jobs.
Completely.
For example, workplace, if we talk about gaps, right, we'd have to talk about the workplace injury gap, the workplace death gap, the workplace electrocuted to death gap.
It all goes hand in hand.
But let me ask you a question. If you had to do a dangerous job, would you want to be paid? It would probably cost a lot of money for you to be more willing to do it, right? Like a hazardous job where there's a risk of death or dismemberment or getting crushed to death. The reality is there's all kinds of wages, but see, I think the issue when it comes to feminism is women want to secure the cushy, comfortable, air-conditioned office jobs that are high-paying, but you don't want to equalize it for the dangerous and difficult and difficult and dirty jobs.
So just to make sure you were aware, like I really wasn't saying that was my position in the patriarchy or anything. I was just saying the obvious disagreements that a lot of people have in the arguments. With that being said, if you're prefacing that with the dirty jobs or the more laborious jobs, I agree. They don't account for that. A lot of these people that make this argument that I just made as a devil's advocate is, oh, well, yeah, no, the man can't take that. I don't want to work. I want to be this, whatever. And that's fine. That's somebody else's position. I think, yes, those positions do deserve a higher pay. My mother, for instance, like I shared early on, she was a welder. She did welding for 15 years. I completely believe that wage gap was not even there because she was working a laborious job. She was working all that work.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I wish more people took into account, like you said, that wage gap does obviously go hand in hand with the gaps between the harm that it is between certain occupations.
And just, I don't want to linger too long on the wage gap thing, but I would just say if there was an actual wage gap and you could get away with paying women less, then as a corporation, the ultimate goal of a corporation is to make money. Yeah. So it would make sense to me if there actually was a wage gap, you'd just hire only women and you'd save 20, 25, 30% on payroll. Also, I think another factor that we have to look into, aside from all the things I previously mentioned, let me ask you guys a question. Do you want a guy to pay for the first date? Into the mic.
I don't. Yes.
Well, it sounds like earlier you said you don't think women should work. You don't want to work. You want to be a stay-at-home wife, whatever. You want a guy to provide for you. You want a guy to pay for the first date. Correct?
Yeah, but if it doesn't happen, that's fine.
Right, but that's what you're angling towards. That's what you're.
Yeah.
That's what you want. No sane guy can sit there and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for a girl who's prepared to like provide for me and pay for first dates. Like the most you can go, for most men, the most that you can go into a first date expecting is to go 50-50. Yeah. No guy, like you're going to run into a lot of dating issues as a guy if your standard is, I want women to pay for the first date. Like women can have that standard of, I want the guy to pay for the first date, and you can find it very easily. It's gonna be very difficult in the dating marketplace as a guy if your standard is, I want the woman to pay for the first date.
You're gonna have a lot of dating troubles if you expect them to pay for 50% too.
Yeah.
But there are some women that will go 50, like that.
I've never met one of those women.
It's just like if I'm going 50 with you, like I don't owe you anything at all. Ever.
So are you saying you owe guys something?
I'm saying it feels like that. I don't
Yeah.
objectively, I don't.
Sure.
They made that decision. They didn't tell me at
Sure.
transaction.
Do you want to pay? Do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
Yeah, the guy.
Okay.
I don't care.
You don't care? Would you prefer the guy to pay for the first date?
Yes, I would prefer it, but I've done 50-50 and I'm more than okay with that.
Okay. What about you?
I would just rather pay for myself, to be honest.
That's fair. That's valid. Now, but do you acknowledge that probably for the most, I don't know if I want to attribute a percentage to this. Let's say the majority of women would prefer the guy to pay for the first date. Not all women. Some girls are totally fine with 50-50, but would you say most women would prefer guys to pay for the first date?
Yeah.
Okay. So wouldn't it then stand to reason that introduces a sort of how do I explain this? Like a domino effect in broader society. If there's a mating pressure, like intense mating pressure on men to be providers, to pay for first dates, couldn't that explain? Again, I reject that there's a wage gap, but let's just assume there is. Couldn't just that on its own explain the wage gap, because there's a pressure on men that does not exist in women to be providers? So if your standard is men should pay for first dates, to me it's like... They should have
the money to pay for it.
So, I won't, as a dude, I might not get laid if I don't make good money, Like, that's never a question that's ever entered the mind of a woman. If I don't make enough money, I'm not going to be able to get dick. No. That is definitely something that might go through a man's head. If I don't make enough money, if I live with my parents, if I don't have a nice car, if I can't pay for the first date, you might not get pussy. Yeah. You can still get pussy. You can still get pussy, but it's going to be harder. So it's just, I don't know. It's like a man has to earn more than me to get my time or respect, but also men and women should earn the same pay for the same job. And there are too many men at the head of industry. We need preferential hiring to get more women into these roles, but I prefer it when I want to be a stay-at-home wife and not contribute to the house. It's very confusing. Wait, okay, going back to really quick, and I know we're going to wrap up soon. I know you guys are tired. So how are you oppressed exactly?
Well, I had an example that was like pretty severe compared to most of it, but like things like that happen, like not just to me, things like that happen with a lot of people a lot. Like especially like CS majors, or engineering majors, it happens a lot with. Or things like I know exactly how my car works. Like I know that this summer my serpentine belt pulled through 2 of the pulleys because the car that I have is like cheap and they make them out of plastic, which they shouldn't because most are metal. Like I know all this shit. So I can get on the phone, and as soon as they hear my voice, it's an extra $1,000. Like it always is. Like I've never, like I literally, I'll bargain and bargain and bargain and bargain. I've seen guys do it. They'll get whatever I'm asking for like half the price. You know, stuff like that.
Wait, hot take. I know, we're going to wrap soon, guys. Hot take. Men are more oppressed than women.
Yes.
You could make a good argument for it.
There are ways in which men are
pretty
oppressed,
big one.
And I think those are also due to the patriarchy. Like in a society, you said this is a society built by men. So wouldn't you think a society built by men, would the consequences of that would be kind of men's fault? And I'm not saying that there aren't ways that
it's
men
not
are
clear to
oppressed.
me if it's their fault because they are men. Like,
it's not no individual.
A stronger argument to be made would be people in positions of power, regardless of their gender. It's not because they're men.
Look at who's in power. Look at who's been in power for the last 1 million years.
Okay, and?
There's a hyperbole. It's men.
Okay.
Because, I mean, we were talking about earlier with, like, the essay stuff in schools and, like, women essaying. That's, for instance, a position of power that women usually aren't in over someone else. In that position of power, they used it. So it's nothing about men's inherent, like, drive to hurt people or themselves. It's about when you're put in that position of power, some people use it poorly, and some people don't even know that they are.
That's cool, but I think men are more oppressed than women. What do you think about that?
Agree to disagree? I can tell you more, but like I gave out my point, and you can respond to that, or you can repeat your original statement.
Okay, so I guess I can back this up a little bit. So I think all feminist arguments just about oppression are dead on arrival because all of women's collective grievances fall flat in the face of just one. There's many male grievances, but there's one in particular that I think absolutely dwarfs any and all of women's collective grievances, and that is forced military conscription. You can add up all of women's grievances together, and in my view, they do not I know it's hard to make comparisons it's hard to compare and contrast. Forced military conscription is worse than all of women's collective grievances. You can whine about it all you want, but I would say the suffering that men have exclusively experienced during warfare throughout all of human history is orders of magnitude greater than, as I've said, all of women's collective grievances, supposed and real.
When was the last draft?
When is the last? Well, the last draft was in the Vietnam War, and
then before that it was World War II, right?
When did women get?
Oh no, it
when
was.
When did women get the right to vote?
White women or which? All women?
All women.
Super late. I forget the exact year. But it was white women like 50 years before everyone else. Or before the last
Is that
group.
true?
Yeah.
I'd like a fact check on...
Do you want me to do it?
On that. In any case, women's suffrage, 1920, but women frequently...
Same for men.
Right, but you're saying when was the last... Here, let's talk about it. The Ukraine War. We can talk about the Ukraine War. So there's currently 2 major ongoing military conflicts in the world. We might be on the verge of World War III.
Yep.
So, and in the event that happens, women are not subject to military conscription. You want to talk about inequality. Y'all aren't subject to forced military conscription. You don't have to register for the selective service. The last time there was a draft was in Vietnam, and I know you want to use that as when was the last time there was a draft? It's actually very dismissive because here's a very big point.
Fear?
Hold on. What? Hold on. I want to go into the fear thing, but there are men that would be alive today had they not been drafted. And there are men that are alive today that were drafted. Vietnam, Korea, World War II. I mean, there's very few World War II vets left, but so there are men who would have been alive today, right now. They could have been in this room that aren't alive because they were drafted in Vietnam. And then there's men that did get drafted in Vietnam and they have like major PTSD, serious issues, casualties of war, they've lost limbs, serious issues. So yes, the ramifications of forced military conscription are the negative consequences of that are alive today in men.
I'm going to say something and you're probably going to be like, that's crazy.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Unlikely.
So there's ways to get out of the draft, right? I would much rather cut a toe off than be a woman, than to have to deal with what women deal with. You can skip the draft if you have any shit wrong with you. I would cut a fucking hand off. I'd cut a foot off.
Okay. I've never heard that argument when it comes to the draft.
You're pro-draft dodger.
Wait, so what were you saying about the fear? What were you saying about the fear? What did you mean when you said fear?
Well, it seems like you think that you're more oppressed than me. You know, would you say that's true? It's okay if it is. You know, and so if it's just that one thing, when it's just that one thing, it's like it's kind of unlikely that it will, and if it does happen, that fucking sucks and you will have it harder than me.
I actually do. I mean, I'm not of an age that they could always expand the draft in the scenario of some catastrophic world war, you know, they could extend the age, but I did have to register for the selective service. Men who don't face consequences. You can lose certain benefits as a man that doesn't apply to women. So, I mean,
also, that's the consequence of being physically stronger, you know? Like, you're able to protect yourself in ways that I can't protect myself, and as a consequence of that... if you're a
feminist, you should be in favor of gender equality, so women should be subject to military conscription.
No one should be
consequence
subject
of
to
being
military.
able to birth a baby would make this... So you could make that argument.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Wait, what's your point?
No, but...
Take his point and just go with it.
Can't blame men for being bigger and saying that's why you got to go to war, even though that's what we've kind of done.
I'm not mad at you about childbirth.
I mean, a lot of women are saying like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Right. Also, when you're going to war, you're not like fist fighting either.
Yeah.
Right,
So
and
it's
women could be drafted into like support roles, even if you're
That's
not.
what happens when you take away abortion rights. You're drafted into a support role. If you have like If you have like a kid that you didn't want, that you were forced to have, you're drafted into a support role.
No, but the state. Hold on, the state is not forcing you to have sex, and if you want to get an abortion.
But some people get forced to have sex.
Okay, but you do realize most. If I concede that some abortions are the result of rape, will you concede that most 99% of abortions are because the woman can't financially support the kid, or it's like the sex was consensual that led to her getting an abortion?
Yeah.
Okay, so like you're making the argument of from like the what's it called?
An abortion is also like a physical procedure. So I'm doing the same thing. If I cut my toe off, that's a physical procedure to get out of this draft. It's not a perfect comparison, and it's funny to say these things because they're kind of ridiculous. But I think there is a little bit of validity there.
Validity to what?
To like comparing these two things.
What two things?
The draft to anything else I've compared it to.
Well, it's not even just the draft. It's actually warfare in and of itself is like something that throughout all of human history, I know that women can now enter the military.
Well, now
but it's like something that's pretty much exclusively been within the realms of men. And military, there's no glory in like I mean, I guess for some people they get some sort of glory from it, but like warfare is brutal in ways that you cannot imagine.
Insane.
Yeah. And also, like, can I just ask you a question? What were the dates of World War I? Do you know?
I know like a range.
Sure, tell me the range.
Like.
You don't have to tell, like, just year. Just the year. I'm not asking for like date or month.
Early 40s.
No, World War I.
Oh,
World War I. Yeah.
1910, 1912, somewhere around there.
To what?
I don't know how long it lasted. I think 10.
Okay.
I don't know.
1914 to 1918 was World War I. What about World War II?
Like 1940 something.
To when?
That one lasted a good like 6 years. I think.
Do you want to give a range or?
Like between, like it stopped at, it was
Okay,
capped at 50.
So it was 1939 to 1945.
Yeah, that's 6 years.
But I feel, it's like if you don't even know when the two most catastrophic events in human history occurred, I almost feel like you don't have the requisite knowledge to assert anything about the ways in which women are oppressed as compared to men.
I don't really want you to tell me that I don't know about these wars, though, just off one detail.
But if you don't even know,
I know about the
the
Axis
ranges...
powers and the Allied powers, like
Okay.
I know about
no,
that.
actually, I'm just for fun. I'm just curious. 3 Axis powers, 3 Allied powers.
I get the names mixed up, but I know it was
Into the mic. 3 Axis powers.
I know who was together. I don't know.
3 Axis powers. 3 Axis powers.
Well, if I say the wrong team, you're gonna
Just
you're
go
gonna be
ahead.
Like, see, when I know a bunch of information about it, I'm not studied up on this like you are because you're a professional debate guy, So I don't think that's a fair comparison. That because you have like statistics and you like I took I learned about these things and I knew them, I can tell you shit that I know, but like I don't think that's fair.
That's fine. I mean, I'm sure we could go back and forth for a very long time. I don't think it's worth really lingering.
It's also 12:28 a.m. and you're trying to get me to name Axis powers. Like,
yeah,
fuck
that's
you.
That's fucking based.
You're a fuckhead for that.
Okay.
I think there's advantages to being women and disadvantages, and there's advantages to men and disadvantages to being men. And what a lot of people, not you suggestively, but what they like to do is go, well, this is why the world is fucked and it's a man's system because look at all these things I have to deal with. And you go, yeah, but you also have some pretty good ones, like not going to war or like anytime. I'd love to see a statistic on how many years men serve for the same crimes that women do. I'd love for someone to do because
they've done.
I guarantee women crush it in the courts.
Yeah,
crush it in the courts for the same crimes. And I don't go, well, look, the system's set against men. Like I could make some good arguments for that.
You want to hear something crazy, somewhat crazy related to this? So, for example, we often hear that, well, black men are more likely to be victims of police brutality or police misconduct than white men are. And that's evidence of racism in the police force, right? However, that if you compare that to the rates of police misconduct and police brutality directed towards men compared to women, if you're comparing that to the police misconduct, the comparison between white men to black men, the rate between men and women is like, I think it's 8x or 10x greater. So is that therefore evidence of sexism, systemic sexism within the police?
It's whenever a bad thing happens to a guy, it's like, that's life. That's just how the world goes. And I'm not putting this on you guys, but like when something bad happens to a woman, it's like, we have, this is a fundamental systematic outrage. And you're like, no, it's just, life's not perfect. Shit happens to both of us. And good things happen to both of us, and I don't cry about the bad ones.
It's not, I don't think you can compare the difference between men and women because that's in our brain. That's hormonal. Like, if I can't really say anything else besides, at the very least, the hormonal difference is so drastically different that affects a lot of the reason men and women are different.
Sure.
Different races have the same brains. You know, so it's not really comparable, like a different race's oppression versus oppression of a man versus a woman.
Word?
Word.
Oh, here, one more thing. Upon birth, who do you think is more like oppressed or disadvantaged, men or women?
Like being born?
Yeah, like upon birth.
Like when you're a baby?
Yeah.
Like inherently? What do you mean? Like how you're treated as that baby?
From birth to the first 6 months. Who's
not
more,
counting China?
Who's more oppressed?
Yeah. See?
Well, they got rid of that, I think.
Yeah.
But it still affects it culturally because there's cultural impacts of things that.
Let's just talk about the United States. Who's got it worse?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
What do you think?
Well, I think men, or boys, I should say, even when they are that young, even when they haven't, there's no way, we're not counting wage gaps and, college admissions, any of this.
What are you counting?
6 months.
Circumcision.
Yeah, that's true.
So immediately upon birth, nearly every boy in the United States has their genitals mutilated. That sounds like a pretty poor outcome without their consent, by the way. So
women in some areas of the world. That's
in some areas of the world, but I would argue that male circumcision is far more prevalent than female genital mutilation.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
So I mean, immediately upon birth, as soon as boys come into the world, without their consent, they have their genitals mutilated. So I mean,
at least you don't have like smegma though.
What? See, I mean, that's crazy.
And
that's
who
a
has
real
to do
crazy.
With that?
So do you think do you think that that's a good reason to
I'm joking. I made a joke.
Mutilate children's genitals I
was making a joke.
Because of your preference for men who are not or who are cut?
I was making a joke.
It's actually funny. Like if you think about it, the majority of this is almost something that's like single moms or like having their. Okay, well, I don't want to get into it, but
you're killing me. I'm gonna fall asleep when I get home.
No, but it's just like if you pull back the curtain, like there's a lot of pretty negative outcomes that impact boys and men. So,
well, it's a leverage of power. A lot of people want to use these things as leverage of power. They don't want to look into the details of it.
Sure. Anyways, guys, I know you guys are tired. I'm gonna wrap up the show. Guys, last call, hit the twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so kindly and generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Thank you to the wonderful panel, those of you who, first off, stayed late. I appreciate that. I apologize that
we made it.
I apologize that we went so late tonight. And Nick, I apologize to you. I know you wanted to get out of here early tonight. My bad, man. That girl, she sucked the oxygen out of the room. She took up way too much time. So this show could have ended, honestly. I should have kicked her off way sooner. So I apologize to you guys. I apologize to Nick. First off, I apologize that she was quite rude to a few of you guys. So, yeah. and you guys were great. Thank you guys for bearing with me here. I know we went late. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM at whatever. We will be live again Tuesday. This is going to be a super panel, guys, 5 p.m. Pacific. Guys, we have only 3 more shows left until we go on a break. It's going to be 3 to 4 weeks off probably. So I want you guys to really tune in to our last 3 shows that we have after tonight. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Go check out. Do you do live comedy? Check him out.
Every night, live comedy, yeah. Jeff Dye. Just find him on my socials. Just look up my name at Jeff
But you do
Dye.
stand-up. Like, can they see you live? Or I don't know if you want to...
Yeah. This is the first night I haven't performed stand-up comedy in...
Oh, you perform every single night?
Every single night.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
But I just landed from Vegas. I have a residency there at the Cosmo. And
oh, that's awesome, man.
I didn't know this was this far away from where I live, but...
well, welcome, man.
Yeah, I was happy to be here.
Yeah,
I would have been on stage tonight, but...
Oh, shit.
I'm here with you guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming, man.
Thanks for having me.
And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's it, right? Is that it? Oh, I need to do a raid. Hold on, let me just do one last thing on Twitch, and then we'll get out of here.
Bought a champagne.
Yeah, for real.
Bottle of champagne. You're 19. You can't drink.
You wouldn't even give it to me. It would have sucked.
Oh
I would just
my
have to look at it and smell it.
Yo, those of you on Twitch, I'm going to raid Stay Safe TV. He's playing Season of Discovery, World of Warcraft. I want you to let him know that we're sending you his way. Tell him to come back on the podcast. He's been on the podcast 2 times, or was it 3? I forgot, but just twice. Stay Safe TV. He's playing World of Warcraft Classic, Season of Discovery. Tell him whatever sent you. I'm going to send you guys over in the raid here in just a few seconds. And thank you guys so much again for coming. You guys were dope. I'd love to have any of you guys back. You guys were wonderful. Thank you guys for making it the whole show again. I apologize that we went late here. I've been trying to not have the shows run so late, but thank you guys. You guys were awesome. And hold on, I'm rating Stay Safe. Boom, rated. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. We will see you Tuesday. We got a super panel, guys. It's assuming there's no flakes, guys. This may be our biggest show of the year. Some major guests, big guests, guys. So you're gonna definitely want to tune in for that one. That's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you next time.